Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan salam sejahtera. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the virtual InvestSmart Fest 2021 theme #Jaga Diri, #Jaga Pelaburan. The COVID-19 pandemic has taught us many things. One is that we are resilient. This virtual event is a testimony of how quickly we have adopted to new way of doing things. But we also learned that we were not prepared for a crisis such as this. A financial literacy survey conducted in 2020 revealed that 53% of respondents are unable to survive on their savings for more than 3 months if they lose their main source of income. This situation will be further exacerbated by 2030, when Malaysia is expected to become an aging society with people aged 60 and above making up 15% of the population. Now, structurally, this poses a challenge for the Malaysian retirement savings landscape. Currently, about 40% of Malaysian population is estimated to be uncovered by any form of social protection. And many under the formal retirement system are expected to face insufficient funds for retirement. COVID-19 has disrupted businesses and livelihoods, forcing many people to use their EPF savings to supplement their income during the crisis, resulting in lower retirement savings. Concerns have been raised about retirement security, particularly given that about 46% of EPF members under the age of 55 have less than 10,000 ringgit in their EPF account. The pandemic has also resulted in a significant drop in percentage of members meeting basic saving threshold of 240,000 ringgit at age 55 from 36% to 27%. There is a Malay proverb, sediakan payung sebelum hujan. Now, this best summarizes the importance of financial planning, especially in the light of the lessons learned from the pandemic. Preparation is key before you start investing for the rainy day or any other unexpected crisis. One of the things that the pandemic has reminded me of is that health is of utmost importance, as well as the happiness and financial security of our loved ones. While we all have different needs and commitments, it is never too late to start planning your financial future. Over the next 3 days, we have prepared a comprehensive program to cater to a wide range of investors with varying backgrounds and investing goals. One of our popular offerings is FinPlan for You, which provides free financial planning sessions. Do take this opportunity to sign up for one of these sessions. Learn how to prepare for the next crisis through a consultation with a certified financial planner. These free online sessions, which began on Monday, 4th October, will continue until this Sunday, 10th October. And through this session, you will learn how to make your money work harder for you and your future, how to diversify your income, and how to invest in different products that can provide multiple income streams so that they can act as a buffer in difficult times. As you prepare for your financial future, besides knowing what to do, you also need to know what to look out for. What are the danger signs that you may encounter on your journey ahead? Unfortunately, there will be unscrupulous people who will try to take advantage of others' vulnerabilities, especially during this challenging period. Now, against this backdrop, I wish to highlight two key issues that are the focus of SC investor protection initiatives. The first is our ongoing fight against investment scams. The second is dealing with unlicensed market operators and investment advisors. Scams continue to be a source of concern for us at the SC. We have seen a significant jump of the number of complaints and inquiries received. As of September this year, the SC has received over 2,000 queries and complaints about illegal investment schemes or scams. This is more than double the total number reported in 2020. These scams typically promise high returns within a short period with little or no risk. They are frequently promoted through social media channels with payments required into mule bank accounts operated by scammers. Please be especially cautious of such investments. When investing, never deposit your money into someone's personal bank account. In response, we have taken swift actions to combat these scams. As at 30th September 2021, we have made 202 new entries in the SC's Investor Alert, compared to 134 entries for the entire year of 2020. This year alone, with the help of MCMC and Facebook Malaysia, we have managed to block 97 websites and 7 Facebook accounts. Aside from investment scams, we have also seen the increase in the number of activities carried out without the necessary license or registration with the SC. This year, the SC took enforcement action against 2 foreign digital asset exchanges, or DAX, reprimanding and blocking their websites for operating illegally in Malaysia. Investors should be aware that those who trade on unregistered DEXs are not protected under Malaysian securities laws and are exposed to fraud and money laundering risks. As of 30th September 2021, the SC has included 38 operators on its investor alert list, comprising entities and related individuals for carrying on the business of investment advice without a license. We also directed 29 of these operators to cease and desist from providing unlicensed investment advice. These activities were typically carried out by self-proclaimed investment gurus who offered their services through the subscription-based private chat groups on Telegram, WhatsApp, and Facebook. So if you encounter them, do not engage with those unlicensed individuals. They may be receiving advice from unqualified persons or are being used as part of a market manipulation scheme. What you can do instead is to equip yourselves with the right knowledge and investment information. In fact, this year's InvestSmart Fest will feature talks by licensed investment advisors. We hope this will help you become acquainted with the nature and quality of advice that can be expected from qualified and licensed advisors. Ladies and gentlemen, now in its 8th year, InvestSmart Fest coincides with the Financial Education Network, FENS, Financial Literacy Month 2021, and the IOSCO World Investor Week 2021, a global effort among capital market regulators to raise awareness about the importance of investor education and protection. Besides the talks by licensed investment advisors and FinPlan for You financial planning sessions that I mentioned earlier, there is also the InvestSmart Fest Youth Public Speaking Competition, which is being held in collaboration with Malaysian Institute for Debate and Public Speaking. This competition is open to Malaysian youth aged between 15 to 30 to raise their level of financial and investment literacy as well as anti-scam awareness. We are also hosting a virtual Scam Buster treasure hunt on Sunday with attractive prizes to be won. This is a fun and educational experience aimed to promote anti-scam awareness. Investor education will continue to be a key priority for the SC. 2 weeks ago, the SC unveiled our third capital market master plan. We have identified investor empowerment as one of the key thrusts for the capital market. We will also continue to carry out initiatives in support of the FENS Malaysia National Strategy for Financial Literacy to elevate financial literacy among Malaysians and promote responsible financial behaviors. Now, before I conclude, I would like to thank our event partners, namely Bursa Malaysia Berhad, Malaysian Financial Planning Council, and Financial Planning Association of Malaysia, as well as our esteemed speakers and exhibitors for their continued support. I would also like to extend my heartfelt thanks and appreciation to all of you for taking the time to attend and participate in our activities. With that, it gives me great pleasure to officially open InvestSmart Fest 2021. Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you for joining us today at InvestSmart Fest 2021, an initiative by the Securities Commission Malaysia. I would like to take this opportunity to thank SC for inviting me and my fellow panelists to have this conversation on ECF and P2P, alternative funding for businesses and investment opportunities for all. Without much further ado, I would like to introduce you to my fellow panelists. I will start off with Mr. Andre Badker. Andre is the Chief Investment Officer of FBM CrowdTech Sdn Bhd that operates Alexco peer-to-peer financing and FBM Malaysia's equity crowdfunding platform. Next, we have Mr. Bikesh Lekmichan. Bikesh is the founding partner of Lead Capital Sdn Bhd, an equity crowdfunding platform. And finally, we have Mr. Brian Leong. Brian is the Chief Financial Officer of CrowdSense Sdn Bhd, a peer-to-peer financing platform. Thank you for joining this session.
Thank you.
Before we begin our conversation, I would just like to inform that we will be having a pop quiz at the end of the session, where you will stand a chance to win e-wallet reload pin. So please stay tuned till the end of the session. And also, if you have any questions that you wish to ask to our fellow panelists, you may do so in the portal. Perhaps I will start off with providing a quick background on equity crowdfunding platform, or also known as ECF, and peer-to-peer financing platform, or also known as P2P. And ECF and P2P is an innovative form of alternative fundraising and financing that allows small businesses and entrepreneurs to raise capital from the public. ECF is essentially a fundraising campaign where people invest in a company, commonly SMEs, in exchange for shares in that company. P2P, on the other hand, allows businesses to borrow and investors to lend capital. So when ECF and P2P was established in Malaysia, it has helped narrow a massive funding gap by providing an alternative source of capital for micro, small, and medium enterprises to fund their business expansion, finance working capital, and meet other financial requirements. Just to provide a quick statistic, since inception, cumulatively, ECF in Malaysia has fundraised RM 294.21 million, benefiting 203 issuers through 214 successful campaigns. P2P financing, on the other hand, had raised RM 1.67 billion, a total of 3,533 issuers have successfully fundraised via 22,479 campaigns. I'm sure ECF and P2P space just got more exciting with the numbers. So as part of initiatives to generate greater awareness of capital raising and investment opportunities, I would just like to understand who can actually raise capital or become an issuer on an ECF and P2P platform. Perhaps, Andre, can you provide some insights on this?
Right. So P2P and ECF, like just you heard right now, is a very recent, still in recent years, method for especially SMEs to raise capital, to raise financing. That there is also only certain businesses allowed to raise money on this platform. And those businesses are non-public businesses. This is very important. Let's say, for example, if you're in Sdn Bhd, or if you are, let's say, an enterprise, then you are free to come to us and to apply for financing for P2P and ECF. But this doesn't go for the big companies. So this is very much actually a tool for smaller private companies to raise money.
All right, that's great. I would just like to give a scenario. For instance, if a company decides to raise fund and perhaps they come across Lead Capital's website, is there any entry requirements before they can build a campaign on the platform? Bikesh, maybe you can share with us, how does it work on your platform?
Yeah, sure thing. So like Andre was saying, right, any Sdn Bhd, any LLP can raise. We're quite selective on ours. One thing to also know is, if you don't have an audit, then as an issuer, you're kind of limited to a raise of 500,000 ringgit only. And if you have an audit for ECF, you can go above that, and the cap is 10 million for now. And there's talks about that being kind of extended to a 20 million raise really soon. For us, we really want to make sure the issuers has got a game plan. So we will ask them things like a pitch deck, the business plan, the financials, their forecasts, the projections, the assumptions. We really try and basically operate it like a typical investment banker trying to do a pre-IPO.
Okay. So for instance, if a company decides to get funds through insurance premium financing and asset financing, how much they can raise on your P2P platform, Ryan? Because I noticed that P2P have wide spectrum of financing. Perhaps you can share on this a bit more.
Yeah, that's a good question, Darwin. I think as Andre has pointed out earlier, the intention for P2P and as well as ECF, it's more on the SME centric. So the funding that these two platforms are providing are more mainly for the SMEs and for the non-public listed companies. Now, if you ask me about what are the quantum that probably these companies can raise on the P2P financing platform, typically will be depending on a few factors. But if I can name a few, we can take an example of number one, what's the funding requirement or the utilization of proceeds that this SME will need to fund their funding requirement. And second, most importantly, is to also be backed by their capability of repaying that loan itself. Okay, so taking these two factors, then the P2P operators like us will typically come out with what would be the sufficient or acceptable financing that this SME can actually raise on our platform.
I see. Okay.
To add onto this real quick, just
Yep, sure.
recent statistics by the SC show, even though for P2P there's not a hard limit in terms of how much you can raise, but more than 93% and 94% of businesses actually raise less than 200,000 ringgit per campaign. So it's very much focused on the smaller range between 30,000 to about 200,000 ringgit for each financing campaign.
All right. Okay, so I think with that, it brings me to my next question. As we all know that COVID-19 pandemic has severely affected the sustainability of startups in Malaysia. So companies, especially with less than 3 years of operations, are faced with various challenges, tapping into funding facilities as banks would most likely prioritize on existing customers with good track record. As such, an alternative avenue for funding and financing is definitely necessary for them. So I would just like to understand, would companies like this still be able to participate and benefit from building a campaign on your platform? Perhaps Bikesh can take this question.
Yeah, definitely ideal, right? But the whole idea of raising funds is don't raise funds when you need it. Raise funds when you don't need it. If you're raising at a time of desperation, I think that's also gonna put the retail investors away because this is something brand new for them. They're trying to get into something a bit more risky. So you need to make sure that everything looks good in the books. If it's not so good because of the current situation, how do you sort of like give them the confidence that it is just a mere setback? You have plans that's put in place, some kind of controls that's put in place to basically kind of ride the storm now, but flourish right after. So what you're looking for is capital to help you during this crunch time, but you have some key things that you're going to do after. So a lot of it is all around storytelling, the equity story, right? And the equity story holds weight when they can look at how you've run the organization in the past history. So it works for companies who've got a track record. So 2-3 years is enough to build a track record. But if you're a fresh up startup 6 months down the line and you're looking for funds, not impossible, but a bit more harder in terms of trying to sell that fear of missing out story, trying to show that opportunity on how this is a bullish thing that you're riding. And you got to get on the bandwagon right now to kind of ride the gravy train.
All right. So in addition to my earlier question, so for companies that are affected by COVID-19 pandemic, right, has there been any relaxing policy or aid being offered? Like perhaps do you see any issuers seeking to defer or reschedule their repayments? Perhaps Brian, would you like to take this question?
Yeah, that's a good question, Davin. So in our situation, we actually look on the case-to-case basis. And thankfully, so far, when we engage with the respective issuers that raise financing on our platform, they do affect it a little bit, but not to the extent of requiring a relaxation in terms of the repayment. So again, for our case, it's more on the case-to-case basis. Yeah. But for the benefit of all the audience here, I mean, for us, we always look into carving what would be the best situation for the issuer in case if they require like certain, financial restructuring and etc. But what we want to focus on is that, yes, we want to help the issuers in ensuring that they could go through this COVID-19. But at the same time, we also want to ensure as well that on the investors' perspective side as well, they are protected in terms of their investment. Yeah, so we just want to balance off between these two at the end of the day in managing this COVID-19 situation.
Right. Is there any kind of consultation or any kind of advice that you would provide to your existing issuers?
So we do engage on a more close case by case basis for each individual investors, inquiring what is the situation of them during this pandemic, and then partially also I think we are practicing a little bit like cautious in addressing or assessing new issuers that come to our platform. So so based on that two things that we have practiced, I think so far we are kind of helpful that in this situation that we can manage through in behalf of the issuers. So what we have done is that we continuously engage with the issuer to see what will be the best solution in terms of fulfilling their payment need at the end of the day.
All right, that's great. Okay, so the Malaysian Co-Investment Fund, probably I'd just like to touch base on that. So was set up as part of Belanjawan 2019 in order to co-invest in micro, small and medium enterprise alongside private investors via ECF and P2P platforms. So by end of 2020, MySafe has co-investors a total of RM 165 million in 5,349 ECF and P2P campaigns, which had benefited approximately 1,197 MSMEs. So based on the stats, we can say that MySafe was successful in assisting startups and MSMEs. So to meet their funding needs in this challenging post-pandemic economic recovery. So since all the operators here are participants of MySafe, so according to you, what this means for companies or issuers, and how do you think they can benefit from MySafe? Perhaps Andre, would you like to take this question?
Yeah, this has indeed been a very big boost, not just to the P2P and ECF industry, but also to issuers. They are very happy to hear when we tell them that the government is co-investing 20%, because they can use this additional capital to further grow their business, to hire some new employees, to expand into new areas. And one thing I would like to highlight also, especially last year, the SC has been very helpful in setting a higher limit for the co-investment during the COVID-19 pandemic, which means we had not the usual 1-to-5 ratio. It was we could allocate a lot more, basically 1-to-2 basis. So this really helps companies bridge the financial crisis at that time, since we didn't have that many investors as during normal times, but the SC really stepped in here to help smoothen out this process. And I think one additional benefit as well of having the government co-invest is it incentivizes the issuer more to have a proper repayment schedule in this way. This might be more of an implicit kind of benefit, but there is still a benefit. So overall, it has tremendously benefited the industry.
Okay, so I think difficult times like this kind of initiatives can definitely boost both a company and investor confidence in ECF and P2P space as well. I would just like to understand from an investor point of view, what do you think they look for from company or fundraisers? Is it the company's potential growth, or is it expected returns, or is it the environmental, social, and governance, also known as ESG impact? Brian, would you like to take this question?
That's a very, very good question again, David. I think we are quite blessed in a way that in Malaysia, our investment community as a whole are actually quite robust. There's a lot of support from the regulators as well as the education. So for the investors in Malaysia to learn, to study, and in fact to upgrade their financial knowledge. Okay? So what we have seen so far is that when they come in and assess certain issuers or investment note that we hosted on our platform, we noted that they tend to assessed on an overall basis. Okay, so I was actually quite surprised as well. Like they typically would ask in depth. They're not just focusing on like a certain segment of that particular investment. So for example, they would not just focus on the return, but they also assess how would this certain investment not fare in terms of the risk. So on an overall basis, what I can see is that the current assessment that typically investors look for, I think, is more on the overall basis. So they would combine return risk as well as the tenure in order to match their investment duration at the end of the day.
Okay.
Let me just add a little bit.
Yeah, sure.
From ECF, the ESG element has kind of recently surfaced. I think people are kind of keen to see impact. In fact, we're seeing a lot more issuers that come from a green, sustainability, and ESG point of view. Maybe it's just more for us. We've been attracting a lot of those issuers, which is nice. And then when we did a poll with the angel investors, they all love it. They all want to invest into something that does good. But also the investor hat is still on, right? They want to see expected returns. Yeah. So when it comes to retail investors, they expect to see some form of returns faster. I think they want to see the form of dividends, etc. So then the instrument is important, right? Preference shares. But if you look at the most sophisticated investors, I think they're not in it for that short run. They want to have a longer holdout. So they will ask questions around exit opportunities. What are they doing to possibly go for an IPO or a trade sale? Is that in the vision? Do they know who could acquire them? So those kind of questions then arise.
Okay. Probably maybe you can just provide us some example of the industries that these issuers belong to. Like, I mean, do we have like a variety of industries, or do you see a particular industry that's more focused on?
So I think it cuts across everything at the moment for what we see. But what I like now we're seeing is because that cap has kind of been removed. Last time you could do only like a 3 million, then a year, and then do 2 million for ECF. Now they've removed the cap and you could do that 5 to 10 million straight off the bat. So we're starting to see more bigger organizations, people with revenue streams, post-revenue, with profits, some even experimenting that they know they're going to IPO in 5 years from now and dabbling in saying, this is like my pre-IPO round. So a lot of manufacturing, industrial companies are trying to come in and raise that. So it's very healthy. Okay,
that's great. All right. Perhaps I would like to shift our discussion towards a little bit more towards investor perspective. In the report published by Financial Education Network, FEN, also known as FEN, it was mentioned that Malaysians' financial literacy is still considered to be very low, and National Strategy for Financial Literacy was launched in 2019 just to address that. According to the report by FEN, 1 in 3 Malaysians rate themselves to be low financial knowledge. And having said that, improving financial literacy is more important than ever today, as technology making the financial landscape even more complex, and by introducing new ways of investing comes with responsibilities to educate people on it as well. So with that, for those who are new to this platform and first time hearing about ECF and P2P, perhaps Andre, could you shed some light on who can invest in these platforms and what kind of demographics profile they belong to?
Right, this is actually one of the big struggles we have, because this is such an exciting opportunity for retail investors to get involved, which many of them just don't know about yet. So the thing we suggest is basically anyone can participate as long as you're above 18 years old. You can sign up on the platform, and the beauty is you can start with very low minimum investments. Usually you can start out with as low as 200, 300 ringgit and just give it a try. And let's say for P2P, you see returns coming back immediately. You start getting interest for the next month already. In ECF, it's going to take a couple of years usually until you see some returns. So it's really important for investors to start trying it out with small amounts of money first. You don't have to risk a lot. And along the process, you will learn and you will see the money coming in. And I think in this way, it's very important also to manage expectations between P2P and ECF. What is the fundamental difference? For ECF, basically, you own part of the company. You become a shareholder. But at the same time, that means you can't expect returns immediately. It's probably going to take 3, 4, 5 years at the minimum until you see some return. And very likely you're going to have a binary outcome, which means some businesses are going to fail, you're going to lose all your money, but on the upside, you can make 10 times your investment. Whereas P2P is, as an investor, you will get a steady income stream every month. Let's say 1% return every month in interest, but then also your upside is limited. But as an investor, just go on the platform, try it out. You don't have to risk much. You can start with 100, 200 ringgit, that's enough.
All right. Okay, that's good. I think giving option to investors is definitely great. And in terms of other platforms, like perhaps Brian, could you also share on your platform? Do you have such investment limits that that's set out for investors?
Typically, a general response to that is a no, but the SC actually has imposed a risk assessment or a risk acknowledgement by the investors if they're investing more than a certain threshold, i.e., 50,000. Yes. So if so, you are not limited. You are not limited, but more on acknowledging that if you are investing, your money to more than a certain limit, then you will be exposed to a certain limit that or certain risk that you are carrying, and therefore it's very important for investors to perhaps acknowledge that risk assessment or risk acknowledgement at the end of the day, in order for them to know that they're investing more than a certain limit. But to answer your question, no, there's no limit to investing in P2P.
All right. I think that's great. So I'd also just like to add on to this, whereby according to a survey conducted by the SC, we observed that investors tend to have unrealistic expectations when it comes to returns of their investments. So based on your experience, like what are the potential returns investors can expect from investing in perhaps ECF platforms? Maybe Bikesh, you want to share with us on this first?
All right, so I'm not going to promise any numbers. You're investing in private companies. These are not public market companies, not an IPO, right? So the risk is real. You have to do your due diligence. You have to go in saying, this is money you're willing to lose. I'm not going to lie around that. If this is money you're going to lose sleep over, maybe P2P a bit more safer for you compared to ECF. But the chances of you hitting something that can grow big, that upside is there. So high risk, high gains. I think that's why you start seeing it's a lot more younger people participating in ECF. There's more affinity towards, this is my favorite cafe and I believe in it. I want to put money into that. Returns could be, sometimes they put in some perks along with it, saying, all right, as a founder or shareholder now, you come in, you get a discount for life. They like that. In terms of returns, I would not guarantee anything. Some of them do kind of guarantee some form of dividends, but buyer beware.
Has it been one of the primary concern among your investors? Is something that have you observed, like when it comes to expected returns? Has it been one of the primary concern among your investors?
So it is a primary concern among retail, right? So interesting, the question just now about the demographics. Yeah. It's like 60% over it's retail, the younger people. And then a small amount is going to be high net worth individuals, really small, like 10% the sophisticated. But when you look at the deals, 70% of the deal being funded is from the sophisticated. So they won't ask these questions. They are looking at the financials. They know the industry. They know why they're getting into a company, because they can foresee and know how to plan an exit for them if they're participating in a big round. So they won't be asking for, what are my returns that way. They're in it for the end game of it being an IPO, it being an exit, not interim dividends. They wouldn't ask for that. But the retail wants to see it as a typical IPO related market. And not everyone will be strong enough to provide dividends. So, but now once we start seeing that cap eventually lift, and the bigger companies are coming to us, and these people dare give out dividends annually, which they already do in a private structure. So this might be more than excitable and palatable towards retail investors moving forward.
Okay. I think that's definitely great, and I think, of course, it's going to be an opportunity for them as well. So Brian, would you like to add on P2P platforms? Like what kind of returns we can expect from investing in P2P platforms?
Again, I would not quote any numbers as what Vikesh has mentioned, but I mean, typically, like what Andreas mentioned earlier as well, the return that P2P typically would offer would be more on the stable, kind of like depending on the repayment type. So typically would be on the monthly stable repayment to the investors. When you can expect the return that offered by all the operators in Malaysia are typically higher than the fixed deposit rate.
Yep.
Maybe I can share a little bit just about our platform. So historically, of course, this is not guaranteed for the future. We've had about 10 to 12% net return per annum for P2P investors. But the thing is, if you're a P2P investor, you can check on each P2P website. Every P2P operator is required to have a statistics page on their website. You can check the historic default rates and the historic return rates, and you can draw the picture yourself, where you want to invest, which platform you want to allocate your money to. And one more thing, which is very important, you mentioned people have unrealistic returns. We also see that on our platform. A lot of investors just go for the highest returning investment node. When they see 15, 16%, they put a lot of their money in there. But people have to understand, investors have to understand that those are also the riskiest investment most of the time. And we strongly suggest people to at least spread out the investment across 20, 30, preferably 50 different companies. Let's say if you have 50,000 ringgit to invest, don't put it in one or two companies. Slowly spread it out, 1,000 ringgit across 50 different companies. So overall, you can make a decent return, even if there's a difference.
All right. Okay. I think in the same study also, some of the barriers that prevents investors from investing in the ECF and P2P platform is lack of product awareness and product complexity. So how do you think you can make it easier for investors to obtain information from the investment and companies that they intend to invest in? Perhaps, Andre, you can add on to that as well. Yeah.
On our platform, we try to be as transparent as possible. So let's say for P2P and ECF, you know exactly the name of the company you provide the money to. You know what purpose they require the funds for, which industry they are in. You know a bit about the founders. And then we set clear expectations, how much, when you will get repaid and how much you will get repaid. But not just that, I feel it's very important for investors to participate in events like this, in the InvestSmart festival, to participate in conferences, to watch YouTube videos. SC is really doing some fantastic stuff over there for digital literacy, and also to check each company's website, because most of us, I also saw it on Vikesh and Brian on your websites. We have also some very good investor education on there. We do on our Alexco platform. So read the websites. We explain it in very, very simple terms, and it's very easy for you to get started in basically half an hour.
Okay.
So just to add on a little bit from Andre,
Sure.
as part of the requirement by the Securities Commission Malaysia, each operators are required to disclose at least a minimum amount of information for the investors to make an informed decision when they are investing into either an ECF or P2P. So like what Andre has mentioned, if you're planning to get started on ECF or P2P, do check out the operator's website, and you can always go to each individual investment node and do more due diligence.
Yeah, on this, what we try and do is, because we are also investors, we have a venture capital license and we invest into companies. So there's always ways to kind of compare apples to apples in a way, but not really. So we get the issuers to at least put it into a template, right? The pitch deck. So then we have sessions to educate people about how to understand what they're being pitched. Like, where would you look at the growth of the company? Where would you look at the returns of the company? Where would you see what the shareholders are, who they are, what is the plans, the assumptions they're making? So you come up with a structure that when they look at one and they look at another, they learn how to benchmark companies and then feel comfortable in what they want to put in. But like the other said, everything about the investment is on the website, from even the audit, their financials. So if you're not sure and you don't know what to ask, then maybe just come and join one of the pitching sessions that we always do with issuers, And this is where you can just state that you don't feel comfortable, you don't understand a certain thing. And the founders will be so willing to share and educate you about their business to basically have you on board. So feel free to ask, and you should always join the sessions and ask questions. I think people don't ask enough. That's the issue.
Yeah. Definitely, I would agree with that as well. Also, earlier I mentioned about product complexity, right? Like some people may just, without even knowing the product, they may already have a perception that, ECF and P2P are only meant for certain type of demographics, and, they would not want to venture it out by themselves. And if, like, for those who intend to come in and, want to like learn more, like, as you said, you have enough sufficient materials on the website, or in fact, can have a conversation with the issuers themselves. And perhaps, is there any additional extra effort that has been put by your platform to make, in terms of visually more appealing, or in fact, in terms of information wise, like, it's more crisp and, straight to the point kind of, and those kind of effort? Because as you can, I mean, for now, right, most of us, or rather most of the investors out there, I think they want information as soon as they look for it, right? So they want it simple, they want it, straight to the point and all of that. So they don't want to read any long pages of documents and whatnot. So for your platforms, is there any intended effort that has been put in place here?
For us, it's mainly the pitch deck, right? So the pitch deck is the summary of the entire deal. So everything you need to know about that whole slew of documents they have is summarized in that. So look at the pitch deck, and that's way enough.
Yeah, and for us as well, we have the fact sheet equivalent to like a pitch deck. So in that fact sheet, we have a brief information about what are the businesses of the investors the issuers are doing, as well as a bit of snippets of their financial information and the sector that they are in. And I think the most important part as well is the session that we typically invite the issuer to briefly share with the potential investors in understanding what are their business or what would be their growth plan in the future.
All right. I think there's an element of human interaction there. I think that's definitely would be helpful for investors who are seeking for information and when making decisions, of course. So I'd just like to probably touch base on this investor statistics, perhaps, like when I looked at ECF and P2P platform, which was actually produced by the SE. As of Q2 of 2021, 46% of ECF investors are below 35 years old, and retail investors made up of 63% of investor base. So similarly, majority of P2P investors is also below 35 years old, accounting for 87% of total retail investors. So what is it that draws young investors in particular to P2P financing and ECF? Perhaps Brian, you can start off first, then I would go to Andre. Yeah.
Okay. I think typically the younger ones are more receptive in exploring new or different types of investment or financial product out there in the market. Therefore, I believe that they are more receptive in assessing so-called like P2P and ECF. Similarly, in our platform, our demographic also is mostly dominated by 35 and below, and they make up the majority number of investors that invest in our platform. I think the other part as well that it's very interesting, taking from what Vikash has mentioned earlier, I think the younger crowds, I think they have more goodwill when they can relate to what they are investing on. For example, your favorite cafe or your favorite e-commerce platform. So they have that sense of goodwill that they would replicate again to say investing in our platform. So therefore, I believe that would be one of a few factors that influence the younger demographic to invest in our platform.
Okay, perhaps Andre, would you like to add on to that? Yeah.
We see exactly the same trend as Brian has mentioned. So they're a lot more willing to try out new investment products and to just put in a small amount of money. So they're just willing to play with a few hundred ringgits, see if it works. And if it works, then they allocate more money. But that being said, we also have a few quite substantial older investors on our platform. Unfortunately, the numbers are few, but actually this demographic can benefit a lot, especially from products like P2P investing, also from ECF, because they are dependent, they have to supplement in a lot of times their retirement funds. So one way to do that, to actually boost their portfolio returns, is to not just have bonds and stocks in the portfolio, but maybe to consider ECF as a booster to the stock portfolio for higher returns, let's say with view of 5 years, and the P2P as a boost to the bond portfolio, where you can get a steady cash flow of 10% or 12% per annum to supplement your retirement income. Actually, this group we would really love to welcome on our platform.
Okay. Just also maybe do you find there's any kind of reason why the older group may not be the platform or be more interested to invest in ECF and P2P? Is there I can probably now think of, like, is it the limitation of technology? Would that be a reason, or do you think there's any other reason besides the one that you've just mentioned? Yeah.
We've certainly seen many older people still struggling even with very basic things like signing up. So even for those things, we had questions from this demographic. And then they ask a lot of questions about how the process works. And they still have to get the feeling of this whole digital infrastructure. I think they're more used to dealing with banks for the whole of their life. So it takes some time also for them to trust anything which is new.
Okay. Yeah.
I think just to add on to Andrea a little bit, I think the older you are, I think, if you are referring to the risk assessment from the age profile, I think the older you are, the recommended things to do is to take on less risk in a way. So you go on a more stable, more fixed kind of return rather than go short to equity as compared to the younger ones. So I guess that one also tied on to the age profile. So the older they are, the more security that they want to look for in investing in certain type of asset class. But the good thing is that even if you look back into the statistic that you have shared earlier, 60% consists of 35s and below, while the remaining, it's about 40%. So I would say that 4 to 6 kind of ratio, I think it's still pretty interesting. It's not saying that the 40% actually is very, very small. So the good thing is that I think the older generation, yes, they might encounter like certain hiccups when they try to sign up or when they're trying to look for information. But in general, they are actually quite receptive in a way that they want to see what kind of offering or return that they can get from ECF and P2P in order to balance out whatever investment that they have on hand.
It's interesting that you mentioned about risk right earlier. So I would just like to perhaps sway our discussion a bit more on risk management. So as we all know, basic rule of investing is simple: the greater the potential reward, the greater the risk. So investors need to be mindful of what they are getting into, no matter how attractive the package looks, right? So for instance, should the investors look at portfolio diversification, company volatility? So what are the advice you can give to our investors when it comes to managing their risk? So I think especially when investing in P2P and ECF platform, perhaps Prikesh can shed some light on this for our investors here.
Yeah, so they have to do their due diligence, right? So all the documents are there. So it's easier for someone who's more sophisticated angel. They're seasoned. They know what to look for and what to ask, how to look at the documents. The retail, even though you give them the doc, it's like giving a retail person the IPO prospectus. I don't even think they know which part to look at. They'll just be bullish in terms of, wow, people on a Lawyat forum is talking about that. I guess I'll get into that. So that's, of course, a very big risk. So what we started to do was kind of create an education series. So we're bringing angel investors seasoned on ECF, but also just investing on their own, to come and educate people on how to invest. What do they look at? If you were to do a portfolio, how would you concentrate on something or diversify in something? I mean, if you're not Warren Buffett, then you wouldn't know how to pick your bets. So I wouldn't say that you're going to actively concentrate on building a certain kind of portfolio. This is that needs some kind of level of expertise. So you may want to just diversify to be safe, to put in a little bit of everything, like what Andre was saying, right? If you have 5,000 to split, put 1,000 into 5 companies. Don't put 5,000 in one if you're not sure. So those kind of means is what we're trying to educate people. But in short, you need to do due diligence. As a platform, I can safely say that, you know, we are one of the I would say that we are very strict. If you look at Lead Capital, we're the latest on the block to do this. We've only listed like maybe 5 deals, but we've said no to 197 deals. That's what we've done. So we're doing strong due diligence and putting on our investor hat. Would I invest in this? If our company would not invest in this, we dare say no to issuers and not just be a platform to raise for everyone. So we've done some, but we still expect you to kind of add on to that.
That's interesting. I think with that also brings me to my next question. So I'm sure many investors have thought about it as much as we want to remain confident. And I have to say that we will definitely be expecting late payments or defaulters, by issuers due to our current situations as well. So how are investors protected in the event of default by the issuers, and what are the responsibilities of operator, company, as well as investors? Perhaps Andre, you can take this question.
Right, as platform operators, first of all, our first step is really having a very intensive due diligence process, similar to the one Bikesh has mentioned, which is we already try to avoid defaults in the first step by selecting very high quality issuers in the first place and rejecting more than 90% of applications. But in case there should be any default, then we have many steps in place how to recover those funds. Different platforms have different options in place. Some have insurance, but then you get also tremendously lower return. Or in case you want to go for the high return non-insured, in this case, we have personal guarantees from at least 2 to 3 guarantors, which we can enforce and which we have enforced. So actually about 70 to 80% of defaulted issuers have repaid their money completely to us. Enforcement has been very good and relatively fast, I have to say. So we managed to keep our overall platform default rate at 0.9, less than 1% of all these have defaulted now, which can be considered one of the lowest in the industry. So it's not like, it's not that we don't care about your money in case there's a default. We really take all the legal steps possible to recover your money. And in case we have some assets we can collateralize, we will also take those.
Okay. So what if, like, for instance, a company is in a very tough situation, right, and a difficult, challenging situation? Like, do you actually consult or advise them in that situation? Like, do you give to, I think it also relates to my earlier question on what kind of support that do you provide to, such companies that are already existing on your platform?
Absolutely. In most cases, we offer them a refinancing to a longer tenure for their existing notes so that they can at least bridge the short-term suppressing situation or challenging situation they might face at the company. And we closely discuss with them how much they are comfortable to repay, because we see a lot of times they ask, let's say, for 1 million ringgit, but then we can tell by their bank statements that they will not be able to take on more than 300,000 ringgit. And usually they're very happy that we give them this kind of consultation to not to have a too high debt load, which is going to drown them in the end.
Right. I think with this, I think, of course, investors will have some kind of confidence, of course, in terms of, the efforts that's taken by the platform itself to ensure that, the investments that investors are investing in, of course, it's been looked after, and as well as, assistance are even given. So in terms of, this is eventually creates investor confidence to even come into this space, when if they know that, this is something safe for them to do so. So of course, all of us, want to, make the most out of our investments, right? So just to quickly, if we were to discuss on, like, in the event investors are making a substantial return from the investments in ECF, for instance, do the investors have to pay tax on their investment returns? Bikesh, maybe you can go for this one.
So yeah, I don't think so. There's taxes on capital gains at the moment, so that's the thing. And now also for ECF investors, there is a tax break on how much you invest in, and it's capped at a 50% after a 2-year period. So a lot of incentives in terms of investing into ECF.
That being said, if you're a foreign investor, especially, but also as a local investor, always check with your tax advisor, since we're not allowed to give tax advice ourselves. And in case you're a foreign investor, a withholding tax will apply to the capital gains you make, especially for P2P investing.
Okay, that's very informative.
Yeah.
So,
sorry, just one more thing to add just now about, in the event, how you get protected. So I think there's something also investors should look at. What are the instruments being offered, especially for ECF? Are you getting ordinary shares? Are you getting preference shares? Because if you're getting preference shares, then of course, there is some form of benefit to that. In the event, a likelihood of some liquidation that actually occurs, then at least you have some protection in terms of, getting some parts of that money back if possible. But if you're ordinary, you're going to be the last one to basically get some returns. And that will be quite difficult even for a flat platform to help you.
okay. All right. Before we move on to the Q&A session from the attendees, I would also like to highlight that recently there's been a number of capital market licensed and registered entities have lodged reports on the cloning of their corporate identities by unknown persons or organizations. So these fraudsters use names, logos, and credentials, fake websites, and other details of a legitimate capital market intermediaries to promote their investment schemes. Especially of course via social media channels like WhatsApps and Facebook, promising extraordinary returns with little or no risk at all. So I would just like to understand, beside investment risks, this is also considered as other potential risk, right? So associated with the platforms like ECF and P2P. So perhaps Andre, you can share your experience and view on this.
Actually, this is interesting, since a couple of years ago, I think about 2 years ago, we had one such case for our company where someone tried to impersonate Alexco. They used our logo and they approached people on social media trying to solicit investments and trying to offer financing to them in exchange for a fee. So investors have to be very, very about this. We immediately informed the SC about it, and we saw also many other platforms having had the same issue. That's especially fraudsters use social media platforms to create similar looking accounts and then approach people unsolicited. So whenever someone approaches you from a platform and you have no memory of signing up on that platform, this is very important, then it's better not to reply or better to ignore this message, and never transfer money just to some social media account or someone asking you for money from there. This is very, very important, and not just to avoid fraud in general, but also for your own safety, because there will be very little possibilities for legal recourse, and the SC will not be able to help you very much in case you deal with an unregulated platform.
I think with that,
I'll just add on to Andre a little bit. I think it's important for investors to know where to look in the operators or offering that it's available in Malaysia. The way that I remember it easily is that in Malaysia there are practically two websites or references that you can look for. The first one, of course, is Bank Negara Malaysia, or BNM. And how I remember it is that the B in BNM for banks or the bigger financial institutions. And of course, the last one, not forgetting that it's governed under the Securities Commission Malaysia, or SC. And again, how I remember it easily is that the S in SC meant for, say, specialized operators like P2P and ECF. I think that goes a little bit, or give a reference or guidance for investors or financing community in Malaysia to look where to look in terms of the legitimate operators and financial products in Malaysia.
Yeah, the SC website actually lists all 21 operators on their website under digital initiatives, www.sc.com, and you can check out all of those. And if you don't find the name there, probably this platform is not registered.
All right. Okay, just to add on to Andre and Brian, so I would also like to take this opportunity to remind investors to always exercise due diligence when considering investment opportunities, especially those promising extremely high returns with little or no risk. So investors are also encouraged to verify the status of individuals and companies offering investments via SC's website, and of course through the operators as well. So perhaps there's such instance where investors wish to lodge a complaint. Maybe you can tell us a bit more on where can they go to, or is there any avenue for the investors to lodge on your platforms itself? Maybe Brian, you can take this question. Yeah.
Well, in our website, you can always write on to us. We have our customer service email that investors can reach out to us, or our registered WhatsApp number that is always open for investors, issuers, or everyone who sees that there's a potential scam going on.
Yeah, same. Even as I think all of us have a page
Yeah.
on the site for you to do
Correct.
any particular complaint or inquiry, and we have a WhatsApp number too. You can, and in fact, most of the communication is always via WhatsApp.
Okay. All right. I think this discussion has been very insightful, and definitely, most of our attendees could definitely benefit from this. And I think it's time for us to get some questions from our attendees. So let's look at the first question. Okay. All right. So the first question is on whether there's any Islamic notes that investors can invest in. So this was perhaps Brian. Do you have any Islamic notes on your platform? Or maybe you can generally say, how does P2P platform itself provide this kind of notes? Yeah.
Okay, I'll answer the first question first, Darwin. Unfortunately, our website or our platform doesn't offer Islamic investment, not yet. Okay. I think you can refer or you can look into a few available operators outside there. I think they do offer Sharia compliant investment and notes. Yeah, I believe.
But perhaps maybe what you can, maybe what you can share is based on your experience. Like, has there been any demand on these areas as well? Because I think there's of course lately there's been new platforms that come up specifically emphasizing on Sharia compliant issuers and all of that, right? So do you think there's a demand there, and what's the future like for this kind of offerings?
Okay, we have an inquiry from both the issuer side as well as the investor side, asking about Sharia compliant investment note or whether they could invest, or for the issuer side they could actually take a financing on Sharia compliant investment note. Okay, yeah, I think potentially in the past, say recently, I think in the past 6 to 12 months, we have seen like a lot of inquiry in regards to this type of Sharia compliant note. And in fact, there's quite a bit of emphasis in terms of investing into this Sharia compliant investment note, particularly from a lot of angles that I think there's a lot of promotion given as well by the regulators in the past, say recently, in pushing the Sharia investing and Sharia financial product.
Okay. All right. So the next question, I think someone has asked, like, does having good following increases their likelihood of getting funding? Does it have any kind of impact or effect on the issuer's point of view? Perhaps Bikesh, maybe you want to take this.
Yeah, that's a really good point. We find that people that has a good following, partners or customers, it's very powerful how you can use this ECF platform to convert your customers to investors. In fact, for the case that we did a recent raise for Akru, we even saw how their investors became customers after that. So ECF is a powerful tool to kind of have someone to become your ambassador. And once they have a stake in you, the likelihood of them going to compete products is very low. They will be like singing praises of you and selling you all the time. So a very powerful instrument to basically use.
Okay, I think time is almost up. So I'll just quickly wrap up our discussion with some key tips. I think from the discussion that we have had. So when it comes to investing in ECF and P2P platform, firstly know where ECF and P2P stands in your strategic asset allocation, and ensure you do your due diligence on the investment and company that you're investing in. Make sure the platform is registered and approved by the SC, and monitor how your investment is performing. And finally, diversification is key. So I would like to once again thank our fellow panelists for sharing some insightful information on ECF and P2P from both issuer and investor perspective. Thank you once again. Be safe and be well until we meet again. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks,
Thank
everyone.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Cheers.
All right. Hi, everybody. Good morning on this Friday. Welcome to my session where we're going to talk about stock market cycles. Good day to everybody. My name is Seh Siang. I'm the head of retail research here in Malaysia. I've been with CGS CIMB for the last, if you include the section where I was with CIMB, I think it's about 16 years already. So a little bit about me. I started out doing futures. I was in the futures and option side for about 3 years or so before moving on to the equity side. So I started out as an analyst, both doing fundamentals and technical analysis from 2000 until about 2000, from 2000 until 2006. And in 2006, when I joined CIMB, now most of my work is predominantly based on technical analysis. So just a standard disclaimer. This is just the mostly it's just for educational purposes. And if you do have any investment advisors, please check with your own advisors. Thanks. So these are some of the items that we're going to talk about today. We're going to look at how cycles work and what are they, and just a quick go through about cycles. Then we'll talk about the KLCI cycle, the cycle that we see for the KLCI or our Malaysian market. Then we'll just quickly run through a few technical picks for the last quarter and beyond. Then I'll go through some of the valuation and topics from the CGS CIMB fundamental research side. Then after that, we just quickly run through what you can do with all this information. So as I mentioned earlier, I'm predominantly now doing most of my work is all done with technical analysis. I still do a little bit of fundamentals, but they're not much. So most of my work heavily is tilted towards the PA side. So I'm going to talk about cycles. So what are cycles? Cycles are, so as you can see, there's Newton's third law says that for every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. So in markets, how do they work? So a lot of things that most of the times stock goes up, usually it will also come down. So it doesn't go up in one straight line. So it goes up and down and down. So there are cycles that you can find for stocks, for index, for commodities, actually across all securities that you can trade. Okay, so cycles are also can also be found everywhere in nature. So just like sunset and sunrise, you see it every day. You see the water cycle, 4 seasons in a year. In some ways, we can also see the cycles happening as well as the calendar months. Okay, these are the cycles that are very much that's everywhere that you and I see every day. So there are also man-made cycles, just like in music. These cycles are man-made. So the tunes that we play tend to repeat itself. The beats are there to follow. There's also the Olympics and the World Cup, which happen every 4 years, except for last year when COVID hit. So there was a slight adjustment there in the man-made cycles. So, so you know that cycles happen everywhere. But the thing is, in common, what you can see in common in cycles is that they tend to repeat itself. And besides being said, it makes it a little bit more predictable. So in the Malaysian market, there is a 10-year cycle. Everybody talks about a 10-year cycle in the market. So if you go and research and do a little bit of work, you can find, yes, there is a 10-year cycle, but if you want to do it a little bit more precisely, it comes up to about roughly 10.5-year cycle rather than 10 years. So it's not much of a difference. You get a rough idea of how the cycle works for the Malaysian market. Here we see a 10.5-year cycle or 126-month cycle for the KLCI. As you can see, since the inception, this black darkened black line is the 10.5-year or 126-month cycle for the index. So as you can see, the first section of this 10.5-year cycle, we saw a big move up to 540 before it pulled back to 170. And then we saw a sharp sell-off in 1987. So from then, we saw a big move up to 1332 and followed by a fall in 261. So that completes the next cycle. So the third cycle starts about roughly in 1998 to about 2009, and from 2009 to about 2019 or so. So from all these cycles, we know that these are some of the things that we can deduce or know that it's going to happen, right? So you can see from the cycles, we can deduce that every cycle brings about a new all-time high. So let's take a look again. So in each segment of the cycle, you can see there is a new high for the index in every segment of the cycles. Okay, so for the upcoming cycle, which the previous cycle ended roughly in, should have ended in June 2019, but we saw an extension that I think COVID hit, and we saw a sharp sell-off before it started to rebound. So now this upcoming cycle, or this 10.5-year cycle, should see a new high for the KLCI index. So that should bode well for if you're a slightly longer term holder or looking to invest for a slightly longer term period rather than your short 2 to 3 months hold. I think this should be good information for you, because knowing that in the years to come, there will be a new high for the KLCI. Besides that, you can also see at the end or close to the end of each cycle, there is a sharp sell-off, and that sell-off usually ends very close to its this red line, which is the 200-month moving average. Okay, that 200-month is most of the time it will be tested. Well, in 98, it surpassed as well, and 2008, 2009 it tested, and in 2020 it surpassed a little bit before rebounding. So therefore, I mean, so at every end of the cycle, there will be a test, and the extension that we saw at the start of 2020 and the fall then actually hit the 200-month moving average and then rebounded. So that tells us most likely the previous cycle or the previous 126-month cycle has ended, and a new cycle is now underway. And thirdly, besides all this information you can get from the cycles, is that cycles are like very much like a compass, and it's not Waze. So like Waze will tell you 200 meters, you turn left, and then go straight for 1 km, and then you turn right. So it gives you exact direction to get to your destination. So let's say you want to go to Penang. Waze will take you to with the shortest route. However you set Waze to be, but it will take you on the shortest route with the exact roads to take, left and right turns. So it gives you everything very exactly. But cycles are very much like a compass. So it tells you if you want to go Penang, you must walk north. Okay, if you walk south, you will never get to Penang. So it will just give you the right direction where you should be heading, and not the exact way to actually take you there. So let's say if you're gonna hitchhike to Penang, the next car that stops for you that is northbound, you will not know where it will stop you, but it will at least take you closer to your destination or to your goal, which in this case for the index is that there will be a new high sometime over the next few years. So with cycles, you know that you are prepared and you are going to hit new highs for the index, and you should be at least be participating in the market going forward. So we zoom in on so this is the zoom in chart of the previous chart. So if you look at the end of the final segment, or the segment that just passed and the upcoming segment, if you zoom in, this is your zoom in chart. So you can clearly see based on technicals, you're moving a little bit away from the cycles and just look at a little bit of technical analysis. Sorry. So if you look at KLCI, they have a double top pattern. Okay, you saw a double top started sometime in 2011, all the way up to about 2020 or so. During the course of that period, it always held up above this double black line that you see. Roughly is about 1550 to about 1620 or so. Okay, so that has always been the support over the course of about 9 to 10 years. Until the break of COVID, we saw it break down and test the 200 month. After this test, we saw a quick rebound of March 2020 all the way up, but you can see that the index is actually struggling to break out above this previous resistance. So if you look just purely based on technical analysis, it is finding some difficulty trying to break back above this previous double top neckline. Okay, this is what we call a neckline. It's having some difficulty trying to break up, just taking a look from this monthly chart alone. So it could be also, the trouble is, there are huge cycles, which is the 10.5 year cycle, but there are also smaller cycles that you see for the KLCI. We split it into a 42-week cycle, 42-month cycle, the red cycle at the bottom. The green cycle is a 21-month cycle, and the smaller, thinner black cycle is a 10.5-month cycle. So right now, the index could be tracking the 42-month cycle, which is the red cycle at the bottom. So the red cycle here, you can see it's peaking in 2021, and it starts to wind off. So to suggest that there could be some sort of a selling pressure heading into 2022. Okay, so again here, so this downward pressure could be forced onto the market by this 42-month cycle. Okay, so if you look on the smaller chart where this rebound started from 1483, it could be due to the 21-month cycle that is pushing towards the midpoint or towards the end of the year before it comes off again. So potentially you could still see minor rebounds that most likely is going to stall closer to this 1620 resistance towards the end of the year before it starts coming off for the rest of 2022. So looking on the smaller term cycles, there could be pressure coming in 2022 just based on this, based on the shorter term cycles. Okay, so but you do keep in mind that the long term cycle now is on the up. Quickly run through the short-term resistance for remains at 1620, and or at least that's the key resistance. Okay, 1620 will be your key resistance, and 1458 or 1450 roughly would be your 200-month moving average. That will be your immediate support going forward. So if we zoom in again, you can clearly see this head and shoulder form taking place. Okay, the green curves that you see forms the left shoulder. The second curve forms the head, and the current rebound that we see could be forming the right shoulder. Sorry, that would actually sort of complete this head and shoulder pattern. So this head and shoulder reversal pattern could be negative only if the index actually breaks, fall back and breaks below this 1452 and 1483 support. Okay, so once it breaks that, then you probably see more weakness going forward into 2022. So until then, it looks like for now, remains in a very much a sideways trend for the index. You could see swings up and down within this range of close to about 1480 to about 1620 levels, at least for the next few weeks to few months to complete this right shoulder. Okay, so how can this turn out to be the cycle where the longer term cycle takes hold? So when prices actually push above this red line, which is the 200-week moving average, roughly also close to about the 1620 levels. So the key level to watch is 1620. If the index can push past and hold above 1620 for a month or two, then there is a good chance we'll probably see there will be it will actually eliminate this head and shoulder negative pattern and put the index on course for higher prices in 2022. So, but for now, it remains in a sideways trend, and the odds slightly favors the shorter term cycle of 42 months and 21 months cycle that may actually take prices more towards the consolidation side rather than the big bull market that we are looking to find or looking to encounter over our course of the investment horizon over the next 10 years or so. So as you can see here, although it remains, there is some positive, is that the index is they still hold this higher high, higher low for pattern. Okay, until it breaks below this one, it eliminates this higher high, higher low, which is a definition of an uptrend. So if it breaks this and eliminates this, and actually fall below this 1452, 1483 levels, then this uptrend is no longer intact, suggesting that the index will probably go into some sort of a consolidation, prolonged consolidation that will last going into 2020. So the long-term support comes in at roughly about 1330. So if this head and shoulder actually pans out and breaks that 1452 levels, then potentially there is a head and shoulder target of roughly about 1271. That is roughly about 18% lower. If it drops to about the long-term support of 1330, that's roughly another 14% lower. That will only most likely happen if it actually breaks this 1484 to 1452 support levels. So for now, I think QLCI should remain at least in a sideways trend where it will probably swing up and down and continue to chop sideways. This is just a very, very short-term chart of the QLCI. You can clearly see this was done in early week. So this was done the start of the week where the market was actually weaker. But over the past couple of days, we have seen the QLCI actually shoot above its 200-day moving average. That should bode well, at least in the very, very short term. If you're a short-term trader where you're looking out for a 1 week hold or few days to 2 weeks hold, I think the market should be at least right for trading in the very, very short term. So knowing cycles, there are two things that you can actually do. So knowing that the 10.5-year cycle is on the upswing, you know that during the upswing, it will actually lift all boats. Okay, the rising tide or the wave will continue to lift all boats. So whether there are big blues or small caps, if this cycle is if we are right on the cycle, it will continue to lift both big and small caps. Okay, stocks. So it's gonna be a run where all stocks will move and not just the big blues will move, or even the smaller ones or small caps only. Until then, you can see there are some pressures in the shorter term cycles, but overall, most of the stocks will continue to sort of see improvement from the current levels over the course of the next few years down the line. So there are another way to do this. As you know, I'm a TA guy, so because the short-term markets are doing sideways to some sort of consolidation, and we are not fully out of the woods yet. So we prefer to actually keep our exposure low right now and avoid adding too much position. So we still prefer to play defensive, at least in the near term, until breakout above the 1620 levels. Okay, that is just the personal view of mine. It doesn't mean that CGS-CIMB is promoting that view, but this is at least from the retail side, we are slightly playing on still playing on the defensive side rather than going all out into the market right now. So these are some of the top picks based on technicals. Then I will quickly run through the top picks for the fundamental side as well. If you look on the, we like Gamuda, stock code 5398. Gamuda has always been a favorite among funds, but this year it's been a laggard. Okay, year to date is roughly down about 22%. We see the potential reactivation of the MRT3 as a main catalyst for the stock. So in terms of recovery play, this one could be one of the beneficiaries. As well as with the upcoming budget later this month, they could also see some catalyst that could bring the share price higher going forward. Okay, so however, there are some downside risks. If this COVID pandemic continue to delay most of the mega projects, it could be a negative for Gamuda. So for now, the stock is still at or a buy with a target price of 388 based on the fundamental side. So if you zoom in and look at the charts, this is a very long-term chart. Well, 5 to 6 years is long enough for me. It may be short for many people as well. So it depends on your trading horizon. This to me, a 5-year chart is a pretty long chart. You can see since the peak in 2017, it's been consolidating in a very much in a triangle pattern. This triangle pattern appears to be complete at 260. So at 260 is complete, and now with prices trading closer towards the bottom end of this triangle, from a risk to reward basis, I think there is potential for Gamuda to actually continue on the upside. Even though right now you can see it's trading below most of its weekly moving averages, so that is one short-term negative. But from a risk to reward basis, as long as this stock doesn't fall back below 260 over the course towards 2022, I think there is room for it to actually improve in terms of its share price. So you're clearly, this is a clear stop loss. If it breaks 260, you should get out. That would suggest the consolidation is likely going to continue for a while longer. But for now, it's holding steady above 260 and also the triangle, the green triangle support trend line. So as long as it's going to stay above those two levels, I think from a risk to reward side, I think there is upside potential. So the 388 fundamental target is roughly the top end of the triangle, which is the green line on the top end. So there are further slightly a bit more resistance at about the $4 to $4.24 levels. But if those are taken out, I think there is a good chance over the course of the next, this would most likely be a few months to few years sort of target. There may be a retest of the $5 levels if it doesn't break below the 260. We also like Tongguan. Stock code is 7034. Well, Tongguan did admit that their expansion plans face some difficulties. I think it's not just Tongguan. I think it's across the board. A lot of people would face a lot of difficulties because of this the current pandemic. So they did mention that they had some difficulties in foreign workers in Malaysia, as well as the closure of their borders in Myanmar, which actually stopped their construction of the new plant. So one thing good about Tongguan is that they have actually found a so-called blue ocean product. Okay, it's called the nano stretch films. These films are actually thinner than the conventional stretch films. They are riding on the developed markets where rising demand for premium and so-called environmentally friendly stretch films, as well as the pickup in the e-commerce that we see because of the pandemic. So this is a plus point for Tongguan, with the stock now doing almost at full capacity. Any expansion of their new plants would actually be beneficial for Tongguan going forward. So we still have an ad call for Dongguan, mostly for its growth outlook at the target price of 378. So there are some downside risks, which is that the delays or the extension of the current pandemic may actually delay this capacity expansion for Dongguan. So from a chart perspective, you can see Dongguan also traded very much sideways since 2016 up to about 2020 before this sideways move was in a range of $1 to $2. Since then, since the mid of 2020, it broke out of this range and hit a high of 330 before pulling back to the $2 levels where it found support. What was previously resistance now is acting as support. So since that 193 low in this year, the stock has actually formed higher highs, higher lows. That is actually the definition of an uptrend. So potentially this could be the start of a new uptrend for Dongguan. So in terms of trading, for the slightly longer term, your stock may be placed below 239, but long term, as long as it doesn't fall back below the $2 line or the 200 week moving average, which is about 196, as long as it doesn't fall back below those levels, the very long-term view for Dongguan should still be up, given that the recent pullback has actually found support at the $2 levels. So your $2 levels will be key level, a very, very key level for Dongguan. So you can see there's not much resistance on the upside except for 330. So there is a lot of room for Dongguan based on its chart to actually push higher. Okay, so as you can see, all its moving average are also still rising. That also implies that the uptrend since 2020 is very much still in. We also like Wellcome. Okay, Wellcome. The stock code is a 7231. We like it because of the recovery in the global economy has seen Wellcome's products being sought after by customers from the US and Asia. However, there is also Wellcome were needed to actually adjust their efficiency and control their cost better because there was some rise in raw material prices across the board. So sorry, there is a short negative for Wellcome, but nonetheless, we have an ad call for Wellcome with a target price of 122. Like I said here, we like Wellcome because of its defensive demand for industrial hoses. It also has a strong, robust, strong balance sheet. Okay, that comes in about net cash of roughly about 16 million or so. And also, what is most attractive to me which is the dividend yields of roughly about 5.7 to about 7.5% expected dividend yields. Okay, of about 5.7 to 7.5%. Going forward over the next couple of years. So there are, again, the re-rating catalysts or the plus points, stronger than expected demands for industrial hoses. But there are downside risks, again, because of weaker than expected export and local demand, as well as the strong price competition locally. If you look on the chart side, this stock has yet to break up. Since the sharp fall in 2020, prices have recovered pretty fast. Okay, it's now back above this double band that held the support over the course from 2015 to 2019. Now it's back above that level, but it remained below the thick black line, which is the resistant trend line that comes across from the high of 150 all the way down. Now roughly is about 115 or so. So it's now caught in a range between 96 and about 115, 120. So we think that at least this is, from a chart wise, this is a pretty good level to get in, or at least participate in the potential breakout of Wellcome above this 115, 120 level. Here, because from a risk to reward basis, your stop should be placed marginally below the 96 levels. So if it drops below 96, then you should at least get out first. And for those who actually want to wait for the breakout above 115, 120 would suggest that the uptrend, at least the consolidation from the 2016 high is completed, and a new uptrend or is now surging to new highs. It's possible for Wellcore on a breakout above 115, 120. Again, if you look to buy on the breakout, your stop should be kept below the 96 levels. So these are the picks on the fundamental side. So we just quickly run through. I'll quickly just run through the slides. Gamuda is again one of the three picks. Again, this MRT, as I mentioned, MRT3 remains the key catalyst. We also like Inari for its potential M&A play and stronger RF chip demand globally, and as well as potential new customer wins. We also like Public Bank as our top pick for Malaysian banks because we believe in its defensive qualities. Okay, the top picks also includes MMB, DKSH, AITA, HSS Engineers, Hapseng Plant, DIY, MSM, Genting Plant, Petronas Chem, and Lotte Chemicals. So you can see there is a skew towards stocks. We believe that we'll see stronger earnings because of the relaxation of the MCO, as well as strong commodity prices. So for now, we maintain our KRCI year-end target of 169. And our view is that investors are most likely going to position into recovery stocks in the fourth quarter if they have not already done so in September. So these are just the three picks and why, the reasons why we actually picked them. Probably will not run through all of them, but you can actually find them. If you're a client of ours or client of CGS CIMB, you can actually find all these items in the strategy reports on iTrade. Okay, so if you do miss all this and you want to find out more, be a client of ours, it's all on the strategy reports that are listed all on iTrade. So these are some of the key picks from the big cap to mid cap sides. The one highlighted in blue is our top picks that I mentioned earlier. The rest are our picks that are buy calls for the rest of the year and going forward as well. So I'll leave this here for a second. You can take a picture of it if you're not a client of ours. And as I mentioned earlier, all these tables and stocks picks are all in the strategy reports on iTrade. These are the smaller cap picks across here. I think we have roughly about slightly less than 20, but these are some of the small cap picks that we like. That we think that has got potential to actually outperform the market over the course of the year or so. Okay, now that I've gone through our picks based on technicals as well as on the fundamental side, there is a need to actually have a plan, right? So you already know, or at least I have shown you the cycles of our market. So you can actually now plan your trade, and then after you plan the trade, then trade that plan of yours. Okay. So if you're an investor, what can you do? So to me, investors is someone who has an investment horizon of 12 months or more. So he or she looks further down the road and sort of like ignores the shorter term noise in the market and see the swings in the market is not so important to the longer term investor. So with the information that the cycles that I mentioned earlier can give you, especially the 10.5-year cycle, what can you do? As an investor, you can actually start to look to accumulate fundamentally strong stocks. Okay, so if you don't know what are fundamentally strong stocks, you can take a look from the list that I've shown earlier. You can pick some of those. Again, do not just pick one and put everything into one. Look to diversify a little bit. A portfolio of roughly 10 stocks would be should be diversified enough for a retail participant. So again, so you look, any weakness should provide if you see weakness in the share price that are fundamentally strong, I think it's actually a good time to start accumulating them. But however, again, this number 2 is slightly more extreme especially for more for the pros, or at least those who have got more experience in the market. If you see a strong run in the market, you should look to take some profit off the tables with the intention of buying back later at a lower price. Okay, that again, I have to stress, number 2 is mostly for someone who has experience in the market and not someone who is just starting out. So if you're just starting out and looking to look for stocks and hold, or for the slightly longer term, the cycle actually, the current cycle should bode well for you going forward over the next 5 to 7 years down the line. So if you're a trader, if you're a short-term trader who like me looks at some slightly shorter term moves, so again here I just split trader into 3 types, which is the short, medium, and long-term traders. So they tend to trade more of a towards the swing side if you're a medium to long trader, and more of a scalp side if you're on a short-term trader. So with the information of cycles, what can you do? Well, you still need to incorporate a little bit of your TA and hopefully allow you to reap the benefits of the cycle that will move all stocks. So firstly, you want to be trading stocks that are on an uptrend. Okay, so how do you define a trend? You can easily use a moving average. So if you want to use a 200-day moving average, as long as the stock is trading above the 200-day moving average, it tells you that the stock is in an uptrend. Okay, there are of course circumstances that trading above 200 doesn't mean anything, but yeah, so it's just a quick and easy way to define whether the stock is in an uptrend or not. It has to be trading above its 200-day moving average, and preferably the moving average or the 200-day moving average is rising and it's not flat. Okay, so you want to be trading stocks that are on an uptrend. Secondly, you need to have an index filter or a regime filter. So we here in Malaysia, we can use the KLCI as a guide. Yeah, as long as the KLCI is in an uptrend. Again, when the KLCI is in an uptrend, you can use moving averages. You can use a 50-day moving average for KLCI, a 200-day moving average for KLCI. So if the index is also up, that will most likely also increase the chances of your stock also outperforming its compatriots. Okay, so there is a good chance of you getting the outcome that you're looking for if both the stock is also on an uptrend and also the index is also on an uptrend. So besides that, you could also you already know what sort of stocks to buy. So you need again, like I mentioned earlier, need to build a basket of stocks and never just buy one stock. Okay, diversify should be the best way for you to actually to eliminate most risk, at least in the stock market. Although it will never be zero risk, there will be risk in everything you do. So at least by diversifying, you will actually reduce the risk. Okay. So with that, by building a basket of stocks, how much should I buy each? Easily, if you're trading, you have an account of 100,000, just split them up into 10 portions of 10,000 each. So you buy each stock at 10,000 worth of shares for each. So that will actually just give you a simple way to actually position size your portfolio. But of course, there are many ways to do this. There are volatility based, there are time based. So again, all these things, once you're more experienced, then you will probably be able to adjust once you go forward. So besides those, you also need to keep records of your buys and sell. Why did you buy? And review them over a course of maybe say every quarter. Go through your stocks. Why did you buy them? what was the mistakes I made, and try to eliminate these mistakes as you go forward. So these are some of the things you can do as traders. So with the cycles I mentioned earlier, you can use your moving averages and the stock index filter to actually help you in picking the right stocks, at least for the short term. So that would actually end my presentation, but just quickly run through what we have in CGS. I mean, every day we have a product called Transporter. In Transporter, we cover stock picks. Okay, we cover the index, the outlook for the index, as well as 2 stock picks in Malaysia. They can be buy calls, they can be sell calls, but we have been keeping buy calls for now and at this point in time. We also cover different regions. We also cover Singapore, Hong Kong, US. So there will be stock picks every day. Although it will be one each for the other countries. Only Malaysia has got 2 stock picks a day. And these picks tend to be more skewed towards the trading side. That could take you from 2 weeks to 2 months. Okay. So that is more, if you're looking for fundamental views, we would also have fundamentals reports as well that we pick out from our institutional side. We can also find it on Transporter as well. So be a client of ours and you can make full use of the information that you can find from Transporter every day. And you can find it on iTrade before market open every day. So I think that it actually ends my presentation for today. I do hope there are some questions that I will answer. I can take your answer right now. So there is a question on, given that the pandemic, how do you perceive the investment cycle in the coming months and years? Okay, as you can see from the cycles itself, at the end of every 10.5-year cycle, let me just go back to the chart top end. See, at the end of all cycles, you find that the market or market sentiment is usually very negative. Okay, at the end of 87, there was the Black Monday crash. At the end of 98, 97, 98, we were in the Asian financial crisis, in the global GFC as well in 2008, 2009. So at the end, where we see the pandemic, when this could potentially be the negative that is actually sort of like the negative or the weakest part of the market. So the pandemic is most likely it, and from then on, things should start to improve as the cycle starts to push higher. So things start to improve. It will still be negative over the course of the year or two, but if you're looking out, you are sort of like discounting the fact that this pandemic is already here and the companies are already readjusting to this negative pandemic. I think the cycle should remain. I think the cycle should continue at least over the course of the next 10.5-year cycle. We should actually see a new high for the index. If that is so, I think most stocks will continue to rise over the course of the next few years. I think that should actually complete my section. I don't see any more questions that are coming through. So I guess that's all I have to share with you today. I guess with the information that I've shared with you earlier, so I hope you can actually be well prepared. Cycle gives you a good predictive tool that you can actually use for you to actually prepare for the good and bad times. As you can see, the current pandemic is the bad time, and at every end of the cycle is usually bad, and that is usually the best time to actually start investing for the slightly longer. So with that, I'll end my presentation today. Thank you very much, and good luck and all the best.
Ladies and gentlemen, hi, my name is Rajan Devadasan, and thank you so much for joining us for this panel discussion on how we may actually try and remain as resilient as possible during this COVID-19 pandemic. You know, it's a topic that is actually relevant to all of us. This global crisis has actually dragged on for far longer than any of us anticipated back in March 2020, when our country, Malaysia, and pretty much the entire world entered a panicked pandemic prison. This afternoon, we have with us three financial experts to help us come to grips with what we can continue to do now more than a year and a half into this truly, truly awful GVC, or Great Virus Crisis. Our panelists today are Muhammad Khairul Daim Ahmad Shamsuri, more commonly known as Daim. Daim is a member of the National Council of the MFPC, or Malaysian Financial Planning Council. He's currently the Associate Director, Sharia, Legal and Secretarial at AIA Public Takaful Berhad. Now, Daim tells me that he is passionate about developing the Islamic finance space with specific emphasis on how a good takaful solution may actually help society. On a far more personal note, Daim enjoys reading in his free time. He tells me that even when he can't find time to do so, to read, he will actually hoard his books. He also supports Manchester United, but having a young family, he would prefer to spend match day playing with his 3 children rather than watching, say, Cristiano Ronaldo scoring lots of goals. So, Daim, thank you for being here. Our second panelist is Pang Kayu. Pang Kayu is the Vice President of External Relations and Publicity for the MFPC, again, the Malaysian Financial Planning Council. He's also the co-founder and group executive director of Harveston Financial Group and focuses on private client wealth management services. Pang is a self-proclaimed universal football fan, and this means that he passionately supports football beyond all national boundaries. And Pang, thank you for being here. And then we move on to my friend, Rafiq Hidayat Muhammad Ramli. Rafiq is the Vice President of FPAM, or the Financial Planning Association of Malaysia. He's also a practicing licensed financial planner and the Managing Director of Wealth Vantage Advisory Sdn Bhd. Now, when Rafiq isn't working, which I believe is actually not all that often because he is widely perceived as a reluctant workaholic, Rafiq loves to take off traveling around the world, visiting new places and learning about other cultures. Now, before we start chatting, please note that we have a couple of very firm time markers. It's now, based on my time, 2:33, 2:34. Thank you for joining us right at the beginning. And I think as a reward for those who are actually here on time, if you heed what I'm about to tell you, you will actually, I think, benefit. So make a note of this if you're going to be taking down notes. At 3:10, we will attempt to actually stop the conversation and begin to take questions from the audience. And I'll give you instructions on how to do that in a moment, how to put forth your questions. And then that'll run from about 3:10 to maybe 3:23, 3:24. At 3:25, we will end, but there'll actually be a pop quiz. Now, I got to admit, the questions are very, very, very simple. But I would suggest that anytime any of the participants or I actually slow down and emphasize things, we're actually helping you. So make a note of these things. It'll make it easier. So it's only really for those who are here right at the very beginning. So we'll have the pop quiz, and I have some very basic instructions for ways for you to put this through. Okay, now some of you are actually joining us on FB Live and YouTube, and we welcome you. However, only those who are following the session from the official website. The official website is www.isf, as in InvestSmart, isf2021.my. I'll say it one more time. www.isf2020.my. Only those who are at that site will be able to pose questions and to participate in the pop quiz. So if you are on FB Live or YouTube, if you've got a second device, just get onto isf2020.my, register there so it'll be easier for you to do your stuff. Now, when the session ends, my recommendation is this. Please click on the bottom right-hand corner to participate in the pop quiz. That'll be round about 3:25 or so. Well before that, well before 3:10, as we speak and as you think of questions, please click on the bottom left corner of the screen to pose your questions. Okay, let's get down to some work. We're going to dive straight into our major discussion today: how to remain resilient during this COVID-19 pandemic. Okay, this thing has been going on for such a long time. I obviously don't need to say very much about it. All of us recognize that COVID-19 has changed the way that we live. Now, though, as we move away from semi-isolation to a semblance of normalcy, we all need to make major readjustments. Between now and about 3:10 or so, we're going to be diving into questions that we've jointly prepared. And for the very first one, Pang, I'm going to give you advance warning, okay? For the very first question, which is actually a double barrel question, very long, I'm going to read that double barrel bit, both parts, and then Pang, I'm going to come back to you and I'm going to give the first question so you can dive in, give us your answers there. I'll invite the participants, the other panelists, to also do the same, and then we'll move to the second part. But just to give you a sense, ladies and gentlemen, of how we're going to be dealing with this, this is our first extremely long double barrel question. What should people pay attention to in terms of lifestyle enhancements, personal hygiene norms, and even mental exercises to better deal with the changes we'll have to cope with in the coming months as Malaysia attempts once again to reopen its economy and eventually its borders? So Pang, pay attention. That's the first bit I'd like you to answer. The second part of this question is, our global pandemic has laid bare the rather dismal levels of financial literacy in Malaysia and worldwide. And frankly, this is true both for regular people and inept politicians around the world. So for each of you, I'm giving you advance notice here, what does each of you think are the top two, only give two because we don't have all that much time, the top two personal finance lessons and skills that people need in the decades ahead to improve their financial lives and to better deal with the inevitable crises that will arise in the 2030s, the 2040s, and the 2050s. So that's a lot of stuff. I'm going to go back to the first part. I'm just going to repeat that for those who are joining us. We'll have Pang answer that question, and then I'm going to invite Daim and then Rafiq. So Pang, what should people pay attention to in terms of lifestyle enhancements, personal hygiene norms, and mental exercises to better deal with the changes we'll have to cope with in the coming months as Malaysia attempts to reopen its economy and eventually its borders?
Thank you, Rajan. Thank you, fellow panelists. Thank you, InvestSmart, for giving a chance to MFPC, to share our thoughts and view. I think I got to congratulate everyone, whoever they're able to attend the session. Together with all of us, we look very healthy. The healthiness is come with price. I think we can declare a little victory, but not the end yet. So we managed to overcome so-called the catastrophic event in the humankind after the Second World War. I think this is bizarre. I think we are coping up with the from the pandemic to endemic. Now the endemic means we are talking about things are more normalized. The word normalized means what? We want to be back to the normal lifestyle. I think the key words that we want to uphold later on, probably the closing, I want to stress very strongly. We need a lot of positivity, staying positive among all of us, include the community, everyone over the world, And in order to do that, we need to actually balance between life and livelihood. Because when you look at the COVID resilient index ranking, I think at one point we are at the lowest at 53. Last few weeks, thank God, we are climbing up because of the vaccinations and all. That shows that all the initiative is bearing fruits. I think what we need is the cohesive action and awareness and understanding from everyone of us, right? And even the frontliner. And by the way, we got to respect and thankfully for all the contribution from the frontliner that contribute. So to cut the long story short, I would say we actually probably under-expected whatever things that it happens, and come to today environment. I think the number one is it's got to do with what? When we go out, I think the hygiene protocol, the SOP protocol is paramount. All right. And of course, when we want to travel from one point to another, I think our good friend is my Sejatra, like it or not. We got to actually do a bit of homework and find out how many cases, the destinations that we're going to be, encounter, how we're going to actually get ourselves prepared. And most important thing is review our healthcare protection for ourselves and family. I think this is paramount. And the last part is, of course, this is a health crisis. Boosting our immune system is our ultimate goal. I think this is a few points that I think is so important to keep ourselves in the normality, the new normality that we're going to see face. Over to you, Rajan.
Thank you, Pam. Thank you very much. Very briefly, Daim and then Rafiq, just riffing off what Pang said, what do you think are the key things that people need to pay attention to right now as we try and move toward normalcy? Daim?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Moderator, Rajan, fellow panelists, Rafiq and also Pang. Credit to the event organizer, Securities Commission Malaysia, for organizing InvestSmart Virtual Fest 2021. And also to those audience tuning in from YouTube, Facebook, the official channel, hopefully the session will give you some insights in terms of how we can remain resilient during this COVID-19 pandemic. Back to the question from Rajan, my take on this is we don't let our guard loose. Don't let our guard down. Yes, while we are facing away from the pandemic to endemic, celebrating the little bit of victory, we must remain caution in terms of how we live our everyday life. Be it in terms of how we want to, the way we socialize, how we are living our professional life, or eventually how we are managing ourselves financially. So my take to the first barrel of the questions, Rajan, looking at the events that we have seen in the past 1 year or so, since March 2020, I think my take, the first take that I want to share with the audience today is in relation to how we must be able to stay focused on what we need to face, and secondly is in terms of to break the bubble or to break the taboo. You know, we have this Malaysian culture. We used to be in our own bubble, our own cluster. When we face with uncertainty, problems, issues, my advice is seek help, reach out, whether you are in financial trouble, whether you are facing some uncertainty in terms of your health, or you are facing uncertainty in terms of your professional life. So it's really important for you to be able to reach out, seek out help from the professionals, from whoever that is surrounds you, and get help, get advice, and eventually and hopefully that everyone would be able to break through from whatever difficulty, whatever hardness that you are facing. That's the one point on that. So in relation to the second barrel of the question, Rajan, in relation to what are the personal finance lessons, probably I just
Daim, let me just pause you there. Basically, we'll come back to that. I want to just clear all of the first part, otherwise people will have trouble tracking. But thank you, it's very well done. I really loved what you said about making sure that we go beyond our normal, I guess, social bubble and reach out and ask for help. And I think that's actually a key takeaway. It's actually easier said than done. We actually expect, I would imagine hundreds, if not thousands of people to actually be watching this, paying attention. And we hope that the people who truly do need help will actually go out and seek it. One of the key takeaways, I'm emphasizing this, so for those of you who heard my announcement at the beginning, you'll know why. One of the key takeaways here is that to deal not just with this crisis, but also with the crises to come. And whether they come every 5 years or every 10 years, we know for a fact they will come. That's number one. Number two, we also know they will come from a direction that we at this juncture simply cannot predict. Every single crisis is different. But what you want to do is to make sure that you have a holistic financial plan in place. In my own practice, when I talk to my clients, I always say that if you want to put the various things together, you've got to take care of wealth protection, you've got to take care of wealth accumulation, you've got to take care of wealth distribution. So do what you can to close off the cracks and begin to build a complete plan. So thank you very much, Daim. Rafiq, over to you. What should people pay attention to as we make the transition?
Okay, So thanks, Rajan, and thanks to the panelists. There's always a benefit of being the third one in the panel, because most of the points has been raised by my esteemed fellow panelists. So usually I can just say, okay, I agree with them, then add on one or two points. But at the same time, I would like to thank InvestSmart and SC for inviting us to be part of this. And I hope, similar to my panelists, that this would be a fruitful session for everyone. Okay, so I think, like I said, I'm not going to touch much on the first part, because I think most of it has been either said by Pang, Daim, or Rajan. But what I actually agree with what Daim is saying, like, okay, so it's more towards people going and talking to each other, communicating with each other, asking each other like how they're doing and things like that, especially on the mental side, because this particular crisis has shown that partly because all of us were isolated. So we were in our own house, small communities and everything. And from what I've seen, once the government allowed us to go out to social, like people were just like jumping out, like, okay, we need to go out. So then goes back to what Pang was saying with regards to taking care of our SOPs. It's okay to social because it's good for your mental well-being. Okay, it's good for your mental well-being, but please make sure that you take care of your SOPs. Okay, so okay, like I said, Rajan said, I like to travel. Okay, so I am taking the opportunity to travel. Actually, I'm actually traveling tomorrow to Langkawi. But instead of staying at the hotel where I have to spend time with all the other guests and everything, we chose to stay in an Airbnb where we're just our whole family. So we still get to travel, but at the same time, we manage the SOP accordingly. Okay, so that would be my answer to question one. So do it in moderation and take care of yourself. So kita jaga kita lah.
Good. Thank you, Rafiq. Okay, now to each of you again, and we'll do it in the same cycle. We'll do Pang, Daim, and then Rafiq. But we're going to actually do this in very quick bullet points because we have a lot to do, and I want to end our portion at 3:10 so that we can actually hear from the audience. So for each of you, your 2 points don't take more than 30 seconds in total, not each point, but in total. And this is the question. The global pandemic has laid bare the rather dismal levels of financial literacy in Malaysia and worldwide among regular people, and quite frankly, around the vast population of inept politicians that we have. What do you two think, or what do you three think are the top 2 personal finance lessons and skills that people will need in the decades ahead to get through this crisis and to deal with the crises that we know for a fact will hit us in the 2030s, in the 2040s, and in the 2050s? Pang, over to you. Very quickly, 2 points.
Okay, I think what we have gathered from the ground, from the associations and the feedback, the Malaysian is underestimate this crisis. They thought it's a short one, but it is a very draggy, and God only know when this will end. Probably 2 years and 3 years later. So if you don't build up a good habit in terms of your cash flow management. I think this is the number one issue that we're always looking out on expenses, never talk about saving. If you spend first before you save, and that's where we left very little as a reserve. I think this is the lesson that we got to be learned for ourselves. And number 2 part is, I think after this crisis, everybody realized that what are the things that we cannot live without is our life and our family member. And go on that priority to cascade down what are the must needs based kind of expenses that we got to do our budgeting in the well way. I think I well within the 30 minutes, right?
30 seconds. Okay.
30 seconds, sorry.
Thank you. So basically, it boils down to cash flow management, which actually you can really begin to take care of if you have a budget. And I think all of us would recommend that your budget be written down, not just something that's stuck in your head. So thank you very much, Pang. Daim, over to you. 2 very quick points.
My take on this, firstly, is in relation to how we manage our life priorities financially. Yeah. So we must know what are our priorities, what we must have, what we can live without, or what actually is just embellishment. Actually, it's just a reward to ourselves. So get to know what are our life priorities. As events change, our priorities change. That's the first point. And secondly, I would like to take this in relation to we talk about emergency buffer, cash flow and whatnot. But I would love to also see how individual surplus would be pulled together, the surplus, the wealth that the people have in there would be pulled together to help those in need, whether through an official platform or an unofficial platform. Because I think towards the end, we see this a lot during the pandemic, and I would love to see that how we can take it further, taking the lesson that what we have gone through in 2020 and also 2021.
Thank you very much. Okay, so basically priorities tying in with what Pang said about needs and wants. These things constantly change, but the needs are fairly basic. And then many of us, in general, the crisis has basically made the whole world poorer. But many of us here have been very fortunate and we continue to maintain surpluses. And it would make sense, I think, for us to actually do a line item budget and say, basically, for my surpluses, I can actually help some people. If you remember the White Flag Initiative, I thought that was fantastic. And my level of respect or lack of respect for the politicians who actually hit out against the white flag, that was just, I think, completely unconscionable. So for the people on the ground who decided, forget about the leaders, we're going to take care of things ourselves. Malaysians taking care of Malaysians, I think, is a much better option. Very good. Rafiq, over to you, 2 things.
Okay. So taking what the other 2 panelists have said, I think one of the financial lessons, or because you're talking about financial literacy in general, because we've been bounded for the past 18 months. So our main mode of communication is social media. So you can see actually a lot of so-called new financial gurus, sifus, etc. coming out of the woodwork. Okay, so the first advice I want to give is basically have some understanding who these people are and why they're giving out those information to you, why they're giving out those advice to you, what's in it for them. So that is what you need to question. That's what you need to question. But I would actually like to applaud SC, because SC has also been active in terms of going after these people. So if you notice, like the update to the watch list has been done more often in the past 18 months compared to before. So I would actually like to applaud that. Okay, so the second part is it's been touched. So you talk about cash flow, you talk about recording and everything. So one thing, whether we like it or not, a lot of us have noticed, which is important, is emergency funding. Okay, so be it your individual family member or your business, those that had emergency funding would be more resilient than those that didn't. Although, like, even if let's say you say, okay, I had 6 months emergency funding, but the whole thing was 18 months. So, but you would have lasted longer. You would have lasted longer compared to somebody who didn't have. Okay, back to you,
Thank you. Thank you, Rafiq. And actually, you've segued very nicely into the second question, which was from an advisory perspective. And this one, I think I will only address to Rafiq, who's already answered half of it, and then to Pang. From an advisory perspective, what are your essential guidelines with regard to your cushion account, your reserve account, or what we tend to call the EBF, the Emergency Buffer Fund? What are your guidelines, Rafiq?
Okay, so for me, if you are a salary earner, I would recommend at least to have 6 months of your monthly expenses being put aside in emergency funding. Okay, if you are an entrepreneur or somebody who works in the gig economy, or you're a businessman that has a business on the side, so I would suggest to at least have 12 months because your income is not fixed. So you need to take care of it.
So you're using 6-12. Okay, cool. Pang, over to you. What are your guidelines to your clients?
Yeah, I totally agree with what Rafiq has said. Six months for, I think this is the prudent personal finance and all. And for business owner, of course, 12 months and above. And of course, too much will be idle. That probably as an opportunity funding and all. But what I like to stress, one more point is like, we have to look at our creditworthiness profile, because in due time, in the crisis period, when you exhausted your own liquidity or rather your own asset that able to convert into cash, right? That's where it tested your personal profiling and all your credit profiling, whether you can actually within short period of time to go to the bank or to actually get extended sort of loan, personal loan, or even any form of financial assistance in a short period of time to ease off our burden. So I think maintaining a good credit profiling is paramount in our own personal finance. Yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. I'm going to move fairly quickly because we now have exactly 13 minutes to cover what I would like to do, which is basically another 5 questions. How we're going to do that, I'm not sure, but we're just going to do bullet stuff. And then hopefully we will get our audience members to become invested in what we're talking about, and they will ask us questions of direct relevance to them. I think this one, Rafiq, Pang, Daim, any of you can just jump in, but answer very quickly, maybe 2 or 3 lines and that's it. Would each of you be kind enough and frankly transparent enough to share with us real-life anecdotes drawn from your individual professional practices or your companies on how financial planning principles, how guidelines have been of use to your clients or to your customers facing financial difficulties through, let's say, outright business failures, job losses, and more commonly, drops in income? Rafiq, would you like to go first?
Okay, thanks, Arjun, for the question. Okay, so actually, I have 2 parts. I'm just going to answer it real quick. So earlier in the pandemic last year, so the hardest hit sector was travel and tourism. So I actually had 3 clients who lost their income, lost their job, lost their income because the industry wasn't doing well at all. So, and they were let go from their jobs. Okay. However, when they lost their job, they came to me. We checked their financial situation. It was actually not bad because they've already planned it properly. So they had emergency funding. They had other wealth that was put aside for other goals and everything. So they could have lasted as long as they wanted to, even without a job. So this then added on with my previous experience as a HR consultant. So I advised them, so you can go out, get your job, go interviews and everything. And when they give you an offer, you come and discuss with me. You come and discuss with me because I said, if they lowball you, you can basically just tell them, okay, take it. I don't want the offer because it wasn't my fault that I lose my job. Normally, in a normal situation, you wouldn't see somebody like me in the market. It's not my fault that because of the pandemic, my industry wasn't doing well and I had to be laid off. And end result, all of them actually had similar or better job offers compared to what they had before they were laid off. Okay,
that's very cool. And it really shows the value of advice. So I think, Rafiq, what we'll do is we'll stop there. For Pang and Daim, remember that question, but I want to actually merge that with another one that I've got. And this ties in. I'm going to be talking a little bit about Charles Darwin and evolution. So hear me out and then riff off what I'm actually going to say. It's very clear, given the spike in suicides, that it's been very, very difficult for all of us. And some people basically are really hurting. So resilience is needed for long-term survival. In a very, very different context, that means not financial context, there is a very common Charles Darwin quotation that is actually, when I did the research, is actually a misquotation because he never said that. Apparently, it was actually a paraphrase by a professor named Leon Megginson in a 1963 article. But let me read that quote to you. According to Darwin's Origin of Species, it is not the most intellectual of the species that survives. It is not the strongest that survives, but the species that survives is the one that is able to best adapt and adjust to the changing environment in which it finds itself. So you can tell the 2 questions are actually linked. Our advice, collective advice, 3 panelists and myself, is to prepare, I'm emphasizing this, to prepare for the crises to come, do establish a holistic financial plan. So Rafiq, thank you for your answer. Pang and Daim, anything that you would like to share in this context, how you've been able to help and real examples, just very quickly, maybe 30 seconds each.
Yeah, perhaps I just started first because I've been dealing with some of the business owner market, especially some of the Chinese business owner market, second generation inherited some manufacturing in food processing and all. So they actually very much depend on the middleman to distribute to the restaurant and mini market and whatnot, because the value chain has has cut off, so and with a mountain of debts and things like that. So the model here is, the idea here is they need to transform. So with the digitization, I think they able to actually get connected to the e-hailing services and whatnot, and in fact they're able to actually market through the Facebook and whatnot, and to revive some of their business, may not be fully. So I think this is some of the area that we need to adapt into a new normality. I know moving forward, especially for business owner, I think this is very important. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Dime?
That's beautiful. Actually, change is constant in life. So coming from insurance and so takaful background industry, right? Where as an industry, we pivot, we look back at the strategy, what are the needs of the people out there. So we have seen the industry offering additional coverage, additional protection to their customer, allocating certain amount of money to help the customers. That is so I see the beauty in terms of how the industry face and help the customers out there. And secondly, the pivot and also re-strategize in terms of how we approach our intermediary. We have helped people out there who has lose their job, and of course there are options doing gig economy and whatnot, but there are also opportunity to join in the financial services, become a financial intermediary, earn a reasonable income, at least for them to go through or to weather the pandemic. So I think that's the two sharing that I want to share with everyone.
Yeah, thank you, Dime. Actually, what you said is very, very interesting. And I know that when we did our preliminary sessions, I was trying to get clarification. So just for the benefit of those who are watching, those who are listening, you're basically saying that lots of people have lost their jobs and they need to figure out what needs to be done. And the financial services industry has the capacity to actually help both sides. The consumers, those who have actually built up savings, those who have built up investments, those who have cash value in their insurance. And during a crisis, they actually have something that they can fall back on. That's part of the solution. And the other part that you're also referring to, Dime, is no job, what to do. And I think you didn't mention this here, but we did talk about it during our preliminary discussions. You were talking about pilots who have lost their jobs and then became insurance agents. I remember you said that. And my own practice, I have actually pilots both in the country and outside, and they have been hammered. The external aviation market has actually picked up much better, mainly because the developed world has said enough is enough. We've got the medical facilities. We just have to live with COVID and people have to start flying again. So both in terms of aviation as well as oil and gas, there seems to be a massive pickup because there's a sudden shortage. I have actually received a question. So thank you. We're actually officially going to stop only at 3:10 for that question. But the question that was asked is actually one of our official questions. So I'm going to reserve that time. We can discuss that later because it fits in very well. So we have got a bit of breathing space. And I think this will be very, very helpful to many people. So each of you, hear me out. Again, it's a fairly lengthy question, but it's very, very important because it has to do with retirement. And just to give you a heads up, Daim, I would like to hear your answer first, and then Pang, and then Rafiq. Okay. Through just the ICINA withdrawal program, more than 6 million EPF contributors have withdrawn more than 50 billion. In fact, I think it's more than 60 billion ringgit from that very, very well-run statutory funding body earlier this year. I actually had to do some business I'm based in Seremban. I had to do some business in the Seremban EPF office, and I got to take my hat off. They were super polite. They were very careful. The police were there for SOPs, went in very clean, very clear, very friendly, very fast. So EPF is doing a great job. But when you have a situation where through ICINAR, it's conceivable that by this month, October 2021, we may have maybe 2 million people with only about 100 ringgit left in account one. We have a situation. And so I think I would like us, each of you, to spend a bit of time on the retirement crisis that we are facing. Now, I'm underscoring this. I want you to pay very close attention. When it comes to retirement on a global basis, the greatest challenge that people face is, for those of you taking notes, write this down. The greatest challenge is longevity risk. So beware and be aware. Beware of longevity risk. Be aware of longevity risk. The bottom line is we might, with a very high probability, outlive our retirement funds. And when we have a situation where EPF funds have been massively depleted, 50, 60 billion just in one program, this is my question to each of you. And I don't want you to rush this. I want each of you to take maybe about a minute and a half on this. Clearly, our country faces a staggering current and future retirement funding crisis. What advice would each of you give to help our viewers improve their future financial well-being? And for those who did take their money out, maybe through ICNR, how can they rectify that situation over the next 3 to 5 years to rehabilitate their weakened retirement funding solutions? Both Rafiq and I are of the same mind. When the ICNR program was made available, bottom line was, if you don't need to take the money out, please don't. If you have no choice, then yes, take advantage of the moratoria, take advantage of the fact that the money is there. But if you take money out of EPF and you're young enough and you're not about to retire, what's going to happen to your retirement? Now, I've got lots of ideas, but I'm only the moderator. I want to hear from the panelists. So, Daim, how can Malaysians rehabilitate their retirement circumstances?
Yeah, interesting questions. ICNR, iCitra, all those I's out there, right? Part of the stimulus package. So we have to approach this question. We have to look into the demographic of who actually withdrawn money from their EPF due to ICNR or iCitra. There are a category of people who basically that is their lifeline. That is their last and final shot to continue living. So probably that is one category. And there are also category of people who would take ICNR or iCitra, taking advantage of the market, passing that money to some other instrument, fortunately. Or there are also a third category who, when asked, what have you done with your ICNR, they have no idea what they have done, what have been done with their ICNR. So meaning that it's money for them to lose. So yeah, exactly. So in relation to that, how should we then compensate? I always believe that, but naturally the economic situation of a person would grow as they build up their career, as they build up their savings. So the advice that I would say is, from now, taking off the lesson what we have seen in the past 1 year or so, I think it's very important that everyone need to equip themselves with the right knowledge, associate themselves with the right circle, get the right so-called sifu, as what Rafiq put it, and equip yourself with the right knowledge. You can start with 100 ringgit. You can start with 1,000 and grow that money eventually to compensate or to make do what has been lost for the past few months. Of course, people would lose the cumulative or the compounding effect when they withdraw their money from EPF. But I believe with the right knowledge, and there's also a lot of instruments out there that will help people to compensate what they have lost because of the withdrawal. And of course, we cannot blame people in terms of when they have to make the decision that this is their lifesaver. Of course, there's money gone. But at the end of the day, how you make do or compensate using whatever instruments out there with the right skills, with the right knowledge, and with the right circle, that you will be able to compensate those money that you have lost when you withdraw the EPF. So without going into the specificities of this, the point here is equip yourself with the right financial knowledge. And of course, there's a lot that from Bursa, from Securities Commission, from financial advisors out there that I think Malaysian will go through eventually, and hopefully they can make do or compensate whatever they have lost at the moment.
you very much, Dime. Okay, so what we will do is we'll go on to Pang and then Rafiq in a moment. Each of you, please give us your answers in about 2 minutes, and then we'll move on to the questions from the public. But I think because Dime said something that triggered some thoughts in me, I think it's actually very important for me to emphasize this as we go on. There are going to be ongoing disruptions in our lives, for sure. And therefore, we really need to, I think the term that Dime you used earlier in one of your answers was reprioritize. I really love that. So you want to reprioritize your life goals. It makes sense to go and seek out help from licensed financial planners. What's very important is the word licensed. And you need to be incredibly creative and diligent in seeking out new opportunities. Before I open up to Pang and then Rafiq, my advice to those who have actually taken out money from ICNR is to be very tough on yourself. If you typically have been working maybe a 40 or 45-hour week, for the next 3 years, remember that you're basically in rehabilitation mode. And I would urge you to accept the sad truth that the world has changed. And maybe you need to ramp up to 50 hours a week, 60 hours a week, 70 hours a week. For the really, really motivated, maybe 80, even 90. Do not go beyond 90. Your chances are your heart will fail. But work harder than you've ever worked before. And if you've taken out, let's say, 50,000 ringgit from EPF, know that if you just replace that 50,000, you're still going to end up behind the curve. So whatever amount you took out, whether it's Chitra or Sinar, know that as individual Malaysians, we can put in 60,000 ringgit per year. Work like you've never worked before, and consider putting back into EPF or into your PRS or into any portfolio that you like, 120% of what you took out. So if you took out 50,000, 120 of that is 60,000. In the next 3 years, work extra hard, get that money, pour it back into your portfolio. Okay, Pang, how can Malaysians improve their retirement situation?
Okay, this is a big subject, serious question. In fact, entire life of us, we always look up for good well-being, good retirement. I think in our life, we always pressing the calculator button. No present value, no future value, right? So it work to understanding. Our normal calculation means like you don't have the present asset, you don't grow your asset. There are not much asset for you to enjoy. This is the normal linear way of thinking. But in terms of the science aspect, or rather the situation that we are facing, the present value is ourselves. If you don't take care of ourselves, going through the crisis, taking out the money from ICNA or whatever, I think this can be a good result for us to save lives, save our family. There's no tomorrows, basically. So I totally agree with all of us in a sense that we have to look at situation. However, the situation we are facing now is our middle income trap. This is beyond just on a personal level. I think the country is going through transformation after this in terms of economy structure and whatnot. If you are in employment, I urge every one of us review the type of expenses that is not an expenses, it's an investment to ourselves to increase our productivity so that our earning ability will be even better, so that it will become an advanced country. Not the highest income nation. It doesn't have meaning at all if most of the us is always talk about funding and helping the B40 and things like that. So I think literally is talk about first thing, financial education. The other thing that we have to emphasize most is make good use of the vocational training or any form of professional enhancement courses that we can improving our earning ability so that we won't caught into the middle income trap level. So I think extended retirement stage may not be the priority, And
Okay.
hello.
Thank you, Pang. I need to stop you there.
What you're talking about? Yes. Sorry.
I do need to stop you there. Thank you, so that Rafiq has time to answer. And then, Pang, we're going to move on to the first. After that, we're going to move on to the first question from the public, which has to do with the moratorium, which I know you're very passionate about. So I will loop back to you, and you answer moratorium questions first in a while. Rafiq, over to you.
Okay, so thanks, Rajan. Okay, the first thing I want to highlight, so you did mention about having to work extra hours, so 50, 60, 70. And interestingly, okay, so the thing that maybe a lot of people forget is that the income that we get is actually a replacement of the time that we spend. Okay, is a replacement of the time that we spend. So, and what do we have now during this pandemic and probably moving forward that we didn't have as much before? It's actually time. Actually, we have a lot of time on our hands. So my take on how we need to get out of this is not just to work hard, but also to work smart. So basically, how can we utilize this excess time to help us generate additional income? So be it from having a side hustle, be it from learning about how to manage finances better, in terms of, okay, where do I place my money if I have excess and all that, so that I can then recover the retirement gap that was taken out due to me taking out money from ICNA.
Okay,
or
very good.
iChitra, whatever it is. Yeah, so that would be what I would have to say with regards to that.
Good, thank you very much. Okay, so now it's now 3:18 and the pop quiz starts in 7 minutes. So we've got another 6 minutes. The last question I'm going to ask all of you is basically for your final closing thought. So now what we'll do is we'll go into the public questions. Question 1, are we recommended to opt in for moratoriums or moratoria? What is the advice for that? Pang, I know that you've got plenty to say. So Pang, moratorium answer, what is it?
Okay, I think we started at the wrong footing at MCO1 because MCO1, when Tunku Zafro announced it, it became a compulsory for everyone. Because when you take it in that way, the message is like, the country is helping us, and also we don't have to pay back the loan. This is a very wrong understanding, and even to the extent that when we clarify, they say that there's no penalty on the interest. So there are a lot of confusion in the market, when it comes to that. So when, and of course, like what Rafiq has said earlier on the EPF, ICNA and whatnot, and market is so boom, and people like to just take advantage on the market. There's nothing wrong, but the only thing that we have here is we are not a very disciplined animal. We tend to speculate and not able to actually repay back in 6 months' time and things like that. I think this is what is going on in MCO1 or rather in 2020. So come to MCO2 and 3, I think things are more settled and people would like to actually evaluate. So it's based on application. So when it based on application, it's not the windfall from the sky. So you got to pay back in due time and you need to apply. All right. So I think on that note itself, you have to look at whether you really require that. If it's a live, reader for you, it's really the present value, no future value. If you don't clear up your loan, you're going to lose your house. You're not going to actually putting food on the table to the family and whatnot. I think take it, to that extent, revive the family quickly. Use that in a wise way, improving your quality of your family and move on. I think this is a very reality issues that we are facing by all of us. Yeah.
Okay, Pang, thank you. We're going to do two things. We've got another question from the public. I want to roll that question in to the last bit that I want to ask you. Or my own thoughts with regard to the moratorium is only take it if you cannot pay your loans right now.
Yeah.
This is my professional advice. Only take it if you cannot pay your loans right now. Other than that, please do not opt for the moratorium. So for each of you gentlemen, let's start with Rafiq, and then we go to Pang and then Daim in that order. I clearly thank you for your invaluable time because we have to stop in about 3 minutes. Each of you very briefly, 30 seconds. Is there a brief closing message you would like to leave with our audience today? as you think about your answers, I want to throw out a question from the public. Even before the pandemic, we hear people say, how to plan our finances. There are no finances to plan. We have no money. So as financial planners, how do we respond when we are faced with people saying that? So let's do Rafiq, Pang, and Daim. Rafiq first.
Okay, so I'll answer that question first, then I'll wrap it up. Okay, so how do I plan if I don't have finances? So there's two parts to it. So when you think about planning, right, it's actually about managing your finances. So as long as you have money going in and money going out, there is some form of basic planning that can be done. It might not be as comprehensive as somebody who have more resources, but yes, you can still manage or you can still plan your finances. Okay. That's the first part. So second is I want to just roll back to the point I was saying about getting the right advice. So yes, I know a lot of things are available out there, information is available out there, but really my advice is please question why that advice is given. Even if, let's say, you meet a financial planner, like say me or Rajan or Pang, okay, it's your right to question whatever that
Absolutely.
we say.
Yes.
Okay. Don't take whatever that we say, even though we are certified, we are known to be experts in our area. Don't take whatever that we say at point value. Question why are we asking you to do that? Okay, what's the basis? Okay, so that's the message I want everyone to go home with.
Rafiq, thank you. Pang, I'm really sorry, we're short of time. I'll give you 30 seconds, Daim 30 seconds, and then we're going to say goodbye to the audience so they can go into the pop quiz. Pang.
Okay, I think first and foremost, I just say stay positive. I think this is the mother of all solution. When you stay positive, at least you have an interest to actually make it better. Then, of course, from your revenue, from your earning, you have to relook into what are the worst scenario that you have faced earlier on, and think it over again. If you can survive those days, why can't you survive now? Because we are born with nothing, So I think it's okay to restart our life again. Let's
Absolutely.
celebrate. Yeah, thank you.
And even as you said, we are born with nothing. We're now almost down to nothing, almost no time. Daim, 30 seconds. What's the final thing you'd like to say to everyone?
Thank you. I try to make it short. So first thing, I think you need to take care of yourself, take care of your well-being, take care of your mental health, reach out, seek knowledge, acquire knowledge, learn, relearn, unlearn, along those lines. And in terms of the expenses, financials, cut unnecessary expenses, spend wisely. Thank you. Back to you, Rajan.
Thank you very much. So, gentlemen, it's been a delight. I've learned so much from you. Thank you, Rafiq. Thank you, Pang. Thank you, Daim. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being with us. Just bear in mind that even as you seek out professional help, no financial planner, no financial advisor cares about your money more than you do. So continue to learn, continue to study. The very best investment you can make is in yourself. I wish you all the best. God bless you all.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Assalamualaikum. Apa khabar para penonton yang dirahmati Allah Subhanahu Wa Taala sekalian? Alhamdulillah, tak sedar saya rupanya dah start live rupanya ya. Baik, tapi sebelum tu saya nak mulakan dengan satu lagu lah. Begitu indah dunia, siapapun kan tergoda. Harta pangkat dan wanita melemahkan jiwa. Tanpa iman dalam hati, kita kan dikuasai syaitan nafsu dalam diri, musuh yang tersembunyi. Pulanglah kepada Tuhan, cahaya kehidupan, keimanan, ketakwaan kepadanya, senjata utama. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan salam sejahtera kepada seluruh penonton kita pada hari ini. Sebab nampak janggal sikit, biasa saya live dengan komputer, tapi hari ini nampak muka Dr. Amir kecil je. Ustaz Don nampak besar spek mata dia kan. Baik, jadi Alhamdulillah pada petang yang berbahagia ini kita nak sembang santai berkaitan dengan satu topik yang cukup menarik. Biasa kalau kita tanya dengan Mak Long, Kak Leha, Makcik Timah, mereka dah ada satu mindset bahawa one day nanti ada tanah-tanah dekat kampung nanti aku nak wakafkan untuk mahat tahfiz, untuk masjid, untuk sekolah agama dan sebagainya. Tapi berbeza keadaan sekarang ni, keadaan milenium ni, kita menggunakan satu konsep yang baru. Konsep yang baru. Pada hari ini kita nak bincangkan satu konsep baru bahawa kita melabur dan daripada pelaburan tu kita boleh wakafkan duit-duit kita. Saya pun tak tahu macam mana gayanya tu. Lepas ni Dr. Amir ada, Prof Azman ada, ya, Dr. ataupun Ustaz Don ada. Jadi kita nak perjelaskan satu persatu. Tapi sebelum itu, kita nak dengar daripada Ustaz Don dululah tentang wakaf-wakaf ni kan. Jadi baik, kita nak terus kepada soalan yang pertama bersama dengan kita pada hari ini. Apa khabar Ustaz Don? Sihat Ustaz?
Alhamdulillah, sihat walafiat.
Baik, Alhamdulillah. Terima kasih Ustaz Don. Hari ini kita bersama dengan dua orang pakar dalam bidang pelaburan, dalam bidang wakaf ni, iaitu kita bersama dengan Prof Madya Dr. Azman. Dr. Azman, sihat Doktor?
Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. Dan yang ketiga, ni saya dah pernah dah sebelum ni bersama dengan beliau, Dr. Amir. Sebab saya kata kat dia, one day nanti Dr. Amir ni jadi Menteri Kewangan katanya. InsyaAllah. Dr. Amir sihat?
Sihat Alhamdulillah. Dan Iman macam mana Iman?
Sihat Alhamdulillah. Tapi sebelum kita nak tanya Dr. Amir, kita nak tanya Prof Azman tentang pelaburan, tentang wakaf dan sebagainya, kita nak bagi masyarakat clear dulu tentang wakaf ni apa dia. Sebab sekarang ni kita nak buat style baru. Dulu orang kumpul-kumpul duit bawah bantal, bawah tilam, kumpul-kumpul, lepas tu dia beli tanah dan dia nak wakafkan tanah. Tapi yang ni kita ada style baru pula. Style baru ni adalah dengan cara kita masuk pelaburan, dengan duit pelaburan tu kita boleh mewakafkan. Baik, sebelum kita nak pergi ke arah tu, kita nak dengar dulu daripada Ustaz Don berkaitan dengan wakaf itu sendiri dan apakah ganjaran daripada pewakaf-pewakaf tersebut. Silakan Ustaz Don.
Baik, Allahumma salli ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali Sayyidina Muhammad. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah wassalatu wassalamu ala Rasulillah wa ba'd. Terima kasih Tuan Moderator, Abang Da'i kita. Semoga panjang umur, murah rezeki dan tetap iman. Ceria dia, subhanallah. Yang diraikan rakan-rakan ahli panel, kekanda-kekanda kita yang dihormati, Prof dan juga Doktor. Semoga dalam keadaan dilindungi Allah Subhanahu Wa Taala ya, Prof Azman dan juga Prof Amir. Semoga Allah Taala pelihara dan berikan kebaikan di dunia dan di akhirat. Amin ya rabbal alamin. Baik, kepada semua yang menonton, ahlan wa sahlan, selamat datang. Ada salah silap daripada saya, Prof dan Doktor, bolehlah tolong beri teguran dan nasihat. Okey. Bila cerita pasal wakaf, saya tak mau straight to the point. Sebab benda dia very simple. Kalau kita sebut terus jadilah. Habislah kan cerita dia. Tapi saya tak berhajat nak cerita lagu tu. Saya nak sebut macam ni dulu. Abang saja tanya da'i lah. Tengok gaya nampak macam gaya ustaz-ustaz duk main bola. Abang kenal tak Ronaldinho? Kenal tak Ronaldinho?
Ronaldinho. Kenal juga tu.
Ronaldinho tak kenal sajalah. Barcelona lah, Brazil lah, semua bala dia duk ada kan. Abang tahu tak pasal apa lah ni dia dah senyap dah?
Oh, sebab tak laku lah. Ada orang hebat lagi.
Bukan lagu tu.
Bukan
dia
satu
adalah satu orang yang payment dia banyak abang. Tapi dia tersangkut dengan hutang. Hari ni dia bankrupt abang.
Oh.
Dia teruk. Dan bukan dia seorang, ada banyak lagi. Jadi seolah-olah kita kata orang main sukan boleh jadi kaya. Tapi ada orang yang dia memang teruk, dia memang habis. Sama juga macam orang main judi. Orang main judi nak kaya kan. Tapi berapa ramai orang yang main judi jadi papa kedana, jadi bankrupt. Sama juga macam orang main orang main online, judi online, ataupun orang buat bisnes. Berapa ramai orang buat bisnes bankrupt. Semua company legend yang kita duk tengok sekarang, Apple, Tesla ni yang kita duk tengok sekarang yang duk naik kereta elektrik ni, Elon Musk beli, dia asal dia orang lain yang buat. Dia nak bankrupt baru Elon Musk pergi dekat dia. Dia banyak company lain sebenarnya yang besar ni yang bankrupt. Jadi orang buat bisnes untuk nak gaya tau. Tapi dia banyak menjurus orang ke arah bankrupt. Dan yang paling saya terkesan sekali, Prof, Doktor, kakak saya terlibat dengan mahkamah. Dan ada sekali orang dalam mahkamah masa kakak saya mengendalikannya tu, mati depan mata mereka. Seorang lelaki tua berusia, orang Malaysia, duduk di kerusi tu, duduk dalam bilik tu. Kakak saya pun ada dalam tu. Kemudian magistrat kata, kalau macam ni, kira kamu ni diisytiharkan bankrupt tau. Bila sebut lagu tu, apa? Bankrupt? Dia pegang sini, dum, jatuh. Mati tu. On spot. Mati. Tu cara buat bisnes tu bang. Tu cara buat bisnes tau abang Da'i. Cuma dalam banyak-banyak sektor ni, setakat ni lah, saya tak pernah jumpa lagi orang tengok satu orang dia bankrupt, bila orang tanya, dia ni bankrupt pasal apa? Dia banyak sedekah, bankrupt tu. Hak tu saya tak pernah dengar lagi. Seumur hidup saya tak pernah dengar lagi sampai hari ni. Seumur hidup saya tak pernah dengar lagi orang yang bankrupt dengan sebab banyak bersedekah, banyak infak, banyak buat perkara-perkara yang berhubung kait dengan syariat Allah Subhanahu Wa Taala. Infak masjid, labur untuk masjid, untuk rumah anak yatim. Tak ada lagi. Sampai hari ini saya tak pernah dengar lagi satu orang yang kita tengok, ya Allah, awak dia ni merempak ni, la ilaha illallah. Oi, pasal apa ni? Hang nak tahu siapa? Dia ni dulu jutawan. Dia pergi infak semua duit dia, papa ke dana tu, mampus lagu tu. Tak pernah dengar ni sampai hari ni. Betul tak betul, Dai?
Betul.
Sampai hari ni tak pernah dengar. Hak ni satu fakta yang sepatutnya di-highlightkan kepada semua orang. Kita lah ni duk highlight kalau kita buat tengoklah Elon Musk, kalau hampa nak invest dalam teknologi, dalam ni apa semua kan. Tapi kita tak pernah highlight pun orang yang seumur hidupnya bersedekah dengan banyaknya di jalan Allah, tak pernah lagi dalam sejarah mereka ini bankrupt. Tak pernah lagi ada dalam sejarah. Jadi itu sebagai mukaddimah saya untuk nak membuktikan kepada semua orang bahawa apa yang kita nak bincang ni, dia sebenarnya nak memastikan kita berada pada jalan yang diredai oleh Allah Subhanahu Wa Taala. Bukan saya cerita ni, saya ni ada portion dalam dia. Dr. Amir ada, Dr. Azman ada. Dah ada kami tak ada terlibat apa. Kalau orang kata setiap daripada kami pun ada jawatan kami, ada kerja hakiki kami yang kami ada gaji kami sendiri. Kita tak perlu kepada orang kata perkara-perkara yang kita nak buat di sebaliknya. Jadi itu sebagai mukadimah yang pertama. Saya ada
Allah.
2 mukadimah. Ini kita satu round ni berapa minit? 10 minit kan kita kan?
Boleh lah Ustaz. 5 minit, 10 minit.
10 minit kan? So saya dah 5 minit kan? So baki lagi 5 minit kan? Betul ya? Lagi 5 minit.
Okey.
Lagi 5 minit saya nak sebut macam ni. Ada ni cerita ni Ustaz Badli Shah lah, suka cerita Ustaz Badli Shah ni, dia cerita rakyat ni banyak. Jadi dia kata suatu hari dekat satu rumah ni ada tikus, jiran dia ayam, kambing dengan lembu, jiran dia. Tikus ni dia duduk masuk bawah rumah orang lah, dia duduk kata. Jadi dia ada jiran dia lah tikus ni. Jadi satu hari tikus ni dia ada problem dia ialah ular nak main makan dia. Jadi dia pergi minta tolong dekat ayam. Dia pergi kat ayam kata, "Oi, hang main minta tolong kat aku tak ada kena mengena dengan ular tu. Ular nak main kat aku terbang naik pokok, aku tak ada lah kena nak makan. Tu bukan masalah aku," dia kata. Lepas tu tikus ni pergi pula, dia kata, "Apalah aku pergi kat kambing. Hang ni besar, hang tolong aku Ustaz. Ular ni duduk main, duduk riki aku, lagi dia telan aku." Kambing tu kata, "Tak pasal aku nak pergi cari pasal dengan ular, ni bukan masalah aku." Dia pun kata lagu tu juga. Lepas tu dia pergi pula kat lembu, dia kata, "Lembu tolonglah aku, hang ni besar, hang duduk sekali atas ular tu, mati ular tu," dia kata. Hang tu ular kata, "Aku tak ada pasal nak dengar cerita hang, aku duduk ragut rumput jauh daripada ular ni, aku tak mau tahu, ni bukan masalah aku." Dia kata lagu tu. Tak apa, okey, tak apa. Jadi tikus ni pun dia duduk hidup lagu tu. Tiba-tiba satu hari ular tu ular main, ular pergi patuk tuan rumah. Ular patuk tuan rumah rebah. Apa orang main, jiran semua main dengar dia jerit tolong, depa bawa keluarlah dia punya bisa apa semua. Lepas tu seorang jiran kata, "Ni tak boleh ni. Badan dia seram sejuk ni. Kita kena sementara nak tunggu ubat main ni, kita kena bagi dia minum dulu ni. Dia kena minum macam herba-herba ni. Tapi yang paling bagus sekali kalau dia boleh minum sup ayam." Nak cari ayam tahu mana Ustaz? Ayam jiran tadi ya. Hak yang kata bukan masalah dia. Jadi ayam tu ambil, sembelih ayam tu, buat sup. Bagi tuan tu minum. Lepas tu duk sat lagi tu, dah habis dah tu. Kawan ni dia kata, kita ni nak kena ni. Kena bagi dia ni ada tenaga balik ni. Tak ada tenaga cepat ni, melainkan sup kambing ni. Kena bagi dia makan kambing. Cari kambing mana Ustaz? Kambing hak tadi. Hak yang kata bukan masalah dia. Tu. Ditangkap dia, sembelih dia, buat kambing panggang, bagi tuan dia makan, cargahlah tuan tadi tu. Bila dia dah cargah dia hidup, dia seronok lah sebab orang kampung tolong dia. Dia kata, "Aku nak kena buat kenduri ni, jamu semua orang. Aku hidup ni, kalau tak aku mati dah ni." Dia nak buat kenduri, dia kata nak sembelih pak tu. Lembu mana Ustaz? Lembu jiran tadi. Yang jiran kepada tikus tadi, betul tak? Yang kata bukan masalah dia. Lembu tu pun kena sembelih, habis buat kenduri mati. Lah ni yang hidup siapa dia? Yang hidup tikus itu je. Yang tadi dia tu yang takut, dia yang hidup. Cerita dia apa? Tajuk perbincangan hari ni, ramai orang tengok, ni bukan masalah aku tak mau duk tahu. Esok bila kena batang hidung, baru dia nak jadi macam ayam, nak mengelupuk, baru nak jadi macam kambing, baru nak jadi macam lembu. Tu cerita dia. Jadi dengar elok-elok daripada 2 orang pakar kita nak bagi tahu. Baik, wakaf, Nabi yang sebut maksud dia. Bukan orang lain. Nabi sendiri yang bagi maksud dia. Betul ya, Prof. Amir? Betul kan? Nabi yang sebut. Nabi kata dalam hadis, Nabi kata, "Habasta aslaha." Nabi kata, asal dia kena jaga. Pokok dia kena jaga. Jangan bagi rosak. Apa dia? La yuba'u, jangan jual dia. Wala yuhabu, jangan buat hibah. Wala yurasu, jangan diwariskan dia. So Nabi yang habaq kata, jaga pokok, jangan buat. Yang lain boleh buat, tak ada masalah. Nak ambil dia punya contoh pokok kurma. Pokok biar atas situ. Dia punya buah-buah dia, bagi setengah untuk yang kita nak buat, setengah lagi nak niaga, nak jual, nak dapat untung, nak lipat, nak rolling duit balik. Sila tak ada masalah. Yang penting pokok tu jangan kacau. So point dia nak bagi tahu kata, kalau nak cerita tentang pelaburan, benar yang paling penting sekali adalah pokok dia, ibu dia dalam pelaburan. Especially bila kita nak cerita tentang pelaburan yang nak mendatangkan keuntungan. Dia bukan boleh duk labur hari ni, esok nak. Dia tak boleh lagu tu. Dia bukan lagu tu. Pelaburan ni dia ada dia punya tempoh masa dia ada ilmu dia dan sebagainya. So bila berkaitan dengan wakaf, wakaf adalah satu pelaburan di dunia dan di akhirat. Untuk pengetahuan semua, contoh paling mudah adalah wakaf Universiti Al-Azhar. 1 minit lagi daripada saya. Universiti Al-Azhar adalah wakaf yang terbesar sekali antara yang diketahui oleh masyarakat, yang mana ibu dia, pokok dia itu dipelihara, yang datang daripada hotel, pertanian, hospital, perkilangan dan sebagainya. Tapi dia punya keuntungan yang datang. Sebab pelaburan dia mesti kena main dengan untung dia. Keuntungan yang mai itu mengikut laporan yang dibuat oleh UTHM yang saya baca 3-4 tahun sudah, mengatakan bahawa annually yang diperolehi oleh Universiti Al-Azhar adalah sebanyak 800 juta. Sebab tu dia boleh bagi kita semua ni belajar percuma je, Ustaz. Wallahu a'lam. Itu pengenalan ringkas daripada saya. Hadza wabillahi taufik.
Masya Allah Ustaz Don. Saya rasa nak kena cari duit ni nak kena keluar melabur terus ni untuk kita berwakaf. Jadi sekarang ni manfaat daripada RM1 beli biskut RM1. Saya ada buka kedai halal mat. Namanya Daimat. Jadi kita bagi tahu dekat makcik tu, makcik bagi RM1, saya beli biskut makcik. Dan biskut ini saya jual dengan harga RM1.50. Dan 50 sen itulah kita gunakan untuk kita bangunkan pondok warga emas kita di Bukit Badung sana tu. Jadi maknanya satu elemen yang cukup hebat yang dikembangkan oleh Ustaz Don tadi, menyebabkan kita faham kepentingan wakaf itu bukannya sekali gedebuk je, tapi untuk manfaatnya berpanjangan. Jadi kita nak tanya kepada Prof. Dr. Azman lah, sebab kalau kita dengan Ustaz Don sebut jadi pasal rolling. Jadi macam mana kita nak untuk rolling duit-duit ini, untuk kita gandingkan dia dengan elemen wakaf itu sendiri, supaya ia dapat digunakan bukan sekali bagi je, tapi dapat digunakan berkali-kali sehingga ke anak cucu, sehingga kan berlapis-lapis orang boleh belajar di universiti, pergi hospital dan sebagainya. Dr. Azman.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Boleh dengar?
Boleh.
Alhamdulillah. Wassalatu wassalamu ala Rasulillah. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Yang berbahagia Da'i Aiman, Ustaz Don Daniel dan Prof. Maria Dr. Amir, seterusnya sidang penonton yang dirahmati Allah sekalian. Tajuk yang kita bincangkan pada hari ini adalah tajuk yang menarik dan memang sekarang ni banyak orang cakap tentang pelaburan dan juga wakaf. Jadi yang menariknya adalah bagaimana kita nak memastikan duit wakaf ataupun sumbangan wakaf itu sustain, berterusan dan juga dapat generate income seperti yang Ustaz Don sebut di Universiti Al-Azhar dan dan universiti-universiti lain, banyak lagi tempat-tempat lain, madrasah-madrasah di dunia Islam yang mana sumbangan mereka yang terdahulu, orang dahulu telah memberikan impak yang begitu besar kepada masyarakat. Masyarakat dapat mengambil manfaat, dapat belajar dengan percuma dan dapat mengembangkan ilmu Islam, dapat menyebarkan lagi dakwah Islam dan seterusnya. Aktiviti-aktiviti kebajikan, kemasyarakatan macam-macam boleh buat apabila ada sumber ataupun ada dana. Jadi di antara perkara yang menarik sekarang ni akhir-akhir ini ialah banyak kajian dibuat dan juga polisi dibuat tentang bagaimana nak bangunkan aset wakaf, dan kita perhatikan majma' fiqhi, badan-badan fiqh dan badan-badan fatwa di seluruh dunia juga telah mengeluarkan fatwa-fatwa yang menarik, yang membenarkan aktiviti-aktiviti pelaburan wakaf dan juga aset-aset yang boleh diwakafkan, seperti sekarang ini suku, seperti unit trust, seperti saham dan juga wakaf tunai. Jadi ini semua adalah di antara inovasi ataupun perkara yang baru di dalam market ataupun dalam pasaran yang mana sebagaimana Da'i Aiman tunjuk tadi, guna handphone saja kita boleh menderma ataupun melakukan amalan kebajikan ataupun melakukan sedekah jariah. Dan wakaf ini adalah dikaitkan dengan amalan yang berterusan. Jadi wakaf sebenarnya sama dengan sedekah, sama dengan tabaruk, amalan-amalan tabaruk kebajikan yang lain. Cuma yang menarik tentang wakaf ini ialah habsul asal wa tasbil manfaah. Capital ataupun prinsipal ataupun aset wakaf itu dilindungi, dan juga itu rukun pertama. Yang kedua ialah mana-mana income ataupun manfaatnya itu disalurkan kepada badan-badan kebajikan. Seperti kalau dahulunya tanah kubur, tanah jadikan tapak masjid. Jadi penggunaan dia tak boleh lagi untuk guna benda lain, dan manfaat itu akan berterusan. Dan sekiranya ia melibatkan ladang kurma, kita tengok di antara wakaf yang terbesar di Saudi yang Rajhi, yang mana wakaf itu memiliki bank dan juga memiliki ladang kurma yang besar itu. Jadi income yang diperolehi daripada harta-harta wakaf itu boleh digunakan untuk macam-macam aktiviti kemasyarakatan dan juga aktiviti dakwah, aktiviti pendidikan, aktiviti sosial dan seterusnya. Ia amat menarik. Dan yang akhir sekali kita tengok recent development di tempat kita di Malaysia ini, SC, Suruhanjaya Security telah mengeluarkan sebelum ni sudah ada guideline berkenaan dengan unit trust, tapi yang akhir-akhir ini tahun lepas, tahun 2020 dikeluarkan guideline berkenaan dengan wakaf featured, ditambah chapter 14 dalam panduan untuk issuance of unit trust. Mana-mana fund manager yang nak memperkenalkan fund yang berteraskan yang bercirikan wakaf, dia kena ikut peraturan tersebut. Jadi dalam kalau kita tahu, maknanya kita semua tahu bahawa salah satu platform yang banyak orang kita melabur ialah melalui unit saham, saham amanah ataupun unit trust. Sama ada ASB, ASN ataupun yang public mutual ataupun yang CNB dan lain-lain lagi. Banyak, terlalu banyak fund-fund dana investment unit trust sama ada di Malaysia ataupun di luar negara yang patuh syariah. Yang dahulunya mungkin tak banyak pilihan, tapi sekarang ni terlalu banyak pilihan kita untuk kita melabur dengan pulangan yang begitu tinggi, begitu menarik, sampai ada yang boleh beri dalam setahun itu lebih daripada 10% boleh beri pulangan. Jadi kita tidak ada kepakaran, kita nak beli saham, kita perlu kepada kemahiran. Kita perlu belajar kena tahu fundamental dan juga kena tahu nak baca carta, kena tahu. Kita tak ada masa, jadi kita beli unit trust. Ini unit trust ini melabur sama ada pada saham, pada equity, syarikat-syarikat yang disenaraikan di bursa, dan mungkin juga instrumen-instrumen pasaran modal yang lain seperti suku, ataupun mereka juga kadang-kadang ada unit trust yang melabur untuk interbank money market placement, interbank placement yang patuh syariah. Jadi yang menariknya ialah semua itu all the way itu ada pemantauan syariah. Ada pemantauan syariah, jadi pelaburan, aktiviti pelaburan itu juga patuh syariah, jadi kita tak payah risau lagi. Dan pada masa yang sama kita boleh melabur, pada masa yang sama kita boleh juga melakukan kebajikan melalui wakaf yang ada feature wakaf. Seperti Bank Islam telah melancarkan Makmur My Wakaf Fund pada Mac 2021, di mana daripada dividen pulangan unit trust tadi boleh kita tetapkan, kita boleh isi borang, kita kata apabila kita subscribe saja, kita beli unit trust ni automatik 50% kita boleh salurkan kepada wakaf. Jadi sedar tak sedar kita dapat pahala yang berterusan. Dividen itu akan disalurkan kepada Majlis Agama Islam ataupun yayasan wakaf yang dibenarkan oleh Majlis Agama Islam, nazir ataupun mana-mana badan yang dibenarkan oleh Majlis Agama Islam untuk menerima return daripada pelaburan tadi. Bank Islam ada memperkenalkan unit trust berteraskan wakaf, PMB, collaboration dengan Wakaf An-Nur, mereka juga telah memperkenalkan unit trust PMB An-Nur Wakaf Income Fund 50 sen per unit. Mereka yang bank Islam tadi paling rendah RM200. Yang PMB ini 30% daripada income akan disalurkan kepada institusi wakaf dan yang selebihnya akan recapitalize balik. Yang kemudiannya kita ada kenanga wakaf Al-Ihsan Fund, 50% daripada dividen akan disalurkan kepada wakaf dan ini juga dilancarkan pada tahun ini, pada April tahun ini, sebelum sekitar bulan Ramadan baru ini. Kemudian minimum pelaburan adalah RM1,000. Jadi kita ada peluang sama ada kita boleh direct kita melabur duit yang kita ada ke institusi wakaf ataupun kita buat aktiviti wakaf kepada aktiviti yang dianjurkan oleh orang yang kita percayai, pihak yang kita percayai, ataupun dengan cara kita melabur kita tak hilang pun capital ataupun duit kita, tetapi pada masa sama kita akan mendapat pahala wakaf. Jadi mungkin pahala ini kita tak tahu, pahala ini yang mungkin akan menyelamatkan kita daripada api neraka, sebab bekalan yang bermanfaat kepada seseorang itu selepas pada kita mati, salah satunya ialah sedekah jariah. Jadi kita kena smart, InvestSmart ni kita kena smart dalam melakukan membuat perancangan kewangan. Bukan saja kita generate income untuk masa terdekat, tetapi juga untuk year after, untuk lepas daripada kita hidup ini, bekalan kita itulah bekalan kita selepas kita mati. Jadi kita banyak peluang sebenarnya dengan adanya unit trust berteraskan wakaf dan yang telah dikeluarkan dengan guideline yang telah dikeluarkan oleh SC dan banyak lagi platform lain. Saya rasa kita lebih sebenarnya masyarakat Islam Indonesia lebih berpeluang untuk kita melabur dan pada masa sama kita dapat mendapat pahala tersebut. Pernah saya bercakap tentang unit trust dengan berteraskan ataupun berdirikan wakaf ini, ada audiens tanya, dia kata macam mana kami nak mohon duit bantuan wakaf. Jadi masalahnya public baru saja kita launch unit trust berteraskan wakaf ini, mereka tanya macam mana kita nak dapat benefit, nak mohon bantuan wakaf.
Kena cari Dr. Amir lah. Kena cari Dr. Amir lah, minta duit wakaf.
Masalahnya terlalu awal lah, masih lagi dan nak tengok hasil. Jadi sebenarnya hasil itu bukan dapat kita perolehi semata-mata. Dia memang memakan masa lah. Jadi kalaulah tuan-tuan masyarakat orang ramai tidak menyumbang, jadi macam mana dia nak grow fund unit trust yang berteraskan wakaf tadi, nak membangun, nak bertambah, nak kuat. Jadi kalau sebenarnya kita boleh menyokong, kita boleh buat sumbangan kita melalui pelaburan tadi, ataupun kita boleh terus. Saya tengok orang Malaysia memang suka menyumbang, suka bersedekah, suka buat kebajikan. Saya memang perhatikan banyak apabila dibuat kutipan derma, memang kita mudah memberi. Cuma kita kena berhati-hati. Kadang-kadang kita tak ada strategi, kita bagi kadang-kadang one off, tidak ada perancangan yang baik. Jadi kita tak boleh tengok hasil itu, ataupun kadang-kadang sekat jalan. Ini yang kita tak nak lah. Kita dah beri duit, orang minta duit, nak beli tanah, nak buat masjid, tengok-tengok terbengkalai. Jadi stres lah. Jadi kita kena lebih berhati-hati, kita kena pastikan aktiviti yang dibuat itu memang secure, memang selamat dan boleh dilaksanakan, kerana kita nak pahala kita itu berterusan. Jadi kalaulah benda kebajikan yang kita buat itu tidak dilaksanakan, maka kita tidak akan mendapat pahala yang berterusan. Jadi kita kena pastikan ia betul-betul dibuat, dan sekarang ini ramai orang smart lah, maknanya penerima lebih cerdik, dan mereka meminta laporan kewangan, meminta laporan update aktiviti, dan mereka minta tagging. Kadang-kadang sumbangan kalau sudah ada sekolah atau madrasah tahfiz, mereka kata untuk apa, ini projek untuk apa, jadi mereka nak tagging. Nak bantu pelajar miskin ke, okey. Jadi mereka nak tengok ke mana pergi duit mereka. Jadi sekarang ni banyak platform dan sama ada kita nak menderma terus, mewakafkan terus, melakukan aktiviti wakaf directly, ataupun kita dengan platform-platform yang ada seperti institusi Yayasan Wakaf Malaysia ataupun institusi wakaf yang lain yang dipercayai, dan kita nak mendapatkan pahala yang mana ia tidak akan berulang. Ketika kita hidup inilah kita hendak membuat pelaburan yang abadi untuk selepas pada mati, dan ia akan memberi manfaat kepada kita, insya-Allah manfaat yang berpanjangan. Itulah saja untuk orang pertama ini. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih Prof. Jadi Prof, kalau ada duit lebih-lebih tu Prof, kita bagi dekat Ustaz Don. Ustaz Don dia pandai rolling duit tu. Nanti boleh berkembang-kembang duit tu dan kita boleh buat satu syarikat umrah percuma. Nanti Ustaz Don buat nanti. Kita boleh pergi umrah percuma nanti. Okey Ustaz. Okey baik, kita tadi Prof ada sebut lah Prof. Duit tu pergi mana? Duit tu pergi mana? 2-3 kali Prof ada sebut tadi. Tapi nak jawab tu kita kena tanya Dr. Amir. Sebab Dr. Amir daripada Yayasan Wakaf Malaysia menerima, di antara yang menerima duit-duit daripada pelaburan-pelaburan ni, dan duitnya dapat kepada Yayasan Wakaf Malaysia. Yayasan Wakaf Malaysia ni bukan main besar kita tengok. Tapi kita nak tanya juga, mana projek-projek ni macam nampak tak nampak je. Dr. Amir boleh cerita sikit tak? Silakan Dr. Amir.
Okey. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih Dai Aiman, sahabat saya Ustaz Don dan juga Prof Madya Dr. Azman. Sebelum mana mengulas cerita tentang ke manakah kita belanjakan duit ataupun kita agihkan duit-duit wakaf yang diterima oleh Yayasan Wakaf Malaysia ni, Ana tertarik dengan kupasan Ustaz Don tentang bankrupt ni. Ustaz Don bercakap tentang bankrupt di dunia, tapi Ana rasa apa yang lebih kita takutkan lagi itu ialah apabila kita ini nanti akan bankrupt di akhirat. Na'udzubillah min zalik. Allah telah bekalkan kita, sediakan kita rezeki di dunia. Kalaulah sekiranya kita tak melabur dalam pelaburan yang sebetul-betulnya, mungkin ada kemungkinan kita akan bankrupt di akhirat. Wakaf ini sebenarnya tuan-tuan dan puan-puan sidang pendengar sekalian, adalah salah satu mekanisme untuk mengelak kita supaya tidak bankrupt di akhirat. Inilah peluang-peluang kita supaya kita, kalau kita berwakaf, kerana wakaf ni sebab apa sangat menarik, kerana wakaf ini menjanjikan pahala yang berterusan. Kita wakafkan sekarang dan pentadbir wakaf telah memanfaatkan harta wakaf kita itu, dan apabila kalaulah kita ditakdirkan mati, apabila wakaf kita itu dimanfaatkan oleh penerima-penerima wakaf, insya-Allah pahala kita akan berkekalan, berpanjangan. Yang ini yang dikatakan dalam hadis Nabi SAW, sadaqatun jariyah, kan, pahala ataupun sedekah yang berpanjangan. Ada 3 perkara dah meninggal nanti, ini yang kita harapkan, iaitu sedekah yang berpanjangan, ilmu yang dapat dimanfaatkan, ataupun anak soleh yang mendoakan kita. Jadi kita ada di dunia ni diberikan oleh Allah SWT rezeki. Marilah sama-sama kita aim, kita target supaya ada bekalan di akhirat supaya kita tidak bankrupt di akhirat nanti. Okey, itu yang pertama. Yang kedua, bila Dr. Azman mengupas tentang sekarang ni ada produk baru, di mana produk baru ni, kalau sebelum ini bila kita melabur, kita hanya aim untuk mendapat keuntungan di dunia saja. Letak duit 100,000 dalam unit trust, dapatlah 10%, dan 10% itu akan kembali 100% kepada kita. Maksudnya semua duit dividen itu akan masuk semula kepada kita, jadi kita akan bertambahlah kita punya kekayaan itu. Tetapi apa yang sekarang ini, satu pendekatan yang baru, di mana kita, maksudnya ada unit trust, company unit trust ini menyediakan peluang untuk kita dapat di dunia dan juga akhirat, dividen di dunia dan juga di akhirat. Unit trust itu, investment tersebut digandingkan dengan elemen wakaf. Yang ini yang kita nak ceritakan, yang Dr. Azman tadi dah kupas. Saya bagi contoh, satu unit trust, saya bagi contoh yang ada bekerjasama dengan Yayasan Wakaf Malaysia ialah Kenanga Investor Berhad dan juga Maybank Investment Berhad. Apa yang dilakukan ialah, katakanlah mereka ini dapat berjaya mengumpul 10 juta. 10 juta ni datang daripada para pelabur lah. masyarakat yang nak melabur, jadi dikumpulkan duit 10 juta ni sebagai investment. Jadi bila dapat 10 juta tersebut dilaburkan oleh company unit trust yang profesional, yang pandai menguruskan dana-dana ini, katakanlah ya Da'i Aiman dia dapat kumpulkan ataupun dia dapat dividen 10%. Daripada 10 juta, 10% maksudnya dapat keuntungan 1 juta. Okey, 1 juta ini akan pula diagihkan, katakanlah agreementnya 50% akan diagihkan semula kepada pelabur. Maksudnya 500,000 akan dipulangkan semula kepada pelabur, 500,000 lagi itu akan diwakafkan. Jadi para pelabur, dia bukan hilang semua duit dividen dia dapat, tapi dapat separuh. Kerana apa? Kerana dividen yang separuh lagi itu akan diwakafkan kepada Yayasan Wakaf Malaysia ataupun Majlis Agama Islam negeri-negeri. Okey, katakanlah syarikat tersebut bekerjasama dengan Yayasan Wakaf Malaysia. Kami di Yayasan Wakaf Malaysia akan menerima 500,000 tersebut sebagai wakaf, iaitu wakaf oleh siapa? Oleh para pelabur sebelum itu lagi. Yang letak duit 100,000, 50,000 kan. Jadi kami akan menggunakan duit manfaat tadi tu 500,000 sebagai wakaf tadi tu, kita akan tentukan projek-projek mana yang kita nak usahakan. Sebab apa? Kami memegang amanah untuk generate pahala kepada para pewakaf tadi. Supaya okey, contohnya apa yang kita buat dalam musim COVID baru-baru ni kan, Da'i Aiman, kita di hospital-hospital kita banyak perlukan katil-katil pesakit. Yang kita bantu sebelum ini contohnya ialah katil ICU. Katil ICU tu dengan kelengkapannya, satu katil tu harganya dalam 100,000 dengan mesin dia lah. Dia bukan katil saja tetapi dengan peralatan ventilator semua tu, satu katil saja ICU katil tu kosnya ialah 100,000. Jadi katakanlah kita ada allocation 500,000 daripada dana pelaburan ini, wakaf pelaburan ini, jadi kita boleh beli 5 katil. In fact memang betul pun dalam yang last yang kita buat tu, kita beli 5 katil dan kita letakkan ataupun kita wakafkan kepada HTA, Hospital Tengku Ampuan Afzan di Kuantan. Jadi dengan adanya 5 katil ini, usianya mungkin akan dimanfaatkan selama 15 tahun ataupun 10 tahun mengikut kemampuan itu. Jadi selagi mana katil tersebut dimanfaatkan oleh pesakit-pesakit yang memerlukan rawatan di hospital, selagi itulah pahala itu akan mengalir kepada tuan-tuan dan puan-puan pewakaf-pewakaf sekalian. Itu satu contoh di mana kita menggunakan untuk manfaat dalam bidang kesihatan. Banyak lagi sebenarnya yang macam Dr. Azman bagi tahu tadi. Sebenarnya bakal-bakal penerima ni sangat-sangat banyak berbanding dengan orang yang nak mewakafkan. Jadi kami bukan, maksudnya kita, projek kita sangat banyak. Contohnya dalam sekarang ni orang yang nak perlukan, yang nak bangkit semula dalam bidang ekonomi kan, yang hilang punca pendapatan. Jadi mereka nak bangkit semula, mereka perlukan seed money untuk capital untuk memulakan perniagaan. Boleh tak dana wakaf ini kita salurkan untuk beli, contohnya nak buka simple je, dia nak berniaga pau. Jadi pau tu perlukan payung, perlukan mesin pengukus pau tersebut. Jadi perkara-perkara begini nampak simple tetapi sangat membantu bagi mereka yang nak menjana semula ekonomi. Jadi Ana rasa inilah peluang tuan-tuan dan puan-puan dengan pelaburan yang tuan-tuan buat. Kita allocate sedikit sebahagian daripada dividen itu kepada manfaat wakaf yang akan dimanfaatkan, akan dinikmati oleh banyak masyarakat kita. InsyaAllah dunia dapat, akhirat pun dapat. Yang sikit lagi Ana, kalau ada masa, kita yang menguruskan wakaf ini tuan-tuan pun kena bijak juga. Kerana apa? Kerana banyak sekarang ni yang claim nak buat wakaf tetapi ia tidak dimonitor, tidak dikawal selia dengan baik. Jadi Da'i Aiman, seperti yang kita bincang sebelum ini, kita kena, masyarakat kena bijak juga, kena melihat semula betul-betul ke manakah wakaf anda, ke manakah wakaf tuan-tuan dan puan-puan tu disalurkan. Jadi dalam konteks wakaf ini, yang paling utama pemilik amanah tunggal bagi harta wakaf kita ni ialah tak lain tak bukan ialah Majlis Agama Islam Negeri. Jadi ma'in itu adalah pemilik amanah tunggal yang paling utama untuk kita wakafkan. Kerana mereka lah penjaga amanah wakaf tersebut. Yang keduanya barulah kita ada macam contoh Yayasan Wakaf Malaysia, kita ada Jauhar, dan juga kita ada perbadanan-perbadanan yang dikreatkan, yang diberi status mutawali. Jadi poin Ana di sini dari Aiman sebelum Ana untuk round pertama ini ialah kena cari entiti wakaf yang ada authority. Itu sangat penting. Itu sekian dulu untuk round yang pertama ini.
Barulah saya tahu kenapalah Dr. Amir tak tulis besar-besar YWM tu dekat payung yang makcik tu jual pau tu. Barulah saya tahu ni duit pergi kat situ. Bangunan tu tulislah YWM, barulah saya sedar. Saya ingat duit tu pergi ke mana lah tadi. Minta maaf lah Dr. Amir. Saya ni sangka buruk pula. Tapi nak ceritanya kat sini buat baik ni jangan tunjuk orang sangat. Kan? Begitulah Dr. Amir ya. Jadi yang paling penting tadi last point daripada Dr. Amir tadi tu. Maknanya kalau kita nak invest ataupun kita nak berwakaf ni, kita kena cari tempat yang betul, tempat yang tepat dan sebagainya. Tapi sebelum tu saya nak tanya Ustaz Don. Ustaz, kalau saya ada 10,000 Ustaz, berapa ribu saya boleh invest Ustaz? Ustaz rasa berapa yang sesuai?
Tengok lu 10,000 tu yang ada di tangan ke yang ada dalam bank. Dai Aiman lain. Betul tak Ustaz Prof Amir ya? Prof Amir tu ya. Dia 10,000, dia kata kita ada 10,000. 10,000 tak mana. Kalau 10,000 dalam tangan bagi semua. Hak 10,000 simpan tu ada lagi.
Itu cara dia. Saya suka macam tu.
Okey.
Sebab itulah
tengok siapa yang tanya. Kalau orang tepi jalan yang memang nak dapat 10,000 susah, dia kalau 10, kita kata 10,000 tu tuan bagi hak yang zakat dulu, lepas tu hak yang lain tuan ambil bagi sikit-sikit pun boleh, tak ada masalah. Tapi kalau dai Aiman dah bukan cara lagu tu.
Okey.
Bukan cara.
Bukan macam tu Patutlah Ustaz Doni kaya. Okey, baik Ustaz. Saya sebenarnya Dr. Amir, saya kalau ada satu promosi wakaf ataupun invest, ada tempek muka Ustaz Don, yang tu saya nak invest. Sebab Ustaz Don ni memang confirm takkan je nak tipu kot. Letak muka dia dekat billboard tu takkan nak tipu kot. Jadi saya mesti invest. Tapi kalau letak muka Pak Mat goreng pisang, mana saya nak invest? Tak boleh dipercayai. Tapi belum tentu juga. Sebab kita tak tahu Ustaz Don ni tahu ke tidak muka dia digunakan ke, ataupun bila masa pula aku buat skim pelaburan ni? Rupanya orang lain yang gunakan muka Ustaz Don ni kan. Saya dah melabur ribu-ribu dah ni. Jadi kita nak minta nasihat daripada Ustaz Don lah kan. Sebab saya rasa Ustaz Don dah biasa kena dah ni. Orang pakai muka untuk bisnes, untuk pelaburan dan sebagainya. Bagi sikit Ustaz Don.
Jual bihun pun ada buah muka saya.
Jual bihun. Bihun pun jadi juga. Okey, sila Ustaz Don.
Tapi tak apa. Saya cakap tu berseluruh aja, bukan kata saya marah apa, tidak kan. Saya mukadimah dululah round kedua ni. Allahumma salli ala sayyidina Muhammad. Baik. Ada satu hadis Nabi kata kepada kita, zikir adalah benda yang bagus. Sebab dalam Al-Quran Allah Ta'ala kata apa? Hanya satu-satunya ibadah dalam Al-Quran yang Allah suruh perbanyakkan adalah zikir. Allah kata fadhkurullaha katsira. Zikirlah kepada Allah banyak-banyak. Kita dalam Quran kita tak akan jumpa semayanglah banyak-banyak. Tak ada. Dalam Quran dia ada peliharalah semayang. Dia suruh jaga semayang jaga. Sikit tak apa, yang fardu tak apa, jaga. Hang jaga elok-elok, hang semayang awal waktu, hang jaga dia punya rukun, wajib, sunat dia semua, insya-Allah hang masuk syurga. Dalam hadis Arba'in Imam An-Nawawi rahimahullahu taala, hadis yang ke-22 kalau tak silap saya. Jalan ke syurga, bila mana seorang sahabat Nabi tanya, "Ya Rasulullah, kalau aku semayang 5 waktu, aku puasa Ramadan, aku halalkan halal, aku haramkan yang haram, aku masuk syurga tak?" Nabi kata, "Na'am." Nabi kata masuk syurga. Jaga semayang. Dia semayang ni kena jaga. Tapi perbanyakkan, Allah kata dalam Quran untuk zikir. Fadhkurullaha katsira. Allah kata zikir pada Allah banyak-banyak. Wadhkurullaha katsira. Jadi zikir ni bagus. Kemudian dalam hadis Nabi habaq pula seafdal zikir. Nabi kata afdalu zikri fa'lam annahu la ilaha illallah. Seafdal zikir adalah la ilaha illallah. Tapi bila semua orang baca yang tu, orang tertinggal perkataan yang ada dalam situ. Apa nama abang da'i? Orang tertinggal perkataan fa'lam. Zikir ni tak pernah dia jahat. Zikir ni tak pernahnya tak bagus. Zikir ni semuanya bagus, insya-Allah. Subhanallah boleh, alhamdulillah. Dalam hadis Nabi kata apa? Alhamdulillah tamlaul mizan. Alhamdulillah memberatkan timbangan. Subhanallah walhamdulillah memenuhkan segala isi langit dan bumi. Mana zikir bagus? Allahu Akbar. Tidak ada ucapan yang paling bagus. Di antaranya la ilaha illallah. Lepas tu kalimah Allahu Akbar. Lepas tu ada lagi zikir, selawat dan sebagainya. Semua tu bagus. Tak ada pun kata tak bagus. Tapi kenapa dalam afdalul zikri Nabi bubuh fa'lam. Nak zikir ni dia kena tahu. Dia kena tahu fa'lam annahu la ilaha illallah. Kena tahu tidak ada Tuhan selain Allah. Kena tahu ni walaupun nak buat la ilaha illallah, la ilaha illallah. Walaupun nak buat yang tu, kena fa'lam. Kena ketahuilah olehmu. Hang kena reti, hang kena cerdik. Walaupun kita hanya nak baca Allah, 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 Allah. Walaupun hanya nak baca yang tu. Ataupun nak ikut lagu Raihan. Allahu, Allahu, Allahu. Dia kena fa'lam. Kena fa'lam. Kena tahu. Kalaulah hanya dengan menyebutkan Allah sahaja pun kena tahu, apatah lagi benda yang melibatkan perkara-perkara rumit seperti pelaburan. Takkan hanya dengan hai-hai bye-bye saja. Tak bolehlah lagu tu. Hak ni lah yang terjadi kepada saya ketika mana saya duduk makan dekat restoran. Saya duduk makan kat restoran saya. Tiba-tiba ada seorang Mak Long dengan Pak Long. Dua orang tau. Mereka makan loving couple. Mereka duduk berdepan. Pak Long duduk depan dengan Mak Long. Mereka umur mereka perasan saya dalam umur 60 lebih. 60 lebih. Pak Long, Mak Long ni mereka keluar main makan. Prof Amir dengan Prof Azman. Mereka main keluar makan, main kat restoran saya, mereka duduk makan. Saya pun bila orang main, kita tegur lah semua daripada pintu masuk sampailah ke belakang pintu tu semua yang kita tegur. Terima kasihlah main restoran saya, tolong doa lah, saya doakan barakah. Mereka kata terima kasih Ustaz. Saya kata saya patut terima kasih. Main-main kat meja Pak Long dengan Mak Long ni. Pak Long dengan Mak Long ni kata, Ustaz, mainlah duduk makan dengan kami sekali. Saya kata, boleh Ustaz. Saya tengok semua orang, saya main duduk. Masa ni belum COVID ni. Main duduk. Saya kata, boleh saya main duduk insyaAllah. Elok saya duduk dengan mereka. Saya kata, kat saya punya kawan sekerja. Saya kata, ni hambuk main kat aku ayak sikit. Aku nak minum dengan Mak Long dengan Pak Long ni. Tengok mereka pun loving couple duduk. Elok duduk. Prof Amir dengan Prof Azman. Tahu dia kata buat saya. Dia kata, Ustaz, macam mana dengan pelaburan Ustaz? Okey ke? Jahanam.
Sudah.
Jahanam. Saya kata, Mak Long, saya ni kira duit akaun pun tak erti, Mak Long. Mana saya ada pelaburan? Saya kata begitu. Tu Mak Long tu kata, Ustaz tak ada? Tak ada. Allah. Mak Long dan Pak Long tengok gambar mereka buat dalam Facebook tu, mereka kata nak melabur dengan Ustaz Don, buh tahu sini. Jahanam.
Aduh.
Jahanam. Tu saya tanya, Mak Long berapa Mak Long buh ni? Daklah hari tu duit pencen Pak Long baru pencen. Mak Long ambil lah. Tak banyak lah Ustaz. Cuba dulu kali pertama. 1,500. Bodoh hilang lagu tu. Punca. Tu okey. Tu pertama lah. Tu yang pertama lah. Yang pertama contoh dah. Jadi saya nak contoh tu pengalaman sendiri lah Prof. Prof dengan doktor tu pengalaman sendiri. So saya nak bagi tahu kata, pertama, berlakunya scam ni bukan berlaku dalam pelaburan saja. Semua benda scam. Buah kurma pun orang scam. Telur pun dekat China orang scam. La ilaha illallah Muhammadur Rasulullah SAW. Nak abang kata manusia ni ada baik ada jahat. So apa penasihat ni? Apa nasihat dia yang orang selalu bagi? Nombor 1, ambil nasihat yang akhir daripada Prof Amir, tapi nombor 1 kepada poin kita hari ni. Di slide kedua saya. Dia poin akhir Prof Amir, tapi poin pertama untuk saya. Apa dia? Tolonglah melabur dengan orang yang ada otoriti kerajaan. Yang orang dah letak betul-betul. Dah habak dah. Majlis Agama Islam adalah otoriti utama tunggal untuk pegang wakaf. Carilah benda yang melibatkan Majlis Agama Islam. Tak payahlah duk pergi nak terror sangat pergi tempat lain tu pasal apa? Nak terror tang mana kan? Awak nak buat lain sangat daripada orang lain ke? Berat mana sangat nak cari hak yang Majlis Agama Islam? Orang mai kat kita. Hang ni dengan majlis agama Islam mana? Tak, kami tak ada dengan mana-mana. Kita buat sendiri, senang sikit. Pasal apa nak kenal senang buat? Orang buat dengan majlis agama Islam. Kita boleh argue benda lagu tu, faham tak? Benda tu sepatutnya jadi argue. Fa'lam. Kena cerdik. Kena cerdik. Walaupun nak baca zikir, kena fa'lam. Kena cerdik. Kena tahu. Jadi kita yang pertama sekali, mesti dengan badan yang ada otoriti dalam negara. Dan kepada semua yang tengok kita ni, kalaulah daripada pelusuk-pelusuk kampung dan juga pelusuk-pelusuk bandar yang mungkin tak banyak sangat berkawan dengan dunia luar ni, hak mungkin sibuk hanya dengan dia punya Instagram, dia sibuk dengan kawan-kawan dia saja, dia tak tahu dunia luar ni banyak. Saya nak pesan yang kedua, apa dia? Fas'alu ahla zikri in kuntum la ta'lamun. Ingat, bukan kita saja orang pertama yang nak invest. Orang lain invest banyak dah. Orang lain wakaf banyak dah. Kita aja baru dengar. Kita saja baru nak mula. Bukan bermakna kita baru nak mula, orang lain tak tahu. Bukan lagu tu. Jadi tanya dulu, sekurang-kurangnya tanya tok imam masjid, tanya pegawai agama, pergi ke jabatan agama, pergi kalau tak boleh pun angkat telefon call. Kalau tak boleh call WhatsApp, tanya. Yang ni pelaburan ni mai kat saya, selfie muka orang tu lagi bagus. Esok senang kita nak cari dia. Selfie dengan dia. Ni cek nak mai cerita pelaburan kat saya. No, cerita sikit tu. Dia cerita tu. Tak apa. Kita selfie dulu. Tak ada. Jangan selfie dengan saya. Pasal apa pula tak mau selfie? Selfie lah. Esok kalau hang menipu, aku senang nak cari hang. Boleh begitu. Dia macam ni. Saya sekarang nak habaq kat semua lah di luar sana ni. Ni pesanan. Saya baru habaq je kat kawan-kawan saya kemarin. Hari ni saya nak ulang balik lagi sekali lah dekat secara umum kepada semua. Apa dia? Untuk kita yang bekerja dan nak invest, kita tak cakap lah kepada pelajar-pelajar. Pelajar-pelajar belajar dulu. InsyaAllah esok ada duit, invest. Ni untuk yang dah dewasa. Yang dah dewasa ni saya sekarang nak sebut je. Apa dia? Kita bukan duduk dalam dunia persekolahan tau. Zaman sekolah dah habis dah. Kita sekarang dah dewasa. Bila kita dah dewasa, kita kena jaga diri kita. Tak ada warden yang akan jaga kita. Tak ada cikgu yang nak mai jaga kita. Dan andai kata kita salah, kita jangan duk pi tempek atas muka orang. Jangan duk pi salah kata warden tak tolong tengok, cikgu tak tolong jaga. Tak ada. Kita dah dewasa. Kita dah kerja. Ni bukan zaman sekolah. Jadi kita dah tak ada dah orang yang nak main ambil berat pasal kita, melainkan kita kena ambil berat pasal diri kita sendiri. Kita nak buat keluar duit kita yang kena cari. Kita kena usaha. Jangan nak tunggu orang main. Tak apa, ni kalau aku susah lagi, Datuk Imam main dah tanya kat aku khabar. Tak ada. Ni bukan zaman persekolahan. Ini zaman dewasa. Zaman kita dah besar dah. Kita kena tinggal dah benda-benda zaman sekolah tu. Tinggal dah. Tak ada dah warden nak main kejut kita bangun subuh. Tak ada dah cikgu nak main tanya homework kita buat ke tak. Hang dah baca belum buku pasal mereka yang nak main tanya pasal investment ni apa semua. Tak ada orang nak main tanya lagu tu dekat kita. Kita dah dewasa. Kita duduk, kita tengok dia. Ni hang nak main ambil duit aku betul. Hang nak suruh invest. Main kita tangkap gambar dulu tengok. Oi jangan. Kita nak takut pasal apa? Dia kata jangan pasal apa kita nak takut. Dia nak ambil duit kita. Selfie. So kalau hang buat apa-apa kat aku, senang aku nak cari hang. Kalau buat begitu. So, nombor satu, ambil yang legal. Nombor dua, tolong tanya. Bukan kita orang yang pertama. Nombor tiga, tengok wajah-wajah yang dia guna. Kalau dia guna muka Ustaz Don, mai tanya pejabat Ustaz Don. Mai tanya pejabat Ustaz Don. Assalamualaikum. Ni makcik nak tanya, betul ke Ustaz Don ada pelaburan? Pejabat saya tahu saya ada pelaburan ke tak? Saya mesti abang kat mereka punya. Siapa mesti tahu punya. Angkat telefon, tengok muka. Siapa pakai? Oh, muka Kak Siti Nurhaliza kita. Angkat telefon. Assalamualaikum. Ni PA Siti Nurhaliza kan nak tanya. Siti Nurhaliza ada pelaburan ke? Tanya. Baru senang. Tengok pula muka siapa pakai. Da'i Aiman. Angkat telefon. Assalamualaikum. Da'i Aiman ke? Ada buat wakaf ke? Wakaf tang mana tu? Wakaf tang dekat negeri Kelantan. Tak. Saya bukan duduk kat negeri Kelantan. Saya duduk tang sini. Bila tanya lagu tu, senang kita dapat maklumat. Jadi tengok muka dia nak pakai muka siapa. Yang tu penting. Yang tu penting juga. Dan untuk nak tahu kalau dah penuhkan yang legal, nombor satu yang authority, yang kedua kita dah tanya orang, yang ketiga kita tengok dia biasanya dia akan pakai muka orang-orang yang penting lah. Jangan tengok muka dulu. Tengok ni dulu. Ikut turutan yang saya bagi tahu. Nombor satu, tengok authority dia. Nombor 2, tengok dia punya tanya orang. Ni hang bisa dengar ada nama Macau scam. Hang bisa dengar tak Macau ni? Betul. Tanya yang kedua, tengok dia pakai watak apa. Yang keempat, yang terakhir, apa dia? Dalam dunia tak ada cara untuk dapat duit kaya cepat. Sebab guru saya pesan, cepat dapat, cepat hilang. Cepat dapat, cepat hilang. Hak ni kata guru saya. Dan Nabi pun ajak kita, kalau tengok dalam hadis, walaupun secara tak langsung, sekadar nak ambil pengajaran daripada hadis sahaja. Mungkin saya salah. Tapi daripada segi nasihatnya, tengok malaikat mai dekat Nabi, malaikat kata, wahai Muhammad, Tuhan perintahkan kami untuk bagi tahu dekat kamu, mau tak kami tukarkan lembah ni untuk jadi mah untuk kamu? Nabi tak ambil. Sebab dunia ni tak ada benda yang mudah untuk nak jadi kaya. Nabi tak ambil sebab Nabi buat sesuatu untuk umat Nabi Muhammad SAW. Jadi siapa yang nak buat cepat kaya tu, bukan dia cerita dia. Tu cerita dia tu lah. Dan bila masuk tajuk pelaburan, dia memakan masa. Dengar Prof Azman Abak nanti. Dia memakan masa. Wallahu a'lamu bissawab. Hadza wabillahi taufiq.
Masya Allah, Ustaz, baru saya faham lah. Ini 4 perkara yang perlu kita jaga elok-elok. Ustaz Don dah bagi tips yang cantik-cantik dah untuk kita. Jangan terjerat lagi. Sebab masalahnya, bila orang invest ni kan, dia invest hari ni, invest esok nak untung lah.
Maknanya dia tak baca. Dia tak baca. Dia tak maklum. 6 bulan, setahun dia tak maklum. Dia kena abang, makcik kalau boh kat kami ni, bukan esok dapat tau. Dia yang makcik kalau nak tengok untung sikit pun, makcik kena tengok 180 hari daripada sekarang. 180 hari. 3 kali 8. 244 hari daripada sekarang. 240 hari daripada sekarang. Makcik tanda kat kalender. 240 hari. Tahu kah? Kena habaq begitu. Baru dia jelas. Kalau tidak, kalau kata, ni nanti untung. Nanti tu dia ingat esok. Nanti tu dia ingat esok. Dan kalau saya nak highlight sikit je satu, kalau daripada segi maklumat yang diberikan oleh penganjur kepada kita, mereka suruh pegang dengan perkataan tipu. T-I-P-U. T apa dia? Tidak akan rugi. Orang yang kalau nak bohong kita, dia akan kata, ni tak rugi Mia ni. Mai bohong kita mesti untung Mia. Dia cakap begitu. Itu satu. Yang kedua, indah khabar daripada rupa. I indah khabar daripada rupa. Menyembang ni orang kata apa? Sembang kencang. Lembu terbang. Pokok terbang.
Gajah berbenah.
Sembang kencang sampai lembu terbang. Gila. Simpul. Tu. Yang kedua, P apa dia? P peluang hanya sekali. Ni kalau hampa tak mai kat kami lah ni tak jumpa kami dah, kami nak pergi tempat lain lah. Macam aku tak boleh angkat telefon cakap dengan hang. Hang terus buat kencing kami lagu tu. Ni dulu masa saya muda, masa saya awal-awal kerja dulu, umur 27, kalau orang cakap lagu tu, kita gabra tau. Kita kalau aku tak buat law ni macam mana ni, kita tak jumpa dia ni dah apa. Hang nak buat teruk apa, dia ada nombor telefon. Hang angkat telefon dia. Ni hang mau tak duit? Hang mau main cari aku balik. Kalau hang tak mau sudah. Kita
peluang sekali ya.
Tapi benda tu saya belajar bila saya dah dewasa lagu ni lah, dah umur 37 nak masuk 40 ni, barulah boleh berani lagu tu. Tapi nak share dengan semua orang supaya ingat tadi, buang dunia persekolahan. Kita bukan zaman sekolah dah, kita zaman dewasa lah ni. Kita dah orang dewasa. Kita kena tahu buat keputusan sendiri. Dan yang keempat, U. T-I-P-U. U. Untung besar. Ni boh kat kami 500 je. Esok boleh dapat 10,000 tau. Gila. Aku melabur abang Dai. Aku melabur dalam unit trust apa semua. Dia naik lagu tu lah. Lagu tu. Kepala tak ubah lah. Boh 500 nak boleh 10,000. Amboi. Nampak tak? Yang tu kena cerita. Wallahu a'lamu bissawab.
Naik lagu tu Zara. Jadi bila kita kepada para penonton kita pada hari ini, tadi Ustaz Don ada banyak bagi tips-tips tu. Kejap lagi mungkin kita ada nak bagi quiz lah kot. Kita nak bagi quiz dan kita nak bagi tahu kepada para penonton kita yang nak mengajukan soalan, boleh menerusi website InvestSmart sahaja, www.isf2021.my. yang boleh bertanya soalan ni iaitu kepada ahli panel dan menyertai pop quiz di hujung sesi kita pada hari ini. Dan penonton boleh klik butang di bahagian bawah sebelah kiri skrin untuk bertanyakan soalan. Dan setelah forum berakhir nanti, kita akan paparkan ataupun di bahagian bawah sebelah kanan skrin untuk menyertai pop quiz. Mungkin tadilah poin-poin yang Ustaz Don bagi tahu tadi, kita akan tanya balik di akhir siaran kita nanti. Baik, jadi kita nak tanya kepada pakar lah. Saya, Prof, saya adalah sikit-sikit duit dalam bank tu, bak kata Ustaz Don tu 10,000 tu, mungkinlah ada lebih-lebih sikit tu dalam bank tu, tak tahulah berapa ringgit agaknya. Tapi kita nak tanya kepada pakar kewangan, Prof Dr. Azman. Biasa kalau kita nak buat program-program wakaf ni, satu benda yang menjadi sentimen kepada maklong-maklong tadi tu, Kak Leha, Mak Ngah, Mak Cik untuk berwakaf, kan habis dibuka gelang-gelang, rantai-rantainya ambil lah Ustaz, saya nak berwakaf ni, nak hidup senang di akhirat nanti kan. Jadi mungkin Prof boleh nampak duit tu terkumpul dengan banyak. Jadi bagaimana daripada sudut perspektif Islam, kan, kewangan Islam ini, untuk kita nak kembangkan lagi duit-duit ini untuk supaya apa, orang Islam ni boleh jadi kaya raya. Kita boleh buka pasar raya wakaf, kita boleh buka hospital wakaf, kita boleh buka sekolah wakaf, universiti wakaf dan sebagainya, dan kita boleh membantu orang dalam keadaan kesusahan. Dan mungkin ada bentuk-bentuk wakaf-wakaf yang lain yang mungkin Prof boleh ceritakan kepada kita semua. Silakan Prof.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Kembali ke round kedua, kita bersama sekali lagi. Sebelum Ana menjawab soalan daripada Da'i Aiman tadi, nak tambah sikit pasal cerita Ustaz Don yang akhir tadi, agak menarik tentang skim cepat kaya tu. Sebenarnya yang skim cepat kaya ni bukan orang awam saja, orang yang intelek lah, orang yang kata profesional, kerja besar. Kadang-kadang profesor universiti pun ada yang
hidup ke?
Orang luar negara ajak melabur, habis 60,000. Kadang-kadang ada yang kerja ni lah, kerja-kerja besar, kerja gaji-gaji mahal lah, pilot kat luar negara pun. Ada yang terkena dengan skim-skim pelaburan. Dulu masa dulu ada orang mabuk dengan pelaburan emas tu. Ada, jadi ramai lagi lah. Dia banyak persoalan, kadang-kadang mereka tanya apa hukum kan, tapi mereka pening lah duit kan, duit sebab return macam Ustaz Don cakap tadi, laporan yang banyak. Jadi ada yang kata, ada yang tanya saya, lepas tu dia kata Dr. Azman ni dia tak faham, dia tak pernah melabur. Dia kata kenapa dia tak melabur sekali baru dia tahu. Jadi saya kata tak payahlah nak ajak saya melabur sekali, saya boleh harga dah kalau macam tipu tadilah, too good to be true, pulangan yang pelik, menjanjikan pulangan yang pelik kan dalam masa yang singkat. Jadi orang kita kabar-kabar tengok-tengok habis hilang. Yang macam Ustaz Dul cakap tadi, duit pencen hilang. Yang yang baru-baru ni ada yang kawan saya cerita, dia kata pelik lah, dia kata dunia kapitalis ni mereka buat macam-macam, macam Bitcoin kan, yang kecil-kecil, macam-macam coin yang kripto yang baru keluar tu pun dia kata orang boleh melabur RM5 boleh melabur RM10. Jadi mereka kebas semua, orang kaya, orang miskin pun semua kena kebas. Apabila jatuh harga Bitcoin yang dikeluarkan tadi, memang maknanya orang di sana, di luar sana banyak pihak yang ambil kesempatan. Ada banyak pihak yang dalam dunia sekarang ni dia nak cepat kaya lah. Ada yang mereka dah tahu, mereka organize, mereka anjurkan skim cepat kaya, mereka anjurkan judi. Banyak kalau kita nak carilah, tapi benda tu benda haram, jadi tak payahlah kita bersungguh sangat. Ada platform, ada saluran yang halal, yang Allah tidak melarang sesuatu kecuali ada penyelesaian ataupun ada alternatifnya. Dan Allah sebut dalam Al-Quran, yamhaqullahu riba wa yurbi sadaqat. Allah akan memusnahkan riba. Jadi skim-skim cepat kaya tadi, kita habis duit. Kadang-kadang betul ni, ini kita berlaku pada semua orang lah. Kita habis duit dah, kita melabur beratus ribu, kadang-kadang puluh-puluh ribu. Jadi masa tu baru kita insaf. Ya Allah, 10,000 ni kalau laku wakafkan buat masjid. Barulah terfikir, ya Allah. Tapi masa ada 10,000 tu nak letak kat mana? nak bagi kat wakaf ke ataupun nak melabur cepat kaya? Kita kadang-kadang Berabur. Ada kawan-kawan kita ramai lah, ustaz-ustaz pun kawan-kawan mengajar sekolah siap, dia kata sebab ada agreement, habis buat loan, sanggup buat loan, jadi tak pasal-pasal bayar bulan-bulan, bayar untuk duit yang hilang. Jadi itu cara ringkas supaya kita sedar, maknanya kadang-kadang ketamakan kita terlupa tentang sepatutnya di manakah kita salurkan ataupun kita belanjakan duit kita, kerana kita akan disoal pada hari kiamat nanti sebagaimana sebelum hadis, tidak berganjak kaki seorang anak Adam di padang mahsyar sehinggalah dia akan ditanya tentang 4 perkara, antara lain ialah tentang hartanya, bagaimana dia memperolehinya dan bagaimana dia membelanjakannya. Jadi persoalan ada soalan, adakah saya nak jawab soalan Da'i Aiman ataupun kita tengok soalan-soalan tepi ni, soalan yang muncul ni?
Terpulang pada Prof. Sebab selepas ni kita akan ada sesi soal jawab juga. Tapi Prof rasa mana ada sesuai tu Prof boleh jawab terus.
Okey, tadi soalan yang pertama tadi, dia tanya tentang, dia kata apa perbezaan antara wakaf tunai dan unit trust dari segi mekanisme taburan. Ada sedikit perbezaan lah, sebab wakaf tunai ni duit itu sendiri yang kita wakafkan dan ini dibenarkan dalam mengikut mazhab Maliki dan juga mazhab Hanafi, dan juga ada resolusi majma' dan juga AUFI standard dan badan fatwa lain yang membenarkan penggunaan wakaf tunai. Cuma konsep itu agak barulah di Malaysia, di mana duit itu tidak digunakan untuk membeli peralatan untuk diwakafkan tapi dilaburkan. Jadi prinsipal itu akan dilindungi. Adapun unit trust ni kita terus tag dengan letak kita beli unit trust tersebut. Jadi dia sudah kita terikat dengan cara dia, bagaimana dia melaburlah, sama ada dia letak dekat suku, sama ada dia letak dekat saham, equity ataupun mana-mana instrumen lain. Yang yang tunai, wakaf tunai ni ada beberapa buah bank sedang buat. Antaranya Bank Rakyat, Jariah Barakah ada buat dengan kerjasama Yayasan Wakaf Malaysia, di mana dana yang dikutip itu akan dilaburkan dan pulangan itu akan disalurkan untuk aktiviti-aktiviti sebagaimana yang Dr. Amir sebut tadi. Apabila kita dengar Prof. Mahdi Dr. Amir sebut tadi tentang katil-katil di hospital masa Covid baru ni, tentang keperluan mereka yang menjadi mangsa kerana pandemik COVID-19 ini, jelas di sana banyak sangat pihak yang memerlukan. Jadi ia menunjukkan kepada kita betapa pentingnya kita ada pulangan wakaf yang tinggi yang boleh melindungi ataupun memberi bantuan kepada mereka yang terkesan. Kadang-kadang satu peringkat kita tengok di dalam sejarah pun di Indonesia, suatu ketika dahulu kerajaan di Indonesia tidak mampu untuk membelanjakan kos pendidikan. Jadi banyak NGO seperti Muhammadiyah dan lain-lain, mereka ada duit yang banyak, mereka ada universiti beratus buah universiti, tak payah bilanglah sekolah, universiti beratus buah universiti. Jadi mereka diasaskan di atas badan wakaf, pesantren-pesantren gontor dan lain-lain lagi. Jadi mereka boleh sustain. Jadi dalam konteks kita Malaysia ini pun, dalam konteks sekarang ni kita tak payah, maknanya mudah kita nak melakukan wakaf. Tak semestinya kita ada tanah, sebab sekarang ni tak ramai orang ada tanah. Tak ramai orang ada properti. Kadang-kadang ada tanah pun di dalam kawasan pedalaman, nak pergi pun susah juga nak dimanfaatkan. Jadi dengan jumlah yang sedikit kita boleh salur wakaf tunai, kita boleh salurkan oleh Yayasan Wakaf Malaysia sebagai contoh, dan mereka boleh menguruskannya. Dan sudah ada platform-platform sekarang ini menawarkan khidmat yang mana kita boleh melakukan wakaf tunai, bukan semestinya dengan melalui unit trust. Unit trust tadi dia berbeza dengan cara kita melakukan wakaf tunai. Yang kedua, tentang pulangan keuntungan. Soalan sekiranya tidak ada pulangan, memanglah kita macam Ustaz Don cakap tadi lah, letak hari ni esok nak untung, mana ada mana tu. Terus nak dapat pulangan. Jadi memang memakan masa lah. Macam unit trust pun kadang-kadang tempoh yang lama, long term. Dia long term. Dan kalau kita tengok suku ataupun fixed deposit pun boleh bagi pulangan 3%, 2%, tengok keadaan setahun sebagai contoh. Memang benda itu tak mustahil. Okey, saya kembali kepada persoalan yang ditanya oleh Da'i Aiman tadi. Macam mana kita nak memaksimalkan. Jadi saya rasa ia juga sudah terjawab dengan platform tadi. Kita banyak cara sekarang ni. Yang penting sebagaimana Ustaz Don Daniel sebut tadi, kita kena cari platform yang sepatutnya. Sebab kadang-kadang kita tak ada masa, kita ada duit tapi kita nak pergi tengok kawasan orang miskin. Kita nak tengok orang yang sangat memerlukan. Memang tak ada masa. Jadi cara yang mudah sekarang ni kita boleh transfer online. Kita boleh transfer online terus kepada badan-badan institusi wakaf yang dipercayai, yang diuruskan, kerana mereka ada governance mereka dan mereka ada audit mereka dan mereka akan memastikan cara dilakukan itu dengan cara yang patuh syariah dan juga sumbangan kita itu tidak disia-siakan. Jadi cara mudah, maknanya orang cakap sekarang ni banyak tentang sedekah subuh. Sebenarnya tak payah kita cari waktu subuh nak keluar, tak payah keluar rumah pun kita boleh transfer online. Lepas solat subuh pagi-pagi boleh transfer online. Sebelum sembahyang subuh pun boleh transfer kan. Banyak cara, banyak platform yang kita boleh lakukan, cuma kita kena pastikan ia memang melakukan dengan cara yang terbaik, ada governance yang terbaik. Sebab kita risau, sebab kita tidak ada strategi yang baik, kadang-kadang kita habis begitu sahaja duit. Jadi projek itu terbengkalai, jadi tak dapat dimanfaatkan. Kita nak pahala yang berpanjangan. Pahala yang berpanjangan dan manfaat daripada sumbangan kita itu berterusan. Manfaat berterusan. Jadi dengan berterusan dengan penerima dapat terus-menerus terima tadi, dia akan memberikan pahala kita yang berpanjangan. Jadi banyak cara boleh kita explore untuk memajukan wakaf dan juga untuk menambahkan sumbangan dan juga pulangan kepada wakaf. Kita tengok di Singapura sebagaimana yang dilakukan sukuk wakaf, antara sukuk wakaf yang awal Singapura, Majlis Agama Islam Singapura berjaya mengeluarkan sukuk, kemudian mereka buat bangunan bagi mereka sewa bangunan, dan di Mekah juga bangunan tower itu, bangunan itu adalah bangunan wakaf dan mereka boleh generate income, boleh sewakan hotel-hotel bangunan itu boleh generate income. Dan di Malaysia kita tengok menara Mawi, menara Majlis Agama Islam yang disewa oleh Bank Islam itu juga antara contoh bagaimana tanah wakaf dapat dibangunkan. Dan waktu itu tabung haji adalah investor lah. Tapi boleh juga dengan cara lain, dengan kita mengeluarkan sukuk ataupun dengan cara instrumen lain untuk memajukan tanah wakaf. Jadi di sana banyak alternatif, banyak cara, dan yang penting sekali ialah kita kena pastikan platform ataupun sumbangan yang kita berikan itu kepada mereka yang boleh melaksanakannya ataupun boleh mengolahkannya ataupun boleh menguruskannya dengan yang terbaik. Wallahu a'lam.
Dai mute tu Aiman. Dai Aiman mute.
Okey, minta maaf. Tadi saya fokus sangat dengar Prof cakap dia sampai tak perasan mikrofon mute. Maknanya Prof, bila ada duit ni semua benda kita boleh buat Prof kan? Ini hebatnya kewangan Islam. Kita ada zakat, kita ada wakaf, kita ada infak dan sebagainya. Baik. Tapi Dr. Amir, ramai maklum-maklum ni dia suka cara tradisional lah, letak duit bawah bantal, lepas tu dia kata ni ada grant seka ni, maklum nak sangat berajak sangat kalau boleh buka pusat tahfiz. Daya Aiman kan buka pusat tahfiz. Jadi kita nak ni ada satu tanah ni dekat betul-betul dekat tepi sungai ni, tolonglah maklum nak sangat buat masjid. Padahal dalam hutan tu siapa nak pergi maklum. Jadi ada setengah orang ni dia masih kefahaman dia tak berapa faham lagi lah doktor. Kan? Mungkin mereka rasa bahawa kalau dia buat cara tu dia duduk syurga paling atas sekali. Ni mungkin kefahaman mereka lah. Namun begitu, sedangkan bila mana harta-harta tersebut digunakan, dipakai, maka di situlah mengalirnya pahala kan Dr. Amir kan. Jadi bagaimana kita nak memberi kefahaman kepada masyarakat supaya mereka ni boleh berwakaf dengan cara moden lah, dengan cara investment kan, dengan pelbagai cara yang kita buat di zaman sekarang ni. Silakan doktor.
Okey, menarik perbincangan kita pada petang Jumaat ini. Betul seperti yang Dai Aiman utarakan tadi, inilah antara isu-isu yang membelenggu pentadbiran hayawal wakaf di negara kita. Ramai yang masih lagi mempunyai mindset yang lama, yang tradisi, yang hanya menghadkan wakaf ini kepada tanah saja. Dan tanah tu pula dia dah wakafkan khas. Kita wakaf ni ada dua, wakaf am dan wakaf khas. Bila Da'i Aiman sebut tadi, katalah ada sebidang tanah nak wakafkan kepada Majlis Agama Islam Negeri, dah tentukan apa tujuan wakaf tu. Contohnya nak buat masjid, nak buat rumah anak yatim. Kerana itulah anggapan kita bahawa itulah yang akan generate pahala kepada kita. Itu memang dah terbiasa kita kan, bila kita tengok orang pergi sembahyang, itulah pahala yang kita rasa yang akan dapat bila kita wakafkan. Jadi sebab itulah kalau ada tanah kita pun nak buat masjid, sedangkan tanah kita itu tidak sesuai ataupun dah ada masjid yang berhampiran 2 km, 3 km, nanti berpecah pula jemaah dalam kampung tu sebab kena ada 2-3 masjid. Jadi itu satu persoalan yang ni. Jadi seperti yang saya rasa kerap kali kita dah bincangkan bahawa sebenarnya tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, dalam wakaf ini ulama telah sepakat bahawa bukan hanya ghair mangkul saja, tanah yang benda yang tidak alih saja yang boleh diwakafkan. Boleh sekarang ni alhamdulillah kita telah dibenarkan untuk sama-sama menginfak ataupun sama-sama berwakaf cash wakaf tunai. Jadi sebenarnya dalam konteks negara kita ini, untuk pengurusan yang lebih mudahnya sebenarnya ialah untuk kita berwakafkan wakaf tunai. Wakaf tunai ni dari sudut nak mewakaf pun senang, nak mengurus wakaf tunai pun lebih mudah.
Wakaf sementara tu apa, Doktor?
Okey, ada soalan tentang wakaf sementara. Ini satu soalan yang baik. Kalau kita lihat spirit asal wakaf ini, majoriti fuqaha mengatakan bahawa wakaf ini sifatnya ialah muabbadan, yang kekal selama-lamanya. Once kita dah bagi wakaf, harta kita itu akan berpindah milik daripada milik individu kepada milik Allah SWT. Iaitu yang kita kata pemegang amanah tunggal itu ialah main. Main jaga tu selama-lamanya. Dia tidak boleh patah balik semula kepada pewakaf asal tu. Tetapi dalam konteks wakaf muakkad ataupun wakaf sementara ini, ada konsep yang diterima pakai oleh mazhab Maliki yang membenarkan wakaf sementara. Contohnya, Da'i Aiman ada 5 buah rumah sewa kan. Da'i nak wakafkan sebab Da'i mungkin ada dapat pekerjaan di Arab Saudi, nak pergi Arab Saudi selama 10 tahun. 5 buah rumah tersebut Da'i nak wakafkan sementara. Selepas 10 tahun nanti nak ambil semula rumah tersebut. Jadi dalam tempoh 10 tahun tu diwakafkan kepada Yayasan Wakaf. Contohnya kami akan menguruskan sewaan apa semua tu akan dimasukkan dalam hasil wakaf. Tapi rumah tersebut selepas 10 tahun akan diserahkan semula kepada pewakaf. Da'i ambil semula dan akan menjadi hak milik Da'i lah. Tapi dalam tempoh 10 tahun kami akan selenggarakan, kami akan sewakan dan hasil sewaan itu akan dijadikan hasil wakaf. Itu yang dikatakan antara contoh wakaf sementara. Boleh ataupun tidak, dalam mazhab Maliki dibenarkan sebegini. Dia ada tempoh wakaf tu. Tapi dalam mazhab kita, mazhab Syafi'i maksudnya tidak dibenarkan lah. Tapi kami di Yayasan Wakaf Malaysia cuba untuk kita explore benda ni sebab kita nampak ada potensinya. Kan boleh kita terima dalam tempoh tertentu dan kita akan pulangkan semula pada wakaf. Jadi dalam tempoh tu kita boleh benefitkanlah wakaf tersebut.
Itulah apa saja yang boleh diberi manfaat lah kan.
Ya, satu lagi saya nak ulaskan di sini bahawa dari sudut kesedaran masyarakat, kita biasa tengok yang sifat-sifat keagamaan, buat masjid itulah yang akan generate pahala. Sebenarnya wakaf ini dimanfaatkan oleh Khalifah Abbasiyah, Khalifah Uthmaniyah adalah untuk meningkatkan kualiti hidup rakyat. Bila kita cakap kualiti hidup rakyat ini, wakaf sekarang ni kita kata kami di Yayasan Wakaf Malaysia kita tak ada dah nak buat wakaf masjid untuk bina masjid yang baru, tetapi kita kata kita nak ke arah mengumpul dana-dana wakaf untuk kita kata buat wakaf green technology dalam masjid. Kan kita sekarang ni di masjid-masjid, ya Ustaz Don, banyak guna air, air yang tidak terurus dengan baik. Maksudnya membazir air, membazir aircon, bil elektrik sangat tinggi di masjid. Jadi kita memperkenalkan konsep green technology di mana wakaf itu akan membantu untuk menjimatkan air, mengurangkan elektrisiti. Itu kita kata itulah kita kata wakaf fasa 2, wakaf fasa 3 kita ni. iaitu untuk kita meningkatkan kualiti hidup rakyat. Begitu juga nanti kita akan insya-Allah bincangkan macam mana wakaf boleh menyumbang ke arah contohnya climate change. Kan kita sekarang ni bercakap tentang hutan banyak ditebang. Jadi kalau kita nak tanam semula hutan-hutan, boleh tak kita gunakan dana wakaf ini? Jadi sebenarnya tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, nak buat pahala ni bukan hanya semayang, bukan hanya buat tanah kubur, tetapi segala aktiviti yang mengarah ke arah kualiti hidup rakyat ni, meningkatkan kualiti hidup rakyat ni juga akan menghasilkan pahala yang banyak insya-Allah. Itu saja daripada saya.
Betul doktor. Kalau masjid tu kalau ada aircon paling kurang 5,000 mesti habis lah doktor. Jadi maknanya kita nak kena kita biar bayar 5,000 tu one off. Bayar one off dan kita boleh kita wakafkan dan kita boleh orang kata bayar bil tu seterus-terusnya untuk bulan-bulan berikutnya. Baik, kita dah sampai di pusingan terakhir dah. Kita nak raikan soalan-soalan penonton kita pada hari ini. Soalan pertama ni dia tanya dia buat pelaburan yang tidak syar'i, pelaburan yang bukan syariah. Tapi duit-duit keuntungan dia tu dia buat pusat anak yatim. Yang ni siapa nak jawab? Saya bagi Ustaz Don lah. Okey Ustaz. Orang ni dia melabur bukan syar'i. Tapi dia buat pusat anak yatim. Ustaz buka mikrofon Ustaz. Mic Ustaz tak buka.
Aku buka ahlinya Dai. Jangan. Bagi kat Prof Azman ada. Prof Azman.
Prof Azman kita tanya soalan lain. Ustaz, Prof, tadi Prof ada sebut pasal Bitcoin tadi. Prof.
Ya.
Prof, Bitcoin, orang nak wakaf Bitcoin ni boleh ke Prof?
Okey, persoalan nak wakaf Bitcoin boleh ke tidak? Bitcoin itu sendiri.
Jawab yang nombor satu sekali Prof. Jawab yang nombor satu sekali. Sila Prof, sila.
Okay, Bitcoin itu sendiri kita kena tahu status dia tu adakah dianggap sebagai harta di dalam Islam, mal ataupun tidak. Jadi kalau kita di Malaysia SC menganggap dia sebagai digital asset lah. Dia juga termasuk aset harta digital. Jadi kalau harta digital itu apa-apa yang ada manfaatnya boleh diwakafkan. Jadi saya tak dapat nafikan lah. Kalau ada orang wakafkan Bitcoin, mungkin suatu ketika nantilah, sekarang ni mungkin penggunaannya belum lagi menyeluruh dan mungkin nak beli Bitcoin pun kos kan. Jadi mungkin kita tak dapat nafikan lah kalau benda tu sudah diterima pakai lah. Suatu ketika dia sudah diterima pakai, maka dia juga setakat ini dia hanya dianggap sebagai digital asset, belum lagi dianggap sebagai mata wang. Jadi kalaulah wakaf mata wang itu pun menurut setengah mazhab dibolehkan. Jadi apatah lagi Bitcoin yang bukan mata wang, dia selagi mana dia dianggap harta dan ada manfaat. Kalau benda yang tak ada manfaat tak boleh diwakafkan. Kerana tujuan wakaf itu kita nak tasbil manfaat, kita nak salurkan manfaatnya itu kepada badan kebajikan. Okey, dan soalan
duit itu dapat daripada pelaburan yang tak syar'i bro. Macam mana?
Persoalan yang awal tadi tentang duit, bukan Bitcoin kan, itu soalan tentang dia nak buka yang wakaf. Ada dalam baru-baru ni Dr. Aznan beritahu yang tentang Aufi standard yang terbaru ini, boleh ke tidak guna tainted income, duit pendapatan yang tidak patuh syariah untuk sebahagian projek wakaf. Jadi dia kata memang ada yang membenarkannya. Jadi bagi saya lah, maknanya kita boleh gunakan salah satu cara untuk purification ataupun kita nak membersihkan duit duit yang diperolehi dengan cara yang tidak patuh syariah, kita menyalurkannya kepada kerja-kerja kebajikan, termasuklah wakaf. Wakaf adalah sebahagian daripada kerja kebajikan. Cuma tak boleh kita terus buat benda yang tak patuh syariah tu. Kita kata tak apa kita tipu orang, tak apa kita mencuri, kita nak bagi
duit tu bagi dia pula.
Wakaf tak boleh, ataupun tak apa saya guna banking riba, kita ambil interest kita wakaf. Tak boleh macam tu, dia tak boleh. Dia matlamat tidak menghalalkan cara. Jadi yang sudah ada, maknanya yang sudah ada, katakan perolehan yang dia tak sedar ataupun yang sudah ada income yang tak patuh syariah, jadi boleh dia salurkan untuk projek wakaf. Allah.
Baik, terima kasih Prof. Dan kita dah kehabisan masa ni. InsyaAllah ada rezeki kita jumpa lagi dengan Prof. Nanti saya nak melabur duit ni, saya nak kena tanya Prof betul-betul ni. Betul ke pelaburan yang saya buat ni? Dan terima kasih Ustaz Don dan juga Dr. Amir. Saya doakan semuanya diluaskan rezeki, dilapangkan rezeki, bukan saja kaya dunia, kaya akhirat. Saya dan Iman mengundurkan diri, like dakwah, share ilmu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Jumpa lagi.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Hi, good evening. Hi, good afternoon. Hi. Okay, first of all, need to thank SC for giving me a chance to share with you. My name is Ui Koh Hua from MR Consulting. Today, I'll share with you on global and Malaysia stock market outlook. Okay. Today, I'll talk about the two main areas, global and Malaysia stock market outlook. So I believe we are quite excited. Okay, want to know what's going to happen to the Malaysia and the global stock market. So now, first thing, today I'll share with you on the tapering, global and Malaysia. Okay, so tapering a lot of times now this is actually the key issue when we're going to have the Fed will taper and basically means the slowdown on the asset purchase. So of course, will give impact to the world economy, the world liquidity as well. Okay, now, in order to answer these questions, okay, I think everyone, the whole world today is actually focusing on one thing, okay, beside all some political or some economic developments, relationship between countries, okay, but I think every country in the world actually affected by the COVID-19. So the vaccines and the progress, okay, of the vaccination actually do have big impact to the world economy. Okay, now, I believe you may have watched this movie before. Okay, now I would like to share with you one thing is actually we are at the beginning of the end game of COVID-19. Talk about the beginning of the end game. Okay, if you still remember the song, no? Okay, the final moment, no? Okay, so when all the heroes get together, no, to fight the COVID, so I'll share with you why we at the beginning of the end game of COVID-19. Okay, I think not many speakers actually mentioned this in public. Okay, I think I'm one of the first few to share with you that we may see the end of the COVID-19 already. Okay, now look at the daily new cases. Okay, the global daily new cases. Hey, you notice that it's actually on the way down. Okay, start trending down. Okay, now, and the second, and notice that actually you have three peak. Okay, and then the third one is actually lower than the second one. Okay, in a lot of some of you actually may have some technical analysis knowledge. It may be appear to be like head and shoulder patterns. Okay, you notice that the second the right shoulder is actually lower than the peak. Okay, the head here. Now, this is actually the global COVID-19. Okay, now if you remember Spanish flu, for those actually have been following my public seminars, okay, you notice that I mentioned I like to use these slides. I mentioned to you that this COVID-19, the pattern is actually quite similar to the Spanish flu in 1918 to 1920. Okay, and during that time you have three waves. Okay, three waves. So right now we also have three waves. Okay, now. So some of you may ask, we are actually definitely will see the end of the COVID-19 based on the current information, based on the current trend. It appears to be in this manner. Okay, the latest numbers. Okay, I'll show to you right now. You see getting more and more articles actually start to mention these things now. Look at the global daily death numbers. The numbers actually coming down. So it's implying that they actually the numbers getting lower and lower, getting lower and lower. So it's like a channel down. Okay, patterns actually channel down, getting lower and lower. Okay, now 4 days ago, 3-4 days ago, okay, the New York Times, okay, by David Johart, he said that COVID in retreat. Okay, he noticed that actually the US, the COVID cases actually on the way down. Okay, now I'll show to you the US COVID cases. Now, because the key number here, okay, basically is due to the Delta, and actually, US is the main one suffering from the Delta. Okay, and yesterday there's one article saying that if this virus actually, the dominant is actually Delta, quite high chances that you're not going to see any other mutation ready. Okay, and this Delta will be the dominant one from now until will live together with us. Okay, now beside this event, that New York Times actually mentioned this, that COVID in retreat, and our health minister Kyrie, he said that we're going to order this the recent antiviral, okay, Merck's on the COVID-19 pills. Okay, we're going to order 150,000. Okay, if you ask me, okay, it's quite successful, able to reduce the seriousness by 50%. That means reduced by 14% to 7%. Okay, so it's quite significant. Okay, of course, quite expensive. One dose actually is for 3,000. Actually, quite expensive. We're going to buy orders 150,000. But these are the few indicators showing to us that we may have getting more antiviral that able to cope these COVID-19. Okay, so it's actually the positive signs showing that this is actually the beginning of the end game of the COVID-19. Okay, besides get people vaccinated, that's why you can see over here the death numbers actually getting lower. More people get vaccinated, you can see the death number getting lower and lower and lower. Okay, now, so beside these antivirals, okay, you can see the US, like the previous author, the New York Times, you can see the actual cases actually trending down. Okay, so it may be due to the effect of the third booster jab, that helped to bring down the curve. Okay, and you can see the death cases, the death numbers in US. These are actually in US, so also trending down. So these are positive signs. Okay, and from the latest number of the COVID cases, okay, UK, of course, 34,000 have been hovering around these numbers. However, the death number in UK is about 100 to 200. Okay, so mainly are those not vaccinated. Okay, then you can see, the English Premier League. Some of you watching football. No one wearing masks, and the whole stadium almost packed with people. So, and the one actually higher is actually US, but you can see Malaysia right now rank number 13 here. Okay, I think last month we actually ranked number 4, 5, and ranked number 5 at one time. Okay, everyone actually quite worried, but actually notice that because once you notice actually the patterns of the states, especially in more states actually have get the people actually vaccinated by roughly reaching fully vaccinated roughly about 60%. We start to see the cases actually trending down. Okay, I can see in the new Negeri Sembilan, Penang recently. I think KL, Selangor already trending down. Okay, it cannot go zero, but it's actually trending down. Okay, now recently, like today we have about 9,000, but you notice that actually the numbers actually mainly from if you divide it from this chart into two segments, so mainly come from the for those actually have not reached the fully vaccinated, about 60%. So come from the Sabah, the rest, the Kelantan numbers, Perak, Pahang. So, but for those first part here, you notice that actually, those actually cross over 60%. You notice that actually the cases actually trending down. So to me, Malaysia should be okay. Okay, on the way down already the cases. Okay, these actually individual states. You can see the vaccinations. Okay, the numbers. Now, if you look at the worldwide on the COVID-19, Okay, Malaysia actually rank over here. At one time, we actually rank over here. Okay, so we actually one of our key top in the world already. Okay, so I would say if you another 1 month time, in 1 month time, we may be ranks for 70, 80, 70, 80, kids, fully vaccinated. I think we'll reach about 80% over here. Same maybe at same together with Singapore already. Okay, and you notice that the one actually struggling at one time, actually the top is actually US, but now it's actually ranked over here. Actually, US. A lot of countries will take US because I think the key problem in US actually roughly about 20% of Americans refuse to get vaccinated. So that's why when I say it's the beginning of the end game, does not mean the US will go down to zero. I would say that the number will go down. Okay, same like the UK, they start to live together with the COVID, and it appears that is actually quite effective to bring down the cases. Okay, now key point here is basically more country get vaccinated. Okay, now today we talk about global economy, and when you see this pattern, especially we can see Philippines, Vietnam, Thailand, all this the area, Indonesia, more countries actually get vaccinated, and then the opening actually open up, economy open up. So the surge in demand caused disruptions in the. You can see the disruption is actually in the supply chains. So besides that, you have these freight prices actually all-time high because of the processing of the cargo. So my view here is basically the inflation will remain high and commodity prices actually will remain high. So we are in a situation where you see the inflation getting higher raw material price, and the demand, one by one, country start to open up, like Malaysia start to open up economies. So this actually, you can see the pattern. Okay, when the economies open up, surge in demand, more people go out and buy things, higher, So of course, the buy goods, of course, the sudden surge in products. So that's why you can see manufacturing factories the running start to receive a lot of orders. So but at the same time, you have that kind of transportation problem here and there because of the cargo not fast enough to process all the cargoes. So you have disruption here and there, raw material as well. So that's why cost the raw material price continue to go higher. So that's why the key point here is that the global economy today is that, and the country take times to get vaccinated, and when they take times to get vaccinated, and you can see more and more countries actually open up the economy, so you can see the demand suddenly surge here over here from this country, then surge in this country, surge in this country, then the commodity price will go higher. Okay, will go higher. That's why certain commodity actually reach the certain peak level and then bubbles, then burst. Okay, but some actually on the way up, like oil prices continue to go higher. So that's why inflations, even though the Fed says transitory, but he says that this transitory maybe extend a bit longer period. Okay, I agree with these statements. Okay, now look at the FOMC meetings. Okay, the recent one is actually on the September 21st and 22nd. Now the recent table, okay, from the FOMC, you notice that actually the revised lower, okay, from June projections from 7% to 5.9% for US economy, and inflation the revised higher. So for those actually following my seminars, in some public seminars, I mentioned at the beginning of the year, I already says this inflation will be stay high for some period of time. Okay, sometimes people don't see it, as I say to you, that when country, one by one, the process of vaccinations and the cases start coming down. Okay, you can see the economies, the global economy recovery start to recover at a different pace in different countries. So, but it's actually slowing, getting better. Okay, including Malaysia as well. So that's why the inflation will stay high, as I said to you just now. okay, because of higher commodity prices. Now, US June that time, the GDP actually quite good, but they're actually slowing down to 7%. Okay, the 5.9% from the 7% June projections. Okay, and the inflation actually revised higher to 4.2%. Okay, now look at their forecast, the GDP forecast. Okay, so it means that the upcoming years the GDP actually will slow down. Okay, so that's why the Dow Jones, you can see China start to factor in, the stock market start factor in the slowdown in the economy. So you will see this later on in US stock market as well, start to factor in the slowdown in US economy. Okay, when you don't have any stimulus package and you're talking about tapering, I mean, you're going to slow down the bond buying process. So as a result, definitely, because the US economy going to recover, okay, slowly recover. So that's why you don't need any more stimulus. So as a result, the market will slow down, okay, and go back to normal levels. Okay. Unemployment rate also will come down. Okay. Then the inflation rates actually ultimately will come down. You start to see some commodities like iron ore, the crash in iron ore prices to low levels. You will see this later on, one by one commodity, when they reach the peak, almost all-time high, then you will crash. Okay, one by one. Okay, at the moment, some actually continue to surge higher, like CBO price continue to go higher. Now, this is actually the FOMC meeting, the recent one. Okay, so during the September meeting, you notice that this is actually the voting by the members, 18 of them, and you notice that almost half of them, one by one, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, half of them here says that next year the Fed rates actually will be roughly ranging between 0.3 to 0.7, the range over here. Then all says higher rate. I mean, almost all say higher rates actually by 2023. But half of them says the Fed rate actually will go up next year. Okay, 2 point, some actually predicts actually 0.3, some actually predicts to be 0.7. Okay, my view here is actually in general, if you listen to the J. Powell, okay, the Fed, basically they're looking at roughly about June middle of the year next year, the interest rate the Fed may increase interest rates. Okay, so take note of this. You have questions to all those quiz. Okay. Of course, half of them believe that actually will stay at 0.1, but half of them actually predict actually the interest rate will go up. So the Fed also the recent meeting they discussed. So roughly they also predict roughly about next year actually will increase interest rate already. Now you can see from here that the blue color is actually the projections of the September projection versus the June projections. All anticipated the higher inflation rates. Okay, as I said to you that the inflation rates will remain high. Okay, for some period of time, will not drop immediately. Okay, and upside risk actually is there. Okay, you can see upside higher risk because of the high economic growth and then higher inflation rates. Okay, so upside risk actually is there. Now, how about the consensus of all the economists from Bloomberg? Okay, this is actually from Bloomberg. Okay, when the Fed will taper. Okay, since actually economy continue to grow higher, then they start to talk about tapering. If you look at the July minutes, okay, July minutes, during the minutes, you actually the asset purchase on slowdown on asset purchase, we call it tapering. It's actually mentioned about 47 times. They talk about asset purchase. Okay, so basically know that during the meeting, the key content, key topic they discuss is actually when they're actually going to slow down on asset purchase, which actually we call it tapering. So, and 67% says from this Bloomberg survey on on all these economies, they say that half of, no, 2/3 of them, more than half, they predict that going to happen in November. Okay, which I also mentioned at the beginning of the year. I say that will happen this year, will not happen, because at that time, at the beginning of the year, a lot of people say actually next year only will taper. I say this year. Okay, likelihood this year. Okay, so I agree with them. I also belong to this group that predict actually November, either November or December. These two periods. Okay, and these analysts, they predict the interest rate actually will only go up actually in 2023. Okay, I believe I predict it's actually 2022, not 2023. Okay, next year will increase interest rate already rather than wait until 2023. Okay, now you can see from here the GDP growth actually all predicts this year will be quite high growth, then the growth rate will come down. Okay, inflation also, the unemployment rate also the same, then inflation later on also will come down to the normal levels, about roughly 2%. Okay, now look at the US, the latest inflation rates. Okay, now the Fed says the inflation is actually transitory. So in fact, if you think that it's actually up, then it will come down because of the base effect. Last year lockdown, April, June, then you discover that the inflation remained high. Okay, so again, my view is actually consistent with this. It's actually not. It may come down a bit, but it will not go back to the original this 1%. So they will stay high at high levels. Okay, so I don't think the US inflation rates will go down to 1-2%. Okay, will stay roughly maybe 3-4% levels. Okay, later on. Okay, but it remain high. Okay, so will be still higher than the comparable level of 2%. Okay, why? You can see from here why I say that. Okay, because of you can see the gasoline prices and the crude oil prices at the moment. You can see the momentum actually already coming to reaching $80. Okay, my view here is actually once more countries start to talk about open up borders, like I think the latest one is Singapore and South Korea don't have to quarantine. Then more and more country open up the borders, don't have to quarantine. So you see the Air Asia also increase the flights. So that's why my view here is actually the oil prices, when more country open up the borders, oil prices from the current levels, I would say it will go up at least another $10 up to maybe 90. Then plus a bit speculation may hit $100. However, plus please take note, there's some rumors here and there says that the Biden actually may want to release the US may want to release the strategic reserve, the oil reserves. So I'm not too sure. So that's basically whether true or not true, or when he will do it. But basically, Biden actually quite concerned about this inflation. That's why another reason why US want to talk to China. Okay, there are signs showing that they may remove some of the key products to lower down the tariff, because the American is actually the one that actually pay for the tariff. So as a result, to them, okay, so once actually remove the tariff, the prices actually roughly will come down, because this tariff, I think based on I read through somewhere, it's actually roughly about 19%. Okay, so as compared to US actually imposed, China imposed on US is about things less than 5%. So by US imposed on China products about the 20%, coming to 20%, but American actually the one actually pay for this higher tariff. So that's why they may in the process of negotiation and to remove all this some of the products. So that's why to me, next year you may see lower inflation rates, but at the moment the inflation rate will continue to go higher because of the gasoline prices, high oil prices, the disruption here and there. Plus another reason here is actually on China producer price index remain high. Okay, the reason why 9.5% actually quite high. Okay, one of the key reason because you can see China is actually the main manufacturing in the world. They actually produce a lot of products. Okay, so the key numbers to us is actually the producer price index. Okay, so when they are facing high prices because of high raw material prices, so of course, so they will charge higher prices. So basically, they will export all this high inflation to the whole world. So please take note. The prices will remain. I mean, some of the China products actually will be high, especially when this Christmas time, Christmas presents. I mean, during Christmas times, some of them already start to face higher prices. So that's why some people say, you want to buy, you better buy right now, because otherwise, when it comes to during Christmas, the products that you want, maybe you need to pay higher prices. I'll say yes. Okay. So plus the recent disruption in the electric supply. So some states in China actually, they allow the electricity, the price to go up. So to me, I think some products, they will transfer the products, all these higher costs to the consumers into their prices. So that's why I think will stay high for some times. Okay. Now you look at the US bond yield surge to coming to 1.6%. So you can see the same patterns. Okay, this drop earlier is actually the delta. Okay, now with the high oil prices, so likelihood, my view here is actually will go higher. Okay, so with high inflation, how to invest? Okay, interest rate going to go up next year, so banking stocks actually will benefit. So if you want to position yourself, how to position yourself? Buy banking stocks. Okay, yeah, high interest rates. And Malaysia economy will recover. Banking sectors actually will do well. Okay, I predict Malaysia next year, not this year, next year, maybe second half next year, maybe, okay, or middle of next year, or second half, start to have higher interest rates already. Okay, once the US start to increase interest rates, and you can see some countries actually start to raise interest rates. Okay, now remember, if you're still not invested yet, so please invest. Okay, if you remember 2019, we talk about inverted yield curve, right? Already dropped, and now the inflation already go back to this level. So we are talking about high inflation levels from here onwards. Okay, so how to position yourself? So as I said to you, that economy recover, continue to go higher, then banking sector will go higher because high interest rates. So need to invest, okay? Economy recover. Because some people actually still continue to have worried about here, there. As I said to you at the beginning, we actually maybe at the beginning of the end game. I'm not saying that we immediately, the COVID-19 will disappear. No, COVID-19 will not disappear. Okay, just that the trending down, and then to the later part, you will notice that almost every country opened up the borders and then don't have the quarantine ready. Then live together with the COVID already, and the dominant one, maybe the Delta. So the one research saying that nowadays, yesterday's. So if this Delta will become likelihood to be the dominant one, you notice that the rest will not have much impact already. Whether it's Mu, Lambda earlier on, we talk about all this, you notice that actually the Delta will be the dominant one. Okay. Now, the bond yield will go higher. So bond yield higher means what? But it means that the bond prices are actually coming down. Okay, so people actually sell bond. Okay, because higher inflations. So that's why my view here is actually bond yield actually will go higher to maybe more than 2% for US 10-year Treasury bonds. Now, how about the Nasdaq? Okay, so right now, so of course, you ask me whether collection is over. I think not over yet. Okay, from now until 3rd week of October or the 4th weeks of October, of course, you are going to have the 3rd quarter results, and the 3rd quarter results need to factor in the slowdown of the US economy because of the Delta. So these results, the 3rd quarter results, may give you some earning surprises that the result may not be that good. Okay, so my view here is actually we cannot be too negative. Okay, just some possible corrections about another 5-10% actually corrections actually possible. Okay, may not over yet. Okay, but once by end of this month, another roughly about 3 weeks times, so you will know roughly the end of the whole correction already. Okay, then after that market will go higher. Okay, tough one is actually next year. Why? When the WHO declared that the pandemic is over, that is actually the time the stock market will come down. Okay, okay, listen carefully. Okay, yes, when they say the pandemic is actually over, that is actually the period where the whole the stock market maybe at that time actually all-time high already, then market will start to slow down because market start to factor in the economic recovery already. Okay, so when they officially declared the pandemic is actually over, then normally at that time market already factor in all the positive news. Okay, likelihood next year. Okay, you can see why I highlighted the Nasdaq mainly because the high valuations. So at the moment the valuation is actually quite high. Okay, you can see from actually this is actually June valuations. Okay, so in terms of the PE actually remain high. So that's why need to go through some corrections. You notice that actually when all these tech stocks announce their first quarter results, when they announce the result, actually the stock price drop. Same thing when they announce the second quarter result, actually the stock price drop because of the some are actually factored into the stock. The good news already factored in the stock prices already. And key part here is basically US, when they have during the summertime, you notice that the share prices of the Walmart are getting higher. A lot of the physical shop business is getting better. It means that people may buy less online. They may buy directly from the shops. Okay, but don't get me wrong. This trend will be forever. Just that people actually like Malaysia, we buy Lazada, Shopee, right? Same thing in US, they'll buy from Amazon. This trend will be, even pandemic over, they'll still continue to buy online. Just that, some profits, sales will be affected because some people may go up and buy things rather than buy through Amazon. So that's why the stock prices need to factor in this factor as well. Okay. In fact, they actually perform quite well. Okay. You notice that this year alone. Dow Jones also the same. They will go through some corrections. I think it's not over yet. You notice that actually the trend actually on the way down, still on downward trend. So I think they were holding quite well above 260 days moving average, roughly about 3,002. I would say trade like about above 30 over thousands. Okay, just that these third quarter results when they announced during the third week and fourth week of October, be prepared some high volatilities, especially to factor in the changes in the fundamental, especially the slowdown in US economy during the third quarter. Okay, now as I mentioned to you, one by one the commodity hit the peak, then after it plunged. Okay, one of them is actually iron ore. You can see plunge almost 50%, actually gone 50% gone. Okay, my view here is actually if you look at the overall, like later on here, okay, the stock market, when we talk about global stock market right now, okay, to me I divided into three main parts. Okay, one is actually one leading is actually China. They're not affected by the COVID, so they're actually leading. And you notice that actually the stock market actually trending now, going through some correction. Tech stock actually, if you use some of the ETF like KWEB, actually dropped by 50% already, the US, those China tech stocks. So, and China during March this year, Li Keqiang mentioned that the China GDP growth actually growing at 6%. At that time, a lot of the economy says that, you notice that Bloomberg, CNBC, they say, oh, China this year should be growing more than 8%. But you notice that, hey, recently the numbers slowing down. So because China, January already, the central bank already warned you already, I think the 22nd of the January, the China central bank already warned you, all of us, that they are facing asset bubbles. And you notice that the increased tax actually, the property tax rates actually in May. So they're doing all this to curb the asset bubbles. So to me, my view is actually the same. I always mention to people, I say, when people say you have a problem, then you say, yes, I have a problem. Then I'm trying my best to solve the problem. To me, it's not a problem. So you can see, China, beginning of the year already, go after property, go after the tech sectors, going all this. They scared about bubble, and then Bitcoin as well. They remove all because, of course, not only this reason because of bubble, and another reason because actually, the fulfill high power consumption, high CO2 emissions. So that's why they remove all this. And then the property price also going through some correction right now. You look at a lot of property stocks, actually the stock price plunged to low level, like Evergrande, all this one by one. So to me, you will see China property stock prices. I mean, the China property prices will come down. Okay, so the leading factors will be all this, go after all these properties, listed companies. So my view here is actually is good. They are doing, this is where all over years, all the foreign analysts, fund managers, they're all criticizing China, say that China not doing enough to curb all these property bubbles. So China actually doing their best. However, sometimes all these property developers refuse to listen to them. So they continue to gear to high levels. So of course, given that kind of this opportunity, they're growing at high levels, and that's why take the opportunity to clean up all these the bubbles. Okay, my view, if you ask me, big concern, I don't think so. Okay, it's within their control period level. So I think you look at the stock prices, actually some actually may gone through some correction already, and some sell at probably at low prices, so throw out everything. So it's good. Okay. Some convert the debts actually into equity. Okay, merger, some sell shares, some actually sell out disposal, to lower down the gearing. So to me, this actually, as I said earlier, when people say you have a problem, then you say yes, I have a problem. I'm doing my best to solve my problem. To me, that is not a problem. The key problem here is actually when people say you have a problem, then you say you don't have a problem. That is actually the key problem. So just like like 1997, when every country's all analysts says that Malaysia economy overheating, then at that time, our leader says, no, we don't have problem. So our economy don't facing any overheating. That's why when people say you have a problem, then you say you don't have a problem, then there's a problem. That's why you have financial crisis. Then in 2008, subprime loan, okay, a lot of people actually criticizing on subprime loan. Then Alan Greenspan says, oh, no, I don't have problem. So when people say you have problem, then you say you don't have problem. Then in the end, you have financial crisis. So China fully aware of these asset bubbles. So beginning of the year, January, already doing all this to curb it. Same as the recent, all this on the disruption electricity supply. Okay, my view here is because when the Southeast Asia, they actually facing COVID and disruption, including Malaysia, Vietnam, Indonesia, Thailand, Philippines, all these. So running at a lower capacity. So the order are going to China. So China manufacturing, they're growing at higher speed. They're doing very well. That's why you see the number actually doing very well for half the year. So that's why China worry that some of them actually too excited. Then they will expand the capacity. Then later on, when more and more economies open up, then you see the drop in actually your orders. So whatever that you receive the first half of the year may not be, this year may not be sustainable. So that's why they curb them. They want them to shut down earlier before the third quarter, the end of the third quarters, because they need to fulfill the target on some of the criteria to monitoring on the CO2 emissions. So that's why Jam actually closed down factory to slow down the supply. Okay. Now, to me, China is actually the leading. Okay, 4 to 6 months ahead, you can see China's economy slowing down, and the one at the peak is actually the US. Okay, over here. Okay, that's why China, US actually start to feel the bit of slowdown, and China already going through the correction already. Okay, as economy slowing down, everything slowing down. So some of stock prices, tech stocks actually dropped to low levels. To me, some actually quite attractive at these levels. You can slowly nibbling. The key issue here is actually we don't know when actually the bottom. Okay, that's the key questions. Now, then Malaysia, where's Malaysia? Malaysia is over here. We actually will continue to go higher. Okay, you can see more open up. Everything, every day you can see restaurants start to open up. So we are lacking the US. We are actually like US in May, June. If you remember May, June during that time, wah, semua orang pergi ke sini, ke sana, makan here, makan sana. Okay, so sightseeing, wow, travel, right? Let's bring summertime, May, June, July. So we are actually going to have this good time. Then you remember the stock market getting higher, higher, higher. Yes. So how to invest? To me, very simple. Either you buy Malaysia. Malaysia, you must invest. Okay. Be careful of US because they actually start to face same like China, slow down. Okay. However, for China, okay, I'm not too sure when actually the bottom. To me, at this level, okay, some of the tech stock actually looks quite attractive. I don't think will drop to very low. It's already dropped by 50% already. Actually, dropped by 50%, already quite a lot already. Okay. Now, let's not talk about from iron ore here. So why I mentioned to you here because part of it because actually on the slowdown or the demand or properties sectors actually in China, all this some of the commodity prices metal actually like iron ore dropped to low levels. Okay, people start to worry, wow, the demand of the iron, okay, iron ore already. Then, however, our palm oil will going to go higher. So you ask me over already. I don't think, maybe not yet. Okay, I'm not too sure when will be the peak, but it appear to be. So take note of these third quarter plantation stocks. They're going to announce good results. Okay. Then, as I mentioned to you, the Baltic Dry Index, you can see over here. So you must understand, then the ship, they go to transport all this cargo to one place. Then from one place, actually go back. It cannot be empty, right? So, but you have disruption here and there. So wait over here, then some actually port because of the disruption because of the COVID, all this Delta in US as well. So then lack of workers, all this. That's why you can see, the price will remain high. Okay, you asked me over already. I don't think so. I think until all these are, even though it's short term, but I think they may go higher. Okay, no sign showing that actually the trade actually the problem actually solved already. Okay, now so next one is talk about the global economies. You can see from here the slowdown in US in global economy. The upcoming October updates are actually by next week. Okay, so you can see from here all slow down next year. So the market need to factor in for slowdown. But to me, you start to see it happen in China already, and US later on will follow up. Malaysia, to me, we enjoy our rally first. Okay, I will say from now until beginning of the year, during Chinese New Year, normally every year actually about almost the same. October until beginning of the year, normally market will be good for 3 months. So you make sure you make enough money. Normally market will be up for 6 months, and you have a 6-month consolidation period from March, April. Then you have consolidation until roughly September. So you only invest 6 months, then another 6 months you can go holiday. Market will come down, going through some corrections. Okay, so this is actually the time. Okay, you attend the seminar at the right time. This is actually the time. Okay, now you can see the US economy. This with the recent surge in actually jobless claim. Okay, last few weeks, I think the job data they're going to announce on tonight, I think will not be very good. Maybe higher than these numbers, but maybe remain low. Will not be like these numbers anymore. Okay, given the kind of higher claim. Of course, yesterday, claim actually dropped. Okay, but overall, actually, the trend actually downward trend. Then the next one is actually on the unemployment rates. Okay, the rates actually, will continue to trend lower. Right now it's actually 5.2%. Okay, so one question here is actually the bond rate is going to go up. So what best strategy to invest right now? So best strategy, of course, need to buy equity stocks, buy commodities. So with the high inflation, the best is actually buy commodities, buy equities. Actually, that's why I said to you, your plantation shares actually will move out. Okay, so some of penny but plantation stocks actually start moving a bit really. Okay, will go higher. Okay, with that kind of high CBO prices. Okay, then the US annual GDP growth, you will see some slowdown already. This actually the higher is because of the base effect. Okay. Then the US dollars, okay, because of the tapering soon, okay, then of course the US dollar was strengthening, okay, further and further. So of course versus ringgit will feel some pressure, but I don't think ringgit will drop to low levels because we will benefit from higher oil prices. So net off roughly about 4.1, 4.2 levels. Okay. Then the consumer sentiment recently dropped because of the COVID. Okay. The Delta. Okay. But with some recovery. The US also facing some slowdown in sales year-to-year growth. Same pattern like China. Start to slow. That's why third quarter results take note. May factor in the stock prices, the slowdown, the drop in actually the growth rate in some of the US companies. PMI also showing some slowdowns. Okay. Industrial production also slowing down in US. So that's why be careful on the third quarter results. But however, some actually may factor in stock prices already because already dropped. Okay, we cannot be too negative. They are still growing, it's just growing at a slower rate. How about China? As I mentioned to you, they already anticipate this going to happen. So that's why they're doing all this at the same time to curb the asset bubble. They're quite worried. Okay, on the asset bubbles. So I'll say the third quarter results actually will show some slowdown. You can see the recent number, the PMI numbers on downward trends. Okay, the manufacturing orders on downward trend, and the trade growing actually also slowing down. The trade growth. Okay, the industrial productions. You can see from here the industrial production slowing down. Okay, at one time year-to-year growth only 5% only, slowing down already. Okay, and you can see from the China retail sales also slowing down, 2% year-to-year growth. So but you say that then this year actually were very low. They can. That's why I say to you that at the beginning of the year, the Li Keqiang says that 6% growth, 6%. So I would say they will roughly about going around 6. A lot of economists predict roughly about 6-7%, 7% levels, plus minus. Then inflation actually remain low in China. Now, how about renminbi? I will say later on, once actually US dollar strengthening further, then of course renminbi actually may go down to 6.6, 6.7. Okay, almost all currency actually will drop against US dollars. Okay, when they slow down on the tapering. I mean the start to buy back bond, slow down the buyback bond. So of course the US dollars actually will strengthen further already. Then you can see the Shanghai index actually going through some corrections. Okay, already going through some of the tech stocks actually dropped a lot. How about Malaysia? Okay, now last part actually on Malaysia. Malaysia to me, this is actually all extracted out from Bank Negara's slides. Okay, I just highlight to you. Okay, my view here is actually these are all history already. So of course, second quarter numbers or the third quarter numbers definitely will not be good. Okay, so second quarter starts to show some slowdown already. Okay, but I think it's because we are not fully locked down, so that's why the demand is actually there. Plus the external factors, the export remain good. So I think Malaysia should be okay. Okay, and so you can see the second quarters. Okay, this is actually second quarter. Third quarter, I think the numbers will not be good for some. Okay, so second quarter actually quite at that time, during that time, it's actually quite okay. But we have start to have a lockdown in the third quarter, so numbers will not be good. Okay, for third quarters. Okay, but private investment for second quarter consumption export continue doing quite well, 30% growth, quite impressive. So this one will pull up the overall economies. So that's why growing GDP growth from 3 to 4%. So 3 to 4% for this year. I also agree roughly this range. Okay, but fourth quarter numbers will be very good. Okay, we start to see more activities than restaurants, more people, business actually growing, export continue to recover. So fourth quarter will pull Malaysia economy up. Okay, that's why remember, need to invest. Okay, stock prices remain low. So take note of this. Okay, and our COVID cases continue to come down. Okay, and some people say, because this may not be true, because actually some not reported, whatever, but you can see hospitalization, ICU also not trending down. So this is actually true numbers. So to me, trending down already. Okay, cannot be zero, but on the way down. Okay, and the crude oil price I mentioned to you will roughly $80, the $80-90. Okay, may go up to 100. I mentioned earlier already. This Malaysia industrial production is going down for the August-September number will remain low. Okay, then PMI numbers don't start to recover a bit. Okay, manufacturing orders, but I think the next one will remain low. May not be fully up to 50%. Okay, 50 levels. Then Malaysian ringgit, as I said to you earlier, we actually roughly about 4.1, 4.2 levels. Will benefit from higher oil prices. And bond yield up, same as the US bond yield. Basically, in general, higher inflations, the bond prices will come down. The bond yield will jump up higher. Then, as I said earlier, Malaysia likelihood this interest rate meeting, MPC meeting, will not have any interest rate changes. But next year likelihood, maybe middle or second half, will have higher interest rates. So that's why position yourself in the banking stocks will benefit from high interest rates. Okay. Then inflation remain low. That's why likelihood will not have actually higher interest rates actually in the first half of the year. Possible. Okay, will depends on the recovery. So hitting here is actually the inflation will be about 2 to 3%. Okay. Next year. This year inflation rates. Okay, so remain low. Then how about stock market outlook? Okay, stock market outlook, as I said to you, Spanish flu. Okay, this I mentioned to you already, 3 wave. Okay, remember this, that when the WHO actually declared the pandemic is over, the stock market actually come down for a while. Then after that, will go up very strong. Okay, will go up all the way up. So remember, will come down first. So that's why next year, especially March, April, then that kind of correction actually will be worldwide also will going through some corrections. But beginning part during January, February, March, I think may be good. But after that, when the pandemic officially declared over, likelihood, okay, market will come down. Then after that, the market will be solid growth until 9-10 years to 1920, from 1920 to 1929. This is actually based on the Spanish flu. Okay, this may happen in worldwide economy as well, in US economy as well. Okay, and actually, in fact, the Spanish flu actually jumped by about 500% within that 10 years. Every year about 10%, up 50%. Then how about Malaysia's last 2 slides here? The KLCI, I would say you can see from here the patterns here is actually going to go up higher. Okay, my view here is actually if you look at the worst may be over, then with the change of the I would say basically the whole political event is actually PH change to PN. Now it's actually from PN change to BN, and you can see a lot of people say, wow, UMNO is coming back. Then stock market activity getting higher and the foreign funds coming in. Hey, you can see the inflow of foreign funds. So remember, my view here is actually will go higher from now onwards. So we are still at early stage. A lot of blue chip shares still selling at cheap level. So we must buy. And as I said to you, we'll go higher until next year, Chinese New Year. So don't miss this opportunity. And penny stock may move. Okay, penny stocks. A lot of penny stocks is selling at quite cheap levels. Okay. So with this, I end my presentation. Thank you very much. Pass back to